Test, test. Good morning, everyone. How we doing? Hope everybody's recovered and doing well from last night. We're gonna go ahead and get everything kicked off. So if you guys can come on and grab a seat. We've got Quentin, who is going to start us off here in a second. So thank you guys all for coming out, and be sure to stick around towards the end tonight. I believe we have an after party as well. So and then give a round of applause for the organizers as well. I know they're working very hard. So shout out to Rainier, John, all these guys over here for putting all of this together. And yeah, Quentin, we'll welcome Quentin to the stage.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for showing up early today. My name is Quentin Ehrenman. I lead operations at My First Bitcoin, and today I want to talk about independent Bitcoin education. And more specifically, how My First Bitcoin is transitioning from a local project to a global project. And so that poses a question: how do we scale from a potential audience of 8 million people in El Salvador to a potential audience of 8 billion people worldwide, while keeping the vision and the mission intact? What we do is we bring agency and sovereignty to individuals and communities all around the world, so they can build a free society and a better future for themselves, for others, and for the world. So, teaching 8 billion students is clearly impossible. It's not even desirable. That would pose huge centralization risks. So how do we do that? How do we scale from local to global? Well, we decided to go with the following strategy. We empower those that empower others. We empower independent Bitcoin educators and community leaders all around the world so that they can, in turn, empower their students, their families, and their communities. And in doing so, we ignite an unstoppable grassroots movement. And we do that with this flywheel effect, where we bring new Bitcoin students into our ecosystem. We turn them into Bitcoiners. Some of those become Bitcoin educators. Some of the Bitcoin educators become Bitcoin community leaders. And they bring new students from their own local communities all around the world. And this is how we accelerate the movement. And so we want to guide them and accompany them throughout their journey at every step of the way. That's why we improved our learning path, and we focus on 4 main programs: Bitcoin for Kids, Introduction to Bitcoin, Bitcoin Diploma, our flagship program, and the Educator Training Program. And in doing so, we support education for educators, for students. We have materials for kids, for pre-coiners, for mainstream educators that now teach in Bitcoin, for Bitcoiners that want to learn how to teach, et cetera, et cetera. And then this learning path we extend to operational guides for community leaders so that they can start building their own projects and grow their educational project. Another huge element of this strategy that we starting in 2026 is the building of an education and community platform. This is one of the many projects that we have for 2026, but it's the biggest, so I thought I would share more about it with you today. The goal of this platform is to facilitate learning for students, teaching for educators, connecting for community leaders and education projects all around the world, and exchanging value and knowledge between them. So we need this platform. If we're gonna create this grassroots, unstoppable movement all around the world, we need a decentralized platform. So this is why we're building it on Nostr, which is going to be a huge challenge, but that makes it more exciting and more impactful. So it's going to be based on Nostr. It will have Bitcoin baked in. We will gamify learning. We'll basically create an LMS on Nostr that will also have community features. So it will be everything in one place, and it will be fully free and open source so that any education network can replicate it. So it will be decentralized, it will be censorship resistant, and users will own their data. And this will be the cornerstone of the strategy to accelerate the movement for grassroots independent Bitcoin education. And so what's the bigger picture here? Basically, we're building the future of education on Nostr, and we're starting with Bitcoin and financial sovereignty, which is a huge goal and a very, very exciting project to be working on. In terms of the timeline, we are in the research phase. So we're working with the almost 80 communities that are part of our network. And we are asking them what it is that they need and they want in the first. And so we're going to start with the technical infrastructure for the website. We will have all of our programs available there. Then in the third phase, we will work on the learning management system features, meaning quizzes, assessments, certificates, tracking, etc., etc. Then we'll implement Nostr features, then community features to have public profiles and welcome the communities inside the platform as well. And then we'll have more advanced features for after we've done all of that with maybe a marketplace, a job board, that kind of things to connect communities between each other, with each other, and so that they can exchange knowledge and also value. And to summarize what we're trying to achieve at My First Bitcoin, we produce operational and educational resources and programs for educators and students all around the world that are highly customizable, adaptable, easily translatable, etc., etc. And we distribute them through this network of Bitcoin education projects all around the world, which we hope will ignite a movement for independent Bitcoin education, for individual freedom, etc., etc. And open source is at the heart of everything that we do, and our main focus is on independent Bitcoin educators, because educators are the ones that will onboard people to Bitcoin, that will empower people all around the world. And that's it for today. I had a last slide, but it seems like it's not showing up. But basically, I was saying thank you. Thank you. There is so much more I want to talk about. This is one of the many projects we're working on in 2026. If you want to talk about independent Bitcoin education, come talk to me, come talk to John, to Reina, to Marjorie. We're here to talk with you.
Hey everyone, I'm Drew, co-founder, CEO of Arch Lending. It's good to be back here. I had the pleasure of being here last year. It's good to see clients, partners, and so many familiar faces, so thank you for having me. I'm here today to talk about Bitcoin-backed loans. Just to get a quick sense check, how many people here have ever borrowed against Bitcoin or are just familiar with Bitcoin-backed loans? Okay, cool. So maybe to get started, I'll first talk a little bit about Arch and what we do, and then we can get into Bitcoin-backed loans and like the use cases that we've seen and why people generally borrow against Bitcoin and what you can, this is a tool that you can use to achieve some objective of yours. And so for Arch, we focus on building out wealth management tools for Bitcoiners. Some of our core tenets are really security, transparency, a white glove customer service, and a big focus on regulatory and legal compliance. Before I answer why borrow against Bitcoin, I thought it was helpful to just step back and think through how people have leveraged this tool with other assets. So for generations, people have either borrowed against their house, stocks, gold, all other assets that they have, their businesses, to achieve other objectives that they have. And doing this against Bitcoin is the same thing. It allows you to leverage the power of Bitcoin to further your own financial needs. A loan is tax efficient. And so when you think about, hey, I have some objective I need, maybe I want to buy a house. Maybe I have some expenses I want to handle, whether they're medical expenses, a tax bill. Maybe I want to go on a vacation or do other things financially, invest in a business. You can either sell assets that you have, you can sell Bitcoin, or you borrow against it. The benefits of borrowing are that the loan is not taxable. The second is that you continue to maintain ownership of Bitcoin after you pay out the loan, so you benefit from future appreciation. And lastly, I think it's a great tool for you to continue to advance your financial goals, as well as build wealth for yourself while accessing capital as and when you need it. These are some of the many use cases we've seen doing this for 4 years. We've seen people borrow to handle personal expenses that come up in their life. We've seen people do it to accumulate more Bitcoin opportunistically. We've seen people do it to handle tax bills, to make large purchases. There's many Bitcoiners that have been accumulating Bitcoin and just investing in Bitcoin for a long time, and they're cash constrained. So here's a way for them to maybe go on a vacation, pay for schooling, other things that have come up. They also do it for debt consolidation, as well as just generally making other investments. I think if I were to step back and think about what to really think through when borrowing against your Bitcoin, there's a few tenets to think about. One is rehypothecation, or what happens to your Bitcoin while it's used as collateral. For us, we've strictly never touched client Bitcoin, and that's a core thesis of ours, and just making sure that we are very transparent and secure with what happens with client collateral, which is nothing. The other focus for us is really on security and compliance, making sure we operate within the constructs of the legal frameworks in all the jurisdictions that we operate in, and all clients know what the terms are of the loan, and it's very clear with respect to what happens in price volatility of Bitcoin, what the loan repayment terms are, and everything of that sort. So maybe next I'll just talk through what a sample loan terms look like and what to keep in mind when you are borrowing against Bitcoin. The first thing is the concept of a loan to value. This is how much you borrow against your Bitcoin holding. So let's say, simple numbers, you have one Bitcoin, the value of Bitcoin is $100,000. You can borrow up to 60% of that value, meaning you can access up to $60,000 against that. And as the price of Bitcoin fluctuates, there's two scenarios. Either it continues to appreciate or there's some volatility downwards. As Bitcoin continues to appreciate, you can either request some of your collateral back to bring your loan to value back to that 60% threshold, or you can increase the amount of loan that you have and access more cash. So it functions like a line of credit. On the flip side, if there's volatility downwards, you will have to either top up additional Bitcoin to maintain that ratio or partially pay down your loan, and that event is known as a margin call. You see the APRs here between 8.5% to 12.5% depending on loan terms, loan sizes. And typically these loans are up to a year with the ability to just continue to roll over. So that way you can continue to borrow against your Bitcoin to do what you need to do financially. I think the tool is powerful but it's also very broad. And so what we did about a year ago was we teamed up with Mark Moss to say, hey, why don't we create tailored products that serve specific use cases. And so one of them was what we call perpetual income. And what we saw time and time again were there was many Bitcoiners that did not have a W-2, maybe they were retired. And so their use case was very different in that they needed annual cash flow. And that was really the genesis behind perpetual income, where people can deposit a certain amount of Bitcoin as collateral and access cash against it on a yearly basis if you're very conservative. So as an example, perhaps you have $1 million of Bitcoin. As Bitcoin continues to appreciate, you should be able to comfortably take out $50,000, $100,000 a year to go and live your lifestyle and use that as cash flow for situations that you need to. And so that was really the genesis behind this. We have more tailored products that we've launched as well for different use cases. Maybe it's high income earners that are more tax conscious so that they can invest in mining equipment and reduce their taxable income. And I think for us over the course of this year, that's what we're really focused on, is bringing this powerful concept of Bitcoin-backed loans, but making it tailored to niche use cases that are easy to understand. One of the things that, I'm not gonna go through this in full detail. We have the time for a Q&A later today, which I'd be happy to talk through any questions that people have, the use cases that we've seen and why. But we have a calculator that we've put up at archlending.com/perpetual income. And I think I encourage people to check this out. Even if you don't want to borrow or have the need to, it's a powerful way to understand. You can plug in various different inputs on what you think maybe Bitcoin's appreciation rate will be like in future years, how much Bitcoin you have, and you can just get a general sense of, okay, what sort of cash flow could I access should I need to, or what does that appreciation allow me to do? And really, I think the powerful way to think about this is just a tool in your toolbox. It doesn't mean that borrowing is right for everybody or that you need to do this, but it does allow you to achieve some objectives that you have without needing to sell Bitcoin, and allows you to continue to hold and stack sats. And so thank you everyone for allowing me to present here. Yeah.
Hey everyone, my name is Tom, for those that don't know me. I'm head of product for Luna Rails. We are a Bitcoin-focused company building financial services for businesses, but I'm not here to talk about that today. I'm here to talk about the Bitcoin frequency. It's a project I'm currently working on. It will be open source, so anything you can find here, you can also find online. So I don't think anyone here really needs to be convinced that Bitcoin is important. Right? You understand the incentives, you understand the technology, and you understand the monetary failure we are currently living through. So I want to address the deeper layer. I want to address why Bitcoin changes the way people think and act, why Bitcoin feels so different, why it feels so good to engage with this technology. Now, we Bitcoiners, we like to talk about first principles, and there's nothing more first principle than energy and frequency. So today, we will look at money and Bitcoin not just as a foundation of human society, but as something much more fundamental, a frequency. Clicker? Can you press the arrow on the? Okay. So I'm sure many of you have seen this quote here before from Nikola Tesla. And when he was saying this, he was pointing at a way of seeing the world, at a way of understanding reality. Matter is not the source. The physical world is not primary. No, it is a direct reflection of invisible fields of energy. And when we learn to look at the world through a lens of energy and frequency, patterns begin to emerge. Connections that seem invisible on the surface suddenly become obvious. Right? And the hidden determinants that structure our lives become intelligible. Right? So we will apply Nikola's framework onto money today. And by that, we will discover unique insights to why civilizations rise or fall. But first, I want to make... Oh, wrong direction. First, I want to make sure that we all understand what frequency actually is. So frequency, I'm sure you all have seen this, and frequency in the simplest form is the rate at which energy vibrates, the rhythm of oscillation. So down there is low frequencies where you have very slow waves, and as you go up, they vibrate faster and faster. But that's just how we measure frequency, right? This is more how frequency looks like. There are patterns of energy. Like a frequency is an organizing principle that tells energy how to flow, how to interact, how to accumulate, and how to take form. Right? This is taken from cymatics. I don't know if you've seen these videos online where someone has a sound plate and they put sand on top. They turn on the frequency and suddenly the sand organizes itself in these patterns. That's a frequency. Right? I want you to think of frequency as an energetic blueprint. It tells you how energy behaves. Just like a blueprint for a house tells you where walls and windows will go, frequency tells you how energy will behave. Right, so low frequencies at the top, you see that it's down here, the pattern is very centralized. Right? Energy doesn't flow freely, so what emerges is centralized patterns. And as frequency increases, the same sand starts to organize differently, more coherently, more decentralized, because energy moves more freely. And this is best understood with an example. Right, so let's consider the raindrop and the snowflake. I don't know if you can see it, but the raindrop in the middle represents the potential. It has the potential to take on the shape and form of any snowflake possible. But it is the frequency environment within which the raindrop is placed that determines the structure it will take. And you see the snowflake, you see these patterns that look the same like these cymatic patterns. Because the final manifestation of a snowflake is a precise reflection of the frequencies present at its birth. You know, so we see how out of pure potential, a precise structure emerges, and frequency is the guiding principle. And that leads us to a universal law. Frequency dictates form. The mechanism that shapes a snowflake is not unique to ice and water. Anytime potential enters an environment, structures and form follow the condition of that environment. That's obviously very easy to see in nature with flowers, seashells, snowflakes, galaxies, storms. Everywhere you have these fractal geometric patterns. In our lives, in human lives, it's easier to miss because we are the system being shaped. But regardless, the same principle applies. Frequency always dictates form. Now, everything that unfolds within our life is a direct reflection of the fields we operate within. But when we move from snowflake to human life, the environment obviously becomes more complex. But we are not just shaped by temperature, humidity, and wind. We are shaped by meanings, beliefs, expectations, incentives. But in other words, our frequency environment is not just physical, it is conscious. And we are shaped by consciousness itself. You know, every human life unfolds within a field of thought, emotion, and understanding. Institutions, businesses, governments, monetary systems, they all create invisible atmospheres that affect how we think, feel, and act. And that affects how we express ourselves in the world, how our potential takes form. That leads to a question: can we somehow make sense of this effect of consciousness in a structured way? And that's where I want to introduce the map of consciousness. Anyone has heard of this? Maybe there's one person? Great, 2 persons. So the map of consciousness is a framework developed by Dr. David Hawkins, and it basically tells us, or it's a map for understanding how consciousness expresses itself at different energetic levels. And it goes from very contracted states like shame, guilt, apathy, fear, and so on, and energetically dense states to more expansive states like love, peace, joy, and unity, and everything in between. It's the full spectrum of the human experience. And there's a decisive threshold at 200, below which the energies of consciousness turn against life. This is what we call negative frequencies, or the negative emotions. And at 200, integrity is born, and the frequency stabilizes. Everything above becomes increasingly more coherent and aligned with life and truth. Now, there's a lot to be said about this framework. It's a great tool for understanding human psychology or the nature of reality. But what I want you to understand for this talk is that every level denotes an energy field. And it is the quality of that energy that determines what emerges within the field. For example, a person that operates from fear at 100, a person that operates within a field of fear perceives everything in their life as dangerous. That they meet a new person, it feels threatening. That a new opportunity feels dangerous. Everything is clouded by the energy of fear. So choices and behaviors emerge that are consistent with fear. They're very defensive, maybe controlling or aggressive. Now a person who operates, let's say, from acceptance or willingness in the 300s perceives the same situations differently. A new person is an opportunity to connect, a challenge is met with optimism, the choices and behaviors reflect an optimistic worldview. And the same applies to collectives. Businesses, families, institutions, governments, they all operate from invisible fields of energy because collectives are made from the same raw materials, individuals, consciousness. So a business that operates from fear expresses itself through endless hierarchies, layers of approval and control. A business from integrity has more decentralized decision making. It gives power to the individual. So the map of consciousness is really a framework for understanding, or a map for understanding, or seeing the world through the lens of frequency. It helps us kind of visualize Nikola Tesla's view of the world. And this becomes a lot more obvious now when we start applying this to the real world. So how will you do that? You apply the map of consciousness using applied kinesiology or muscle testing. Anyone has heard of it? Okay, 3 people, great. Applied kinesiology is a new field of science that was developed in the 60s. And it uses the body as an instrument of consciousness to detect truth from falsehood. If it's the first time you hear about this, it sounds very wacky, I get it. But what I need you to understand is that everyone can learn this method. It uses the body and consciousness. Everyone has it. So no one is excluded. And it's important you understand this because I'm about to present results, and I want you to understand that nothing I present requires blind belief. Everything can be verified by you, anyone here in this room or anyone outside here of this room. I'm just kind of presenting the results of the research we've obtained. So we see as consciousness expands, as frequency increases, the patterns that emerge are naturally more decentralized. And taking this lens to the real world, we see it everywhere. In politics, democracy calibrates in the 400s, in the realm of reason, relatively high. That's because democracy decentralizes voting to the individual. Monarchy calibrates around 200. It's much more centralized. It's a family or group making the decisions. In economic models, capitalism calibrates in the 300s. It gives the individual economic decision-making power. Communism, on the other hand, very unsurprisingly, I might add, calibrates below 200. At 100, very low. It's very centralized. That's a different way of understanding why every time communism is tried to build a nation, it fails and leads to the death and destruction of millions of people. That is how this consciousness expresses itself. You can't generate coherence from this level. And I'm saying all of this to make you understand that working with this map is very intuitive. You rarely encounter calibrations that surprise you. It's a very well-defined framework. Now, just looking at the qualities and characteristics, it becomes very obvious where different monetary systems calibrate, right? I mean, no one expects fiat to be up there with love and joy and unity. I mean, fiat money is very centralized. That's a characteristic of lower frequencies. And in fact, there's not a single fiat money on the planet that calibrates above 200, not one. At its best, at its fucking best, does a fiat money calibrate at 150 at anger. Anger is the ceiling of fiat. That's as high as it can go. And I'm saying at its best because nowadays, even the euro or the dollar, the best fiat monies, they all calibrate below 100. But these are terrible systems that resonate with the lowest expressions of human consciousness. Anything below 200 is destined to decay. That is the nature of this frequency realm. And fiat is a prime example, right? It has default, it has inflation, it has collapse built into its design. The system survives by extracting energy from all of us continuously, day after day, second after second, until nothing is left and it collapses. It can't survive. By the nature of its frequency, it's impossible. The Bitcoin's calibration also should be very surprising. It's extremely high, 500, above 500. Very few human-made systems throughout history calibrate that high. Bitcoin is decentralized, it's open, it's trustless, transparent, voluntary. It has all the characteristics you would expect from a system where energy moves freely. That's why when you engage with Bitcoin, you have these emotions of abundance, of serenity, of peace, of love. That's what this frequency represents. And everyone here who has seriously engaged with Bitcoin feels it, or has felt it, or is experiencing it. That's because when you engage with Bitcoin, you're not just engaging with the technology, you're engaging with the field of consciousness, a frequency. When you adopt a new frequency in your life, you adopt new patterns in your life. And the calibration of gold also seems somewhat self-evident, right? Gold cannot be created at will, printed or forged, which gives it some restraint, honesty, and integrity, but it requires trust and centralization. It's heavy, it's a metal. And trust, you see at the level of 250, it says trust, but it's very intuitive to work with this framework. Now, let's go a little bit deeper. Because money is the base layer of society, its frequency determines the degree to which energy can flow freely in a society. And you see these 3D models, these animations, the low frequency, energy accumulates towards the center in one big wave. And as you go up, the wave becomes smaller and energy distributes more freely and expansively. And that leads us to a very important principle. The base sets the pattern. It's a very well-known principle across physics, like thermodynamics, chaos theory, systems theory, computational theory, etc. The base sets the pattern. The base layer determines possible evolution. It provides a framework within which the system can evolve. Now, if the base, if the blueprint, because money is society's energetic blueprint, right? It determines how human structures can evolve. Now, if the blueprint, if the framework defines centralization and destruction, then that's going to be the guiding principle for everything built on top. And we see the consequences all around us, collapsing ecosystems, mass extinction, poisoned oceans, endless war. We're reaching new social norms, lows every single day. The endpoint of fiat is always the same. As energy is being pulled into the gravitational vortex of the center, societies always slide to communism. Right? There is no alternative outcome. That's why the world, by the way, this is not to suggest hierarchies are bad. Any well-designed system has a degree of hierarchy. But when it emerges from a field below integrity, it carries self-destructive tendencies. It funnels energy towards the center in a way that cannot be sustained. That's also why under the gold standard, in the golden era, the world looked differently. Energy moved more freely. So everything was a bit more localized and independent. And that's why in the Bitcoin era that we will go into, it will look entirely differently. And we're already seeing this with the adoption happening now. It happens at the edges, bottom up, local villages, small communities, individuals. As the Bitcoin frequency continues to spread, all the energy, I don't know if you can see it, but it is the 3D model again shown in big, all the energy that's contained in the center will converge towards the edges again. It will spread out. Bitcoin replacing fiat as the base layer of humanity has the same effect as turning the frequency up on a cymatic sound plate, right? So I don't know if the animation works, but energy will move outwards again. But this time it's not sand reorganizing, but it's us. It's human energies that will reorganize. A new frequency brings new information, and we will act according to that information. So everything will trend towards more decentralization and coherence and balance. And honestly, that's much needed. With the current world, the fiat system, all the human potential is channeled towards survival and destruction. I mean, this is the fiat environment, right? Anger, apathy, fear, grief. Money is the carrier wave of human potential. It is the medium through which possibility takes shape in a human society. When you place humanity in this frequency environment, the world can only look the way it does today. Potential follows the condition of its environment. Money is not neutral. Money carries a frequency, and human potential amplifies and reflects that frequency. Until money is aligned with truth and life-supporting energy, destruction will not be the exception, it will be the pattern. Right? It's a pattern, it's a frequency. The fiat frequency has a pattern of destruction. There's no alternative outcome. And trying to make any lasting change on the manifested side, like trying to fix war by fighting war, trying to fix poverty by throwing material resources at it won't work. But we have to address the energetic patterns that give rise to this reality. Otherwise, every fight is only temporary. So fuck fiat, let's talk about Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin is that change at the energetic level. It is a new frequency, it is a new pattern. And I first want to start by understanding, again, all of us, and appreciating the calibration of Bitcoin above 500. Technologies transcending the 500s, they're not created for domination, profit, or manipulation. They're created because truth demands expression through form. Creations in this realm, they are infused with compassion, beauty, and a deep alignment with life itself. They don't just work, they heal, they connect, and they uplift. When a technology calibrates at 550, it becomes an extension of love in form. It supports authentic expression and mutual respect, and it enhances individual right without violating the whole. And that's not me making shit up, this comes from a map of consciousness. This is not my definition, it's from a map of consciousness. Any system or any technology calibrating there has these characteristics. And Bitcoin is one of them, very few. Questions later, please. Later. Later. We can chat the whole day. I love this topic. So Bitcoin's potential to calibrate far into the 500 suggests it's not only a technological innovation, but a spiritual event, a kind of conscious infrastructure that heals, connects, and uplifts. And just to put Bitcoin's frequency into context, here's humanity calibrated. And this is a population percentage by consciousness level. 0.4% of the world calibrated at 540, which is the realm of unconditional love. 0.4%. That's where Bitcoin sits. 0.4%. 99.6% on the planet right now live in a state of consciousness that's below Bitcoin. So for nearly everyone alive today, Bitcoin represents a guide towards higher consciousness, like a gateway of transformation hidden inside an incorruptible technology. Like, what? That's insane. But you also have to understand, to truly live on the Bitcoin standard or the Bitcoin frequency, it means not just to buy, hold, and transact with it. It means to attune your energy to the field it occupies. And that field demands integrity. It requires alignment, compassion, and surrender. It means living by the heart and living truthfully. Bitcoin's frequency is so far above and beyond that what most people are used to. But when you attune yourself to its frequency, it propels you to higher lifelines. It lifts you out of lower energies and into realities where greater abundance, greater health, and more purpose reside. Abundance. That's the power of Bitcoin. But Bitcoin is not just money. Bitcoin is a field of consciousness, a frequency, a guide, a compass. A sail that carries you to greater versions of life. When you embody its values, you shift dimensions, like literally. Another very defining characteristic of this level of consciousness is that it unites the material and the immaterial. Bitcoin, as the base layer of humanity, initiates the conversions of science and spirit. That's the level of consciousness, 500. It transcends the ego. Yeah. Throughout history, most of society's most profound social frameworks, like the Declaration of Independence, the founding principle of democracy, or the core teachings of Christianity, Islam, and other spiritual traditions, they resonate above 550, most way above. Like these are enlightened scriptures. But throughout history, the implementation of these ideas has happened in economic and monetary systems that promoted the opposite, right? That promoted exploitation, deceit, and fraud. So throughout history, people that try to live in alignment with truth, love, and peace, and higher consciousness, they found themselves navigating a world that rewarded the opposite, that the ideology and the incentive structure were misaligned. Bitcoin changes this dynamic in a fundamentally new way. For the first time, we have a system where both are integrated. Bitcoin encodes principles of truth, sovereignty, freedom, abundance directly into its protocol. Right? Ideology and incentive structure are aligned. It ties economic reward to life-enhancing behavior. So Bitcoin is not just the evolution of money, it's the elevation of money to a vibrational frequency that can restore coherence to our civilization. Right? Satoshi didn't just give us a map of how to live in alignment with higher consciousness. He gave us the system within which we can operate and express this freely without contradiction for the first time in history. We don't have to be corrupt to become abundant. Now, when humanity finally embraces the Bitcoin frequency, everything will change. Potential always follows the condition of its environment. If this is our new environment, compared to anger and apathy, now we have suddenly peace, love, and joy. What will emerge from that? I don't know, but whatever will emerge will mirror the elegance of its source. The base sets the pattern, frequency dictates form. The world will be graced by beauty once again. We are witnessing the beginnings of a new world built on open and decentralized foundations that resonate with the frequency of unconditional love. Unconditional love. Anyone who's had the pleasure or luck to experience unconditional love in their life, even if it's just for a split second, knows how powerful that is. And that's our base layer. What the fuck? Honestly. Our fiat-conditioned brain, we cannot even begin to understand what this means for society going forward and for civilization, what will emerge from that. Right? We can only dream and envision. Bitcoin channels human potential into the highest levels of creation. Not everything will change. Humanity will create things beyond our wildest imagination. And after doing all this research and studying the Bitcoin frequency and trying to understand what it means, I'm now at a point where when people ask me, how much do you believe in Bitcoin? I'm like, not that much. Just that its presence and adoption will lift humanity into a new field of consciousness that gives rise to a completely new human archetype. And when I talk about this with friends and family, they look at me like I'm a bit crazy, like I've lost it or something, but fuck it, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? It's unconditional love. That's what I care about. At the end of the Bitcoin rabbit hole, all you find is love. Period. And people are afraid of that. And that's because most people live in a realm below 200, and they are entrained by fiat to fear love. Right? For these lower levels, love feels toxic, because love would start to displace and dismantle these lower frequencies. For the frequencies below that, it means death. So they will fight and fight. So for anyone nowadays who resonates above 500, like with Bitcoin, it's almost impossible to get to a high level of an institution that has systemic relevance. Right? These frequencies will protect their coherence at all costs. Anyways. Love you too. And by the way, all this content can be found on btcfrequency.com starting next week. This is where we will publish all the content. Also the book, once it's done, will be published open source, so anyone can download it for free. And the idea is to make this an open source project because we use muscle testing and kinesiology. Anyone can learn it. Anyone can contribute if they want to. And it's a great tool for everyday life. I encourage everyone really to look into it and learn it. Thank you all. That was the Bitcoin frequency. Dude, that was great.
Amazing job. What did you guys think about that? That was mind-blowing. Give him another round of applause. I would love to see Tom speak at more conferences. That was one of the most amazing keynotes. Amazing job, Tom.
Love you all.
While he's grabbing the mic, I want to say something about that talk. I had the pleasure of finding myself at a table next to Tom last night, and he was telling me about all this, and I had read the book that was based on, that frequency chart is based on. It's called Power versus Force. I highly recommend that everybody reads it. And I'm like sitting next to this guy, like, am I about to watch one of the most incredible talks on Bitcoin I've ever seen in my life tomorrow? And just thinking, like, is this real life? And it was that exceeded my expectations after the conversation I had with him last night. So please give him a round of applause again. And I'll say one thing. I think there's something I didn't say yesterday, and I don't mean to cut into our talk, but I think this is important to touch on. I gave a talk on meaning what you say in the Bitcoin space and being courageous enough to put new ideas out there. Think about how impactful that was. Instead of him coming up here to tell people you should run around telling people to have fun staying poor and to abuse some slogans or something, right? He put a new idea out into the universe there. I think we all feel changed as a result of it. Please not only feel confident or do that, but support each other and amplify each other as you do that. I will surely be sharing his website and that talk. Yes, one more round of applause, please. Yeah. And I'm honored to say that I get to sit here next to a person who exists well above a 200 frequency level, Mr. John Dennehy of Me Premier Bitcoin. John and I have done this a few times, plus we've had some extensive conversations throughout the last year or two, and in the process of having those conversations, we found out we went to freshman year of high school together at a school on Long Island, which is totally surreal. Yeah, John.
Same year. Too.
Same
Not
year.
Like
oh yeah.
Different years. Like
we were there together. Yeah. So, but John dropped out. I actually tried to drop out. My parents wouldn't let me. He actually did a better job of convincing them. He moved on from that school. But it's an honor to be up here with John. I very much admire what he's created and the people that he's empowered in the process. And I want to start high level. So you have this incredible history, life history as a journalist, as an activist, as someone who has dedicated their lives to empowering others. I think, and doing that in ways that were very traditional, right? So writing about injustices, trying to right certain injustices. And then things shift, the world shifts as a result of COVID. It leaves you in a place where you now have to think about what empowerment means for people who are locked in their homes, disconnected from one another. And you get the idea to start doing Bitcoin education. So maybe fill in a little bit of what I missed there about what led you to that, and then maybe that process of thinking about why this was the biggest possible idea that you could act on.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. And one, great, I mean, all the talks have been great. There's been some really great signal here at this conference. But, this is something that, now I'm taking it into my own time, but this is something that is often said and I think not meant, but I really mean it. That is a tough act to follow.
Very much so. I want to put it a different way. I want to thank you for priming the stage for us. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, thank you.
Much better framing. Thank you. So I'm a lifelong activist since I was 19 years old, and it really started for me, and I guess I'm really rewinding here quite a bit, but I'm from New York. September 11th happened, and I was 19 years old, and it made me reevaluate everything about the world, right? Like, there's something not right with the world that things like this happen. And that led me into becoming an activist right at that prime age when I was entering adulthood. But it was, as Frank was saying, so I've been motivated to enact change for a long time, but things really came together during the pandemic, in part because there was time and space to think, right? Also in part because it seemed more urgent, because it seemed like we were further along we were closer to the cliff edge than it seemed like we ever had been before. So I spent a lot of time thinking about the world, and it really clicked for me during the pandemic that I had already been a Bitcoiner for a few years before that, but it really clicked that the problem was agency, right? The problem was, or in fact, agency was the solution. The problem was lack of agency, and that had all these negative second-order effects, which I think are underappreciated, right? How when you don't control your life, how much that affects everything. When you don't control your money, how much downstream effects, how much second order effects, and it flips when you do, right? This is a realization that I had, walking through the woods on Long Island during the pandemic, just thinking about the state of the world, and it's, I often say that my first Bitcoin is not a Bitcoin project. It's not a Bitcoin education project. I don't care about Bitcoin. I don't care about Bitcoin education. I care about giving agency to the individual. The individual have an agency in how that will impact the world. And Bitcoin and even more narrow, independent Bitcoin education is the best tool we've ever had for that. Like, there's nothing even close. Because it's once you realize that you can control your money, the next logical step is like, what else? What else do I not have to be subservient about? Can I control my whole life? Can I define my whole destiny? And the answer is yes. The answer is absolutely yes. And once you realize that, it changes you. You become a better person. You become a better neighbor, because you're thinking further into the future. It changes your time preference, right? And having that control allows you to create, to build, and it changes everything. And as Frank was saying, like, shout out to, I've always thought of my first Bitcoin as trying to affect two groups. One small group to affect them deeply, and one larger group at this point, like we're if Quentin gave the presentation about 8 billion, right? Like it's quite a large group that we're trying to affect at the second layer. But the first layer, and some of them are here today, right? That first layer, like people that work on the project. It's been like, shout out to Raina and Marjorie and Gabe and Quentin.
Give them a round of applause real quick, please. Yeah.
Like, it's been so inspiring to see this much smaller group who are empowering others change, right? How they become empowered through empowering others, through that process. So yeah, it's. I hope I answered your question, Frank.
Beautifully. No, appreciate it. I think what's interesting, we've talked about this idea of freedom, and one of the things you've learned in your time, just as a human being, as a conscious human being doing the work that you've done, is just sort of nobody has absolute freedom. We all have a leash on some level. You said this in a conversation we had at PubKey one night, and this idea of Bitcoin essentially giving people this freedom, this agency back, being foundational. But I want to talk about some of the other foundational pieces of Me Premier Bitcoin, like, for instance, you've never actually touched fiat money in the process of building this organization. What are some of the other foundational principles and actions you've taken to get Me Premier Bitcoin off the ground, and how has that affected the culture of the organization?
Yeah. So money is a good one to start with. So, and it's actually, I wish this. I have a slight correction on that. So we have touched fiat.
Oh no!
At this point, yeah.
That's it. Shut it down. This conversation's over.
But for the first, I guess, 3 years of the project, we work on donations mostly. We would turn down donations in fiat, right? We would turn down donations in anything. People, can I send you Ethereum? Can I send you and the answer was no. The caveat is we got a very large grant last year. We got $1 million from Start Small, and it was, we needed a bank account to accept it, so we got a bank account. So I think, but there's a lesson there, right? To not be absolute. There are exceptions, right? But the reason why we were so adamant about this is Bitcoin, right? Because we have to lead by example. If we want people to live in a world where they use Bitcoin as their savings, as their medium of exchange, as for all these purposes, we need to do it. We need to do it ourselves, right? Like that is maybe the best way to teach someone is to be that thing, to be that person. So that's something that we've tried to live as an organization, as a project, to what we want the world to look like is to act like that today. And sorry, Frank, can you remind me the
Foundational principles and then foundational actions, things that you've done to establish the culture of the organization.
Yeah, so another one, and this is about money too, right? Money is, I think we all know in this room, money affects so much, right? It's this cornerstone of our life. So another decision that we made early on was to never accept money from any government, and to be very careful about our funding sources, because, and this comes, I think, from personal experience before Bitcoin for me with journalism. I was a journalist before that, and I studied journalism, and I think that journalism is broken with some exceptions, like present company excluded.
Appreciate that. Not that I'm perfect by a long shot.
But it's because of the funding sources, right? Like journalism, I think is a wonderful ideal, and it is a social good. However, it has evolved, I think, in large part because of the funding sources, because it's funded by corporations. It's funded by people that want to sell you products. And how do they sell you products? By bringing that frequency down, right? They're not appealing to unconditional love. They're appealing to like these base emotions. They want you to be afraid. They want you to think that you're insufficient, and the solution is to buy this product. And it ruined journalism, right? So I had that experience. I watched journalism go through that. So when designing my first Bitcoin, that was really important, that your funding source changes you. Like it will, it always will. And you can't avoid that, but you can be conscious of it. So we are very proud to be funded by the community, right? Because we want to be captured by the community. We don't want to be captured by anything else. You have to be captured, I think. As an organization, you will always be captured. You're captured. It could be customers, right? It could be sponsors. It could be government. But you are always going to be subservient to your funding sources. So it was very intentional that we wanted to be subservient to the community, because that's who we want to serve. That's who we work for, right? So yeah, there were a lot of design choices that we make are short-term harder, but I think actually long-term easier, right? And now, we've been around for 4.5 years. Full cycle in Bitcoin is complete. So I think we've come out the other side, and we're starting to see the upside of it. In the beginning, we were exposed a lot more to the downside. Like when you have, and we struggled, right? Like we had no money. We did not know if we could pay salaries. We didn't even pay salaries for the first 2 years. We did not know if we could keep the lights on. And we turned down money anyway, right? Which was hard, but now we're at the point, I think, that has grown trust with the community. Like, okay, so now I'm more willing to say yes to this grant application or to send a donation, because I've seen that the organization is willing to take the hard path if they think it's the right path in the long term. And I think that's something that Bitcoin teaches us, right? To not, and that's the opposite of fiat, right? Fiat teaches us to get what you can while you can. And Bitcoin teaches us to think further into the future, and we really try to exemplify that. I often say that Bitcoin is our teacher, right? Like a lot of our terminology is about Bitcoin. Like we have a network of educators, and we refer to them as nodes, right? We have a network of education projects that we work with, and we refer to them as nodes. That's very conscious that we use a lot of this terminology that we learn a lot from Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is the best teacher, right? Like Bitcoin found a way to cut through the noise. And it's hard to see at first. It's easier to see with time. And again, I hope that is what my first Bitcoin has been. Maybe harder to see what we're trying to do at the beginning, but easier with time. Like, okay, yeah, that at first it seems crazy. It seems crazy to turn down money when you can't keep the lights on, right? It seems crazy to use some internet money with an anonymous founder, right? At first. But now I can't imagine anything else, right?
I want to speak about the now. We were having a conversation earlier this morning with Reina and Quentin, who just spoke about the now, the different place that you're in as an organization, and the fact that you're also now just attracting really good talent. We were talking about this idea that an organization, the biggest decision an organization has to make is who they bring into it, and now you're attracting the right who's, and those who's are feeling comfortable being who they are. And I want to say this to you, not to necessarily inflate your ego, but to make it a point and to have you comment on it a little bit. You know, you moved to El Salvador, you do this thing, you're the founder of Me Premier Bitcoin. Any great leader, what they do is they make space for others to flourish as well. You've surely done that. I'm curious to hear if that was difficult at all on any levels. Were there any points with Me Premier Bitcoin where you got pushback from other people involved, or where you did want to make the final decision and you didn't want to listen to other people? What has that been like for you? What kind of growing process has that been like?
Yeah, great question. To the first part, the team, year over year, it's always better. But I really feel like this year, 2026, is the start of my first Bitcoin 2.0. Like it's that big of a shift, that big of like the quality of the people that are working on it, the ambition of the mission, just it's incredible to see. And it's really incredible that I am not responsible for it, which is like in a weird way that makes me more proud of it. I'm not hiring these great people that are coming along, and I'm not recruiting them. So Quentin is, or Reina is, or Gabe is, or Marjorie. Like they're the ones who are doing that now, and it's incredible to see. But then to your point, so I care a lot about creating that space for others for leadership to emerge in others, but there are, and this is something I really struggle with, but there are definitely a couple of occasions where I have put my foot down, right?
What's an example of this? Because I think for a lot of people, there's some of those moments tend to be make or break moments. Sometimes people give up in those moments, or sometimes other people who are working with you want to walk away because they're like, well, John's not really who he purports to be because he did this, and this in that moment. So if you could give us an example, whatever you're comfortable sharing, I think it's important for people to hear that, because I really think that getting over those hurdles is really critical to the success of an organization.
Yeah. I mean, I'll try to be a little bit vague, but like, you know, big picture, like keep it at a high level rather than very detailed. 2 times come to mind, I guess 3 times. There were 3 times where I felt like there were existential threats to the project. The first time it was a sponsor really wanted to dictate things. They in fact they offered or they suggested they become an exclusive sponsor. I said no, and the relationship changed, and they were very unhappy about that, and they made things very difficult. But it was so difficult that like there was a lot of tension, and like it was a real threat to the future of the organization. It created drama, and drama is no good. The organization was quite young at the time, so it was really vulnerable. And I feel very good at the time it was like, oh man, this is like, I felt responsible for it, right? Because I put my foot down and I was probably ruder about it than I could have been. Like I could have been more polite about it, and maybe that would have led to a different outcome. But I think that was really important, and that actually we never took money from governments from the beginning. We were always careful about corporate sponsors, but I think that incident, which was very early on, made us very, very careful about sponsors, to the point that it's not zero, but we almost totally reject any sponsors at this point too. The second incident was, and it felt like they were like a year apart. Like every year it was like, is this gonna end here? We ran out of money the second time. We ran out of money. We had shortly before that started to pay staff. We stopped paying staff. We put everything on pause for a month or two, and it's the same. There's pressure. There was money available that we were turning down, right? And at this point, people were. I mean, it's different when once you start to pay someone a salary, it's really hard to stop. Like it's. And we had to, right? But it was the same thing. It was like, we're not going to change. We're not going to lower our standards in order to pay our bills. Like this is something that I've said over and over, and this is probably a strange thing to say when you come on to a new organization. But I like to say I would rather fail at trying to change the world than succeed in this one. And like that failure is a real option, right? Like that doesn't give people a lot of comfort. They're like, cool, but also, do I not have job security?
It might not. So I think it's interesting. Comfort, I think, is, we could put a few different words in there, but it does provide a level of authenticity and a level of, oh, that's the level of integrity that person has. Yeah, I'll stand behind them. I'll work with this organization. So while comfort might not be there, there's other things that it does facilitate and elicit within people. So yeah, I think you had one other example. I didn't mean to cut you off there, though.
No, but it's all along the same lines, right? It's just like when these core values are challenged, and they will be challenged. I can't think of something very specific, but it's something that I struggle with as a leader. I'm like a leader that doesn't want to be a leader, right? Like I don't want to put my foot down because I don't want to, again, it's about agency, right? It's about people making their own choices. So it's hard to find the balance of given agency, and maybe a more, this isn't existential, but one interesting phenomena in the organization, which I think is less true now. We found a better balance. But, we talk internally, we talk externally, but we also talk internally about empowerment a lot. Like you're in charge. This is your thing. Take ownership of this. And there have been, it's an interesting problem to have, but there are some people that have taken that too far, right? That have like, cool, so I'm gonna negotiate this new partnership or organize this new class or create this new work, and it's like, okay, that's great. I like the ambition, like that energy, and the intention, but that's not your department. That's like not your, like this is just making things confusing, and it's difficult to preach empowerment, that we all have agency in our own lives, and be like, okay, but not for that.
I think something, as you're speaking about this, something Tom said in the previous talk comes to mind. All organizations have some form of hierarchy, right? And you talked about, that's part of the success. So on some level, yes, everybody sort of has their sphere of influence and their thing that they do within the company, but there has to be some level of organization as well. So I don't think it's completely unnatural to say like, hey, we want to give you a certain amount of freedom, but it's like, if this isn't even what you do here, it's a little bit of there's a different, it's a bit of a different dynamic at play. So I think that's only sort of, that happens, I would imagine, in other organizations as well.
Yeah,
So.
it does seem like I feel a bit hypocritical in these situations too, right? I feel hypocritical to preach empowerment and be a decisive leader, right? Like both need to happen, but there's I don't know, it's something that I definitely struggle with, and this is like Jeff and I were not talking about this specific subject, but I struggle holding two things that seem true to me at the same time that also seem counter to each other. But that's the reality. Yeah. Like that's the this isn't supposed to be easy. This isn't supposed to be simple, right?
Appreciate that. Quentin touched on what the roadmap for Me Premier Bitcoin looks like. I'm kind of curious, in your mind, maybe speaking outside of the numbers, next, let's just say 4 years from now, we're here after another Bitcoin cycle, another halving has taken place. Where's Me Premier Bitcoin at? Maybe, just a handful of sentences. What has the organization accomplished? What has it moved on to?
Yeah, so the long-term goal, and this is going to take longer than 4 years, is irrelevance, right? The long-term goal is to help build a world where we're not needed. I think we're quite far from that, and sometimes I think I thought that we were closer to that, and now I'm realizing like how far away that is. But I think that 4 years from now, maybe you could see some progress on that journey to irrelevance. And it's irrelevance, but not. So what we want to do is we want to create a movement, to build a movement that we help, but we're not needed by. Right, so now, and I don't know when we cross that threshold, but now I think we're pretty important to this. We're quite important to helping to encourage people to really take the initiative and start a project or add Bitcoin education to an existing project, but to really take the initiative to bring it to others, to change yourself and then bring it to others through Bitcoin education. It would, once the frameworks are set up, once the infrastructure is set up, and these are huge tasks, right? These are like multi-year tasks to set up these different things. I'd like the organization to increasingly move to the background and the people who are doing it in their own communities to really take more charge of that. Yeah. I think we'll always be there, but I don't know, I want it to be obvious at a certain point. Like here today, there may be people that don't know that we exist, right? Don't know we exist, and it's like, oh, that could be really useful to me.
You're still in that process of it's not ubiquitous yet. Me Premier Bitcoin is not in every corner of the globe just yet. It's getting there for sure, but it's not there yet. So maybe you're further along on that journey 4 years from now.
Yeah, further along on that journey where we don't have to, like, people just know. People know that it's available, it's a thing.
Well, if you don't know, now you know, ladies and gentlemen. So John Dennehy, please give this man a round of applause. John, pleasure to be up here with you.
chair, podium?
Are you ready, Reiner? Should I go ahead? You're good? Hello, everybody. Glad to be here. I feel like I'm the boring presentation after the last two because we're going to talk about accounting, which is a boring topic anyway. But I actually find accounting very fascinating in the Bitcoin context. Just a bit about me. I graduated with an accounting degree about 40 years ago, and immediately knew I did not want to be an accountant. So I spent the last 40 years doing other things in logistics and supply chain, and eventually ended up in the software side of that, found Bitcoin 4 years ago, and immediately saw the accounting gap in Bitcoin, and I've been looking ever since where I could get that problem solved, and it wasn't solvable. So I took the initiative, like many Bitcoiners do, to go solve that problem. So I want to talk about that a little bit, what I've learned, and then Jeff and I afterwards are going to do a little fireside chat about this topic. So let's see. So the problem is, one is Bitcoin or accounting is boring. Two is you're always looking in the rearview mirror. And while we need to look back to understand what happened, accounting needs to look forward. Basically, we're still using 1800s, 1500s, depending on how far back you go, we're using these old accounting methodologies, but we have new money. And that requires new ways of looking at accounting, but that still reference the framework in which we understand numbers today. So we're looking at how do we bridge from the past to the future. The bigger problem that exists today that I've discovered is that there are no accounting systems that will connect a Bitcoin wallet. And you may have heard of some of them that connect to the wallets and they help you do your taxes. That's not a Bitcoin accounting system. They don't give you a P&L. They don't have a full balance sheet. They don't do cash flow statements. They don't do all the things that traditionally are done in accounting and finance. And so everybody's on spreadsheets. I guarantee you, if you go talk to the CFOs or the accountants at any company that's dealing with Bitcoin, they're mostly managing that on spreadsheets. They may have one account they call BTC assets, which is an intangible asset on their balance sheet, where they just kind of lump all the value of all the Bitcoin together, but they're not treating it as money that they spend and receive the way you do with a traditional bank account. Spreadsheets are a big problem. We'll talk more about that. The other issue you have, and we talked yesterday about privacy. Obi gave the best presentation ever on that. But the whole layer 2 payments protocol is built on the idea of privacy. That's really important. The problem with privacy is I don't know who I paid, what I paid them for. So if you use Lightning at all right now, if you just open your wallet and look at those transactions, imagine if you were a business and you did that and gave that to your accountant, and they have no idea what that payment was for. It's just a bunch of numbers in there. And that's okay because we're all kind of playing with Lightning a little bit and we buy something for ourselves, it's fine. But when you're a business, that's a big problem. And so I don't know how many business people we have here that maybe have run into this, but if you've tried to do this, it's a big problem because you can't remember what you spent yesterday. There's not enough information, right? So the accounting team spends most of their time chasing the users of the wallets to figure out what the expense was. And so that problem needs to be solved. These are not solutions. They're things that people talk about as solutions, but they don't really work. Number one is, and I've tried this for a couple of years now, to use the memo or the note field in a transaction to put in the data. So I will on my own say this was from this to this person or this business, and I'll put in what it was for. And that's helpful to myself, but it's not standardized data. It's just a text field. You can put anything you want in there, and then how do you read that? Now AI can help with some of that, but most of us don't really want to take the time to kind of fill all that out and figure it out. We just want to do our transaction, right? The second thing is spreadsheet chaos, or spreadsheets lead to chaos, which means there's no audit trail. And in accounting, that's very important to have audited financial statements, to be able to understand the transactions. We've all worked in spreadsheets. You know, you can just change a number. And even though in like Google Sheets, it has your history, that's not really auditable to figure out who did what when. And lastly, and I mentioned this before, is if you see anybody today that says, oh, we do Bitcoin accounting, I guarantee you if you read the next couple of lines down, they're talking about tax reporting. They're not talking about actual accounting like a business does. So what is the real solution? We've come to the conclusion that we need a Bitcoin accounting engine, an application that can manage accounting in the way that it's traditionally done, but that it handles the wallets, the Bitcoin wallets, whether it's on-chain, any layer 2, any method of payment, that those can be integrated in and that the accounting system can see those as cash accounts or bank accounts, essentially, in a traditional way. There's two parts to that. One is the accounting engine itself, and the other is some kind of an integrations API that allows you to connect the wallets to that accounting engine. We're separating them because we believe that the Bitcoin integration API is something that will serve many other applications in the space. The tax systems today that exist need the same kind of integration to pull the wallet data in order to do what it does. And I believe that there will be other applications in the future that are built that will, independent of the accounting, need that integration. So we've separated those two into two different applications or solutions. These are generic names for these, and I'll explain why in a moment, because we're going to open source these. And we're going to do that. I'll come to that in a minute when I talk about the accounting collaborative. I just want to talk about some of the features that are built into this accounting engine. The first is that we treat Bitcoin wallets as cash accounts. Is there anybody who doesn't know what I mean when I say that? I don't know if I'm with enough accountants so if you have bank accounts in your business, you receive transactions, if you receive money, you mark it as some kind of revenue. If you spend money, it's some kind of expense. But that bank account is like a transaction account, right? And a wallet is the same thing with Bitcoin. It's just not in a bank. It might be in some kind of exchange or custody wallet, but it's still not connected to your accounting system as a business. Next is we still live in a fiat world, and John just talked about this. He had to accept that $1 million donation. Hopefully you changed it for Bitcoin quickly, right? That was the question in my mind when you mentioned that. But in order to do that, you may have a payment rail, I'll call them payment rails, where you're receiving or sending fiat. You may still have to pay an electricity bill in fiat, even if you're running your business on a Bitcoin standard, because the electric company isn't accepting Bitcoin yet. And so the idea is that the two can coexist into one system, and we have a lot of complex ways that we deal with that and normalize that so we can see the fiat payments or receipts in Bitcoin or vice versa, whichever way you need to go. By design, the engine has to support that. The next is you need all the standard financial reports. There's no way that I found to produce a Bitcoin-denominated P&L, balance sheet, or cash flow statement, which are the three traditional financial reports that people need in a business today. So we have that built into the engine, and it can do it in both fiat or Bitcoin. And you choose what's your base currency. So if you really need to be a fiat company, but you also want to look at your Bitcoin or your numbers in a Bitcoin way, you can do that. Or you can be a Bitcoin standard, and any fiat transactions will translate into Bitcoin for you, and you can toggle this back and forth. It's a fascinating exercise. When I first did it with the first version of this engine, it was mind-blowing. I have some mining businesses, and I started to manage my mining businesses in Bitcoin, and it was interesting to see how everything changed. It's a little bit like learning about Bitcoin and sound money, and you just can't unsee it. And so it'd be a longer conversation to explain that, but that's what happened. It was really cool. The next thing is that, and this is a bit of a nod to Jeff and his work and discussion about how everything changes in a deflationary economy. But we believe that you need what we're calling dual ledger reporting, which is you have your nominal fiat, but what is the real purchasing power? If we have all this data now in the system, can we surface some reports, some information that helps you understand what is really going on with your purchasing power? Are you really accumulating profits in real terms? Because in nominal terms, you can be increasing your profit every year in fiat and actually falling behind. And a traditional accounting system won't show that to you. So we want to try and figure out how to show that. And lastly, I'm being told by auditors that any exchange rate that happens in the system where you have to measure from one currency to the other needs to be up to the minute. You can't just use end of day. They want to see it down to the minute. So we built into the ledger that up to the minute audit kind of trail. So where does accounting fit in the structure of Bitcoin? We have 3 layers we know of. Layer 1, obviously, and Layer 2. We've talked a lot about those. I believe that there's this applications layer of various solutions that will be built on top of both Layer 1 and Layer 2. And so accounting, to me, fits into that. So the Bitcoin accounting engine and the integration API are application layer. Some might call them a Layer 3, that's debatable, but let's just call it an applications layer. But it integrates with those other 2 layers and builds upon them. And that includes things like Fedi, Lightning, Arc, Spark, all the things that have been talked about at this conference are part of that Layer 2 that Bitcoin accounting will interact with. So how do we approach this? I mentioned earlier we want to open source these products, and so we have created something called the Bitcoin Accounting Collaborative. If you go to btcaccounting.org, you'll see the website, which was created a few months ago. Just getting started. It's something that we have invested in so far to build, but it's really our gift to the community to bring collaboration of like-minded professionals. So what we're hoping is that accountants, CFOs, business people, anybody who has an interest in accounting and Bitcoin that can come together into this collaborative and share our expertise, come up with best practices, influence gap reporting and other things, because right now it's all being done based on Bitcoin's an asset, not Bitcoin's money. And so we want to have influence. We want to create something that is known in the industry, not known by because we created it, but just it's our community. It's a decentralized kind of a thing. And as part of that, we want to contribute these 2 applications. So we're building them, but our intent is to actually donate them to the collaborative, form a legal structure that can own that somehow. We're still working on that. Yes? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Everywhere in the world. Yeah, the intent is everywhere in the world. Well, I mean, I'm in the US and that's what I know best, but the system as it rolls out can be used anywhere in the world. And I'll talk a little bit more about circular economies in a minute and our 2026 initiative for that. Great question. So basically we're gonna build these 2 software applications, put them into some organization that needs to be needs to be set up legally, that can own that, and then kind of keep it open source and collaborate on it. What BitBooks is doing, which is the company we formed, we're going to build those applications. We're making the investment to do that now, and they will be ready in this quarter. And we will, at that point, open source them, assuming that we can figure out all the technicalities of doing that. I'm not a software developer expert myself, so I need to talk to some really smart people about the best way to go open source. And there are some people in this room that I intend to talk to about that. We will donate them to the collaborative, and then we will provide ongoing development and community support to it, but we're looking for other developers. Like we'll create a bit type process or a pull request process to continue to update this, because as people use it, there's gonna be a lot of good minds that are seeing the things that are needed to be added to this engine. What we're hoping for, while we will use BitBooks as a product, we'll take these products and make them into commercial products that I'll talk about in a second. We hope that there will be other Bitcoin accounting systems that compete with us. The best thing in the world to validate this whole use case and the need is that others do it too. We do not need to be the only accounting system. We don't want to be the only accounting system. We want to bring the best of all the minds together. We believe we can still make some money and do what we need to do as a company. So what are we doing? We're going to commercialize this by taking those open source tools and packaging them with services. So we'll do implementation, we'll do support, we'll teach people how to do Bitcoin accounting, even just how to think about it. We'll provide some actual accounting services. I have a team overseas that can do this. So if somebody doesn't, wants to just outsource some of the bookkeeping activities, we can do that at a reasonable cost with accountants that understand Bitcoin and know what we're doing. If you go to bitbooks.com, that's our website on the commercial side. And you're welcome. There isn't much information there. In the next couple of weeks, we'll complete the site. Right now, there's just basically a thing to fill out a form and put your name on the list so that we can contact you if you're interested in BitBooks later. So the big initiative for this year that I want to talk about is the Circular Economy Initiative. We went to El Salvador in November for adopting Bitcoin. And that was my first exposure personally to the circular economies, meeting people that are running them. And I was so inspired by that, and my partner, Brandon, was there with me. We sat down after that and said, we've got to do something in this community. And so we started doing the math. There's 50 to 100 circular economies around the world. They each have dozens to hundreds of members that are part of them. And we realized that if we can empower those circular economy projects with BitBooks for free, and they can learn how to use it, they in turn can give it away and teach all of their members or their community participants. It's very easy then to get to 1,000. So when we first saw that number, it was like, whoa, that's way too ambitious. But we think we have a way to train the trainer, if you will, and let them put it out there. That, of course, is good for the Bitcoin Accounting Collaborative because we're going to have a lot of feedback from users. We can make it better at a low risk level and some basic, simple businesses. So basically our offer is if you're a nonprofit organization working in Bitcoin, sign up, we'll give it to you for free, we'll host it, we'll do the whole thing for you. If you're a circular economy project, which most are nonprofit, same thing. And then any member of a nonprofit circular economy, we're interested in as well, okay? And then we will sell it to other Bitcoin companies. So we have a couple of commercial companies that actually have a need for this that are well-known brands I won't mention yet. But they have the same problem, and they need this help. Did I lose my slides? Okay. Just a couple calls to action. Hit it again? There we go. Okay. There's the two websites. Join the collaborative. It's free. We're just kind of starting to get names. We'll organize in the next couple of months. We'll do some virtual meetings first. Maybe eventually have a meeting together if it's worthwhile. But we'll go from there. And if you want to learn more about BitBooks, sign up on the list. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sure, I'll take questions. Who had a question? I guess not. Yeah, we could, too. Okay, perfect. I'll watch for you. Thanks. All right, I think Jeff's going to come up, and we're going to fireside chat a little bit. Yeah, I'll take some questions in the meantime. Let's do that. Obi. Great, thank you so much. Thank you. I'd love to talk to your CFO, accountant, or whoever who probably understands the problem. Okay, awesome, great, yes. Yes, yes. And I should have mentioned, anybody will be able to download the Bitcoin accounting engine and use it themselves. So if you have the skills to kind of set it up and run it, host it, it's free. You can do that. We as a commercial entity are just packaging around that to say a lot of people need some help. And so, we can host it for you. We can help you host it, private cloud. We can help you deploy it. We can help you with services, whatever you need. But the core technology is open source. It's for the community. And we hope that others will do that. We'll come up with ideas. We'll make improvements. We'll submit those and make it better for everybody. Kind of like BTC Pay Server or others that are kind of community projects, right? Yes, that's the other purpose of that. And I didn't put it on here, but we have another website called bitcoinconnector.com that also you can sign up on, and that will be a commercialized version of the Bitcoin Integrations API. So you can just use the API, download it, put it into your own product, do what you want. Or if you just want a third-party service where you've built an app and you just need to connect to the whole universe of wallets, you can subscribe. But again, it's using the same core application. If you do it through Bitcoin Connector and BitBooks, we'll do it for you. But the open source software is there if you wanted to do it yourself. If you're technical and you just want to embed it into your product, your application, you can. Yeah. Other questions?
Thank you for doing the stuff that we all need.
Well, you're welcome, and I appreciate that. I don't like doing it either, but I just, when you get into Bitcoin, you do what you need to do to help everybody, right? So we're excited. Why don't you come on up, Jeff, and we'll. Oh yeah.
Quick announcement, real quick, if you're interested in mining or learning about mining, SAS Mining is having a talk on the side stage. And also we have some limited shirts left for the Bitcoin conference in Medellin. So if you're interested, they'll be available at the front desk.
Okay. Thank you. Jeff, this is an informal chat, so I don't know if you have a few thoughts just from what I presented maybe as a starting point.
Yeah, so this is a huge problem in the space, and it's a huge problem, and so it's a problem looking for a solution, and it sounds like you're on the right path to that solution.
Good, thank you. There's many different directions we could go with this, and I guess the first thing I'd question is we talk about store of value, medium of exchange, and unit of account. To me, those are kind of the three layers in a way. Like we're trying to solve this unit of account problem, which has its own set of challenges in terms of how things are priced and things like that. But how do you see an accounting layer helping advance unit of account?
Yeah, so I guess so this transition, like I think about this right now, is for Bitcoin circular economies, they're most of the way there. This would be a pretty easy jump in and to be able to run their accounting. For most businesses, just take 90%, 99% of their accounting will be in fiat. Mm-hmm. And they'll be moving, and then they're going to be accepting more payments in this. So I wonder how this integrates to their accounting software right now. So if it's all at once and they have to operate on yours, they have to rip theirs out to be able to bring yours in. So is there APIs that you could take yours into the other accounting softwares as a Trojan horse into the other system, and then as the payments mature in Bitcoin and move more and more in Bitcoin, and they can start to toggle and see this, they will want to move more into this. So it's not a question for me of is this valuable? It's how do you get it out there in a world that's dominated by fiat today, and what does that distribution path look like?
So maybe an example of that would be QuickBooks is a popular accounting system used throughout the world. Do you build almost like a plug-in and there is one today, but it's only for the intangible asset side, not to treat it as a wallet,
so
right?
That's it, when I see this, that's what I would do. I'd take the open source, I'd create a plugin, and everybody would need that plugin. Anybody that's thinking about Bitcoin, and a lot of companies want to accept Bitcoin, and then they go through their CFO and an accounting group, and their CFO and accounting group have no idea how to, right? So you're in these boards, and you're in, and so now if they had a way to just click, you're essentially a Trojan horse inside of there. So that's this is a go-to-market or opportunity is how I would look at that.
Yeah, that's interesting. We've thought a lot about Square, what it's done in the U.S., and it's great to see merchants starting to adopt, but they're going to have the same question. Well, I've got this sort of bank account that's Bitcoin. Now, how do I account for it?
Well, so,
right?
You can see the momentum, and you can see what's blocking the momentum, and something like this can just click.
Yeah.
And so we have a whole bunch of portfolio companies. You heard from Obi, right? That all of these portfolio companies have the same challenge.
Yeah.
I did have a question on if it's a private transaction, how do you categorize it?
Yeah. So and I didn't go too deep in this, but I'll take a minute here. So when we first started building BitBooks, I didn't want to touch anything to do with payments. I just wanted to collect the data in the traditional way, account for it. And what I realized in playing with an actual version of the system for a year is that you almost need to create the payment transaction in BitBooks with the data you need. Who am I paying? What am I paying for? What account is that going to? Maybe there's an invoice number, whatever. Then it goes down to the payment layer, and only the data that's needed, which is, say, the invoice URL or whatever, is all that goes into the payment layer. But there's some kind of a connection between the payment, the hash or a memo or something that links it back to the accounting data. So the accounting data is still private. It's between you, within your own system and your company, in terms of who and what and why, but the payment itself goes out privately. And so we believe that in time we'll need to integrate payments, and that's what I was talking to Obi about so long yesterday, was how would we essentially create a payment in Fedi, but from this data? And that's where the mini apps in Fedi, for example, are perfect for that, because we can build that, the user can go in, we'll collect a couple of pieces of information that stay in BitBooks only, then the payment's executed underneath.
Got it.
Yeah. So great question. Let me just look at my notes here. I had a couple of other things I thought maybe we'd talk about. One is, boy, we could go in a lot of different directions, but we talk about zombie companies. And if you start accounting on a Bitcoin standard, and you can actually see these numbers and understand if you're actually creating real profits and real value, what do you think happens? Like, how does this change the world? Do a lot of companies just eventually go out of business because they're not viable?
Right. Most companies would fail in today's market. If you just look at the IRR in Bitcoin versus the existing system, right? You can see this, right? They think they're growing, and most aren't growing. And what's ending up happening is they're taking more and more leverage all the time, and the debt money's destroyed. They're already dead. The money's already gone to money heaven. Yeah. And they're being propped up, and that's all the way to the top. Because if you had a run, if you had any deflation, those biggest companies that are on top of this, they would all go to zero. And so that's why the governments are forced to print more money, right? It's an illusion. The entire system is based on an illusion that and we live in that illusion, thinking that those are powerful companies. In the free market, they're already dead, right? They don't know they're dead yet. And what you're doing if you're contributing to Bitcoin is ending them, right? And you're repricing that entire structure by your activation in it. But yeah, it's just an illusion. That control mechanism that is stolen from us, that aggregates up higher and higher and higher, is a very real illusion, because it's true they have more control than us, because we give away our control to them from that system. But if you're saying from an economic calculation, anybody that's a good friend of mine, my co-founder of my last business, he said to me last year, he said, "You went into Bitcoin so hard and you just went everything in. I created this other business. It's a really successful business. And what I recognized is all of my time and all of my money and all of my employees, if I just did what you did and put your money in Bitcoin, I would have done like 3 times better than the business that I built." right? And so when you, that changes your economic calculation, and it changes it's easier. It's still, the free market's hard because what you're doing, you're having to come up with value that is value for other people. And to outperform that and that rate on Bitcoin, it means you have to accept Bitcoin and you have to accelerate that free market. That is not easy, right? Because the world can compete with you, but it is what's happening, right?
Yeah, one of the things we're really excited about is being part of this adoption of Bitcoin as true everyday money in business, not just personally, and that it's not just a store of value. And our thesis is that medium of exchange will increase. We have some great projects out there that are making that easy, but the more that happens, the more the gap on the accounting will show up.
So as an example, right? We and people talk about it just as an asset, and because the asset and the way that the world looks today, it would appear that it's still an asset. So yesterday we were talking, when I was talking with Frank, how fast this is moving, how staggering it's moving, while people are worried about the price, right? Yeah. We invested in a company recently that did 150 million in Lightning and stablecoin transactions in the month of December. It's growing straight up. It's already profitable, and 70% of the volume is outside of the U.S. That couldn't exist if it wasn't already a medium of exchange. And so all of those companies that are doing that also,
they need accounting. They got to keep track of it.
That company is powering Shake Shack. Shake Shack has a problem in the same thing. All of these companies. So what you're doing is you're skating to where the puck's going, right? Well, everybody's talking about here, and that's what one of the challenging things with the entrepreneurial process is you have to be in front of where it is, and if you're too far in front, you don't have the capital to get there. Right. You have to, and if you're too far behind where it's going, the market consolidates and it's gone by the time you get there. So that sweet spot in timing and execution and timing is a really critical part of any entrepreneurial venture.
Yeah. There's two other challenges that I think Bitcoin businesses face. One is paying Bitcoin salaries and having their employees understand and feel comfortable with that. And the other is pricing in Bitcoin when not all their costs are in Bitcoin. And we'd love to help solve that problem. I wonder if you have any thoughts about how an accounting system could provide, this is getting out of looking in the rearview mirror, but more looking forward. How could you provide tools? What kind of tools would help a business in that way?
Yeah, so if you think about how you use technology, and you were a part of the technology, you use the things that provide you more value. So you will for sure use companies that use AI instead of people to do the same job, because if you don't, you won't pay more for the service. So unless the company removes the labor with the AI, you won't use the thing, right? So now think through that path. So we are all economic actors rationalizing what we're spending on, and we're always choosing the best value. In the free market, massive competition to serve us value, and we choose. What would that mean in a world that looks like this? It would mean that jobs are going to go away because we've forced them to go away, because we're choosing the more value, and the automation is happening. If that's the way that the world looks, if we also we're going to pay our people more and more and more, then we're going to drive our company off the cliff because it's not competitive in the free market. So what Bitcoin is you're going to, in Bitcoin terms, you're going to get less each year in Bitcoin, right? You might get more, but the Bitcoin will rise in value.
Purchasing power. Right?
You might get more only if that company is growing so fast that they can afford to. But if they keep doing that in a competitive mode and they have this high cost, they'll fail, right? So the business, the CEO of the business isn't trying to remove labor, not desperately trying. The company is trying to provide value to other people. And any employee of that company operates on the same principle. Any employee, what are you as an employee? What are you as a company? Your job is to provide value. If you provide more value than other people, you will do very well. If you provide more value to your company than other employees, you will do very well. How do you do that? You constantly a competition to provide more value. But the denominator in Bitcoin, in a world that looks like this, it means your real income will go up forever.
But your number goes down.
But your number goes down. And it's such a mental switch because we've never operated into that world. We've always operated in prices of everything go up and my salary goes up over time in a world that's completely incongruent with that.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Any questions from the group? It's your chance to talk to Jeff.
Or Rourke.
Or me, I guess. Frank. Yeah. Yeah. So the last year I've used it in my own Bitcoin companies, and it was a very early version. It didn't have the balance sheet part yet. It was mainly focused on the P&L. It was really just a proof of concept, and that's when I mentioned earlier, you see things differently when you actually account for everything in Bitcoin. That was what I was referring to. This next version has all of the key features that are needed to do full financial reporting. It'll be released in the next month or so. We do have several companies. I'll mention one, Blink. I met Lucas, CEO of Blink, last year at Bitcoin Mina. He gave a great presentation about, unit of account and accounting, and I followed up with him afterwards. We've been talking for a year. Their requirements have informed a lot of what you saw today. They're in the middle of spreadsheet chaos, and they're a big company. They've formed multiple entities. They're restructuring. They desperately need something like this. So I'm fairly confident they'll be a paid customer. I think they'll be ready in the next couple of months. There are a few others that have talked to us that are commercial companies that I think our goal is to break even at least in 2026, in spite of all the donations to the 1,000. The initiative, if you will, the Bitcoin circular economy. So there's a lot of interest. And the amazing thing is everybody I talk to has the same problem, that they're using spreadsheets and they can't get their financial statements. And so, like I said, I don't want to be the only solution. We obviously need to be profitable to survive. And we are a Bitcoin-only business. We're registered in Honduras and Prospera. And so we're kind of eating that dog food as well, but we will be on a Bitcoin P&L ourselves as a company. Yeah, please.
So you said you're open sourcing it. So you're thinking about it as a gift or a contribution. Do you imagine that there'll be iterations on this? And also to Tom's question about it existing in other countries, that maybe people who are more familiar with the tax code in those countries adapting it in the ways necessary? Is that part of the process?
Yes, that is exactly the process. Exactly. And we'll support any fiat currency and Bitcoin out of the gate. The only thing it may not have is all the integrations to the banking systems in those countries. But again, we hope that's why the Bitcoin integration API is open source, is that somebody who's dealt with that problem in Australia or in Africa or wherever can say, oh, well, let me bring that solution in and add it, and now everybody can benefit from that addition, right? Yeah. Any others? How are we on time? About 5 minutes left. Sure.
Yeah, thanks for everything you're doing. We're an El Salvador-based business, and we just brought on our first accountant, and so we're going through that challenge currently.
Yeah.
Do you have a business or a collaborative partner in El Salvador that you're currently working with and have been smart on the so that you can create a framework that you can share with others in El Salvador?
I would say, Blink is in Salvador to an extent, and so that's part of what we're doing, but I wouldn't say it's El Salvador focused. We'd love to collaborate. It's all about collaboration. So if you want to reach out afterwards, we can connect, and we'd love to have partners like that. And this is why we separated the Bitcoin Accounting Collaborative from BitBooks, was so that we have a vehicle in which to do that and not kind of pollute onto the commercial side. So BitBooks will benefit from those things, but we want you to collaborate with the collaborative and not with us. Be a customer or be a recipient of the donation on the BitBook side, but for these kind of collaborations, let's work through the accounting collaborative. Yeah. Perfect. That's great. Welcome the opportunity. Other questions? Maybe it's not such a boring topic after all. I hope. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we're reluctant leaders in it, and as soon as we can get some other smart minds in, we're happy to distribute that, but somebody has to start it somewhere. Like, I just assume be Satoshi and disappear in a year or two and let smarter minds that love accounting do this. But I am grateful for the opportunity to start it, and I feel blessed that I actually had this background, and it was one of the first things I saw when I was exposed to Bitcoin. I actually wrote a very early version of a Bitcoin or BitBooks product idea, because when I started to use Bitcoin and I was playing with Lightning and all this, my mind went to, how do I keep track of all this? And so that's why I started looking. I looked for a couple of years, couldn't find it. So I finally said, got to build it. So, yeah, exactly. It's a blessing and a curse at the same time, right?
The entrepreneur's curse.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Awesome.
Well, good. We can end a little bit early if we need to, unless there are more questions. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry for knocking your thing off.
No worries, no worries.
Ten cuidado que se nos perdió la tapa ahorita.
Okay, cool. Are we sitting? ¿Nos sentamos o estamos? Okay. One can sit. Hello, guys.
Testing, testing.
It's good. So I'm gonna give you this and wait. Somewhere. Let's stand and we sit when one is talking and the other one.
Okay, yeah, just stand to speak.
Okay. Yeah. Should I intro that we're going to talk about Salvador and then just So, hello everyone, how are you doing? Are you having a good time? Yeah? Oh man, like, are you having a good time?
Yeah.
So, today we will talk a little bit about what's going on in El Salvador. We had quite some insights there. So, yeah, Adam, please.
Awesome. Hey everyone, really nice to be with you today. Happy to be in Colombia, where I call home. But we also do a lot of work around the world, and today we're going to share with you specifically what we've been doing in El Salvador, but also what we're up to in and around other countries. So without further ado, I'm Adam Neely, and this is
Nelson Eno.
All right, cool. So a little bit about WeSpark. WeSpark is an innovation agency. We specialize in education around a couple different key topics that we think are very important for the world today. One of those being Bitcoin education, another being AI education, another being health education. WeSpark is an agency that has worked with over 40 institutions around the world in education. Around 20 or so of those are higher level education, so universities around the world. We've contributed to EU policy around innovation and helped contribute to an ISO standard in innovation management services. And so we have a presence in several different countries and growing, and we love what we do. And we think about what we do is focus on very important topics that the world needs to understand better. And our job is to understand those topics deeply and explain them simply. So there you can see, our creative design led by Nelson and our design team, and our three main focuses up on the top of our logo there. It really, health is the foundation, right? And then helping people understand personal finance, what it is to do, how to manage a budget, how to pay yourself first, how to apply timeless personal finance principles to this new world of Bitcoin. We also focus on Bitcoin and specifically cultivating an entrepreneurial mindset so we can grow prosperity wherever we go. So here's a common situation. We're in a taxi, we're at a bar, and someone asks you, what is Bitcoin? You give them an explanation, and you feel like you want to direct them to a resource that is more than just, what is Bitcoin, right? Maybe you send them a transaction if you're at a conference and someone has a wallet, you get them to download everything. But, you have their time and attention for only so long, and you want to leave them with a reference point. But you want that reference point to be comprehensive. You want, there's a ton of people out there that don't understand what money is, right? Then there's a ton of people who understand money and Bitcoin, but they don't understand personal finance. And there's a ton of people who understand personal finance who don't like Bitcoin. And what we're really trying to do is bring those all together and create a curriculum and a one-stop shop for them to understand all, to bring them under the understanding of what Bitcoin is and how to use it productively to build better lives. So here's a requirement comparison. I think, in the modern banking era, we have all these forms, IDs, processes, minimum balance. We just drop you into this ecosystem without any education. And on the Bitcoin side, you have a lower hurdle rate. I can give you a wallet, I can send you some sats, and you're essentially onboarded. But without basic Bitcoin education serving as this fundamental pillar of your life, you may not understand how to manage it, you may not understand how to grow it, you may not understand how to live a better life. So basic Bitcoin education is that kind of cornerstone, for modern financial understanding. And I think at WeSpark, we don't think we need another certificate. We don't see that working. Our model is, create a course designed to speed up the timeline, help students understand in their own local context, right? Our first region of focus is El Salvador. We provide specific tools that you can use to understand Bitcoin, a specific roadmap you can follow that actually works in your local context, and we do that in all the regions that we operate. So that is our kind of current belief. Bitcoin is a topic, very technical, very complex, the way it's traditionally introduced. And a lot of people, I think, have this personal fear of finance or some kind of emotional relationship with money that may not be positive. And the famous Andreas Antonopoulos quote is everything we don't understand about money and everything we don't understand about computers is what Bitcoin is. And so, our approach to this is very, very simple. And when we dive deep into a region, right, we study the landscape, we study the banking rails, the Bitcoin rails, the services, and we learn that, a lot of learners have no financial education whatsoever. That's by design, we know that. But, even here in Colombia, there's a negative association. Bitcoin is commonly associated with an estafa or a scam, right? And I learned that personally through some of the work that I've done here with the presidential agencies in trying to understand what Bitcoin is and what it's not. There's a lot of institutions out there, some that rhyme with finance, that come into these high-level, presidential agencies, and they say, here's what we're going to do for you. We're going to sponsor your conference and, adopt this casino, and everyone's going to be wealthy and number go up. And, our approach is just so radically different, right? We just stand there and we say, hey, look, I'll spool up this token for you, show you how easy it is to print value out of nothing, value. And, it's your choice as a government. Do you want to build a society with a solid foundation, or do you want to build a casino that's digital and like is value negative? You know, the choice is yours. And we find often when you put it in simple terms and you show people how easy it is to create these like fiat tokens, like it really puts it in perspective for them. So, you know, moving on to the next point, you know, Bitcoin should not be overcomplicated, especially at the level that we teach, right? We're very privileged to be focused on high school students. So we get you when you're young, when you're curious, when you don't know, you know, why the prices of everything are rising around you, why you can't afford the shoes that you want. You know, we deal with those questions directly. And, you know, our solution, right, is to kind of get around the common situation that I think we've all been a part of, I mean, for many years, which is, you know, Exhibit A, scientific study. This is some WeSpark science. Your aunt mentions the turkey's more expensive this year. You, the opportunistic scientist. Aha. Here we go. Sudden orange pilling event. And I think that, like, you know, I've seen this as a bystander. I've certainly done this as like a scientist, and I've seen it be fairly ineffective. So we want to avoid the situation as much as possible. Now, zooming into El Salvador, you know, we have a very high percentage of the population that's entrepreneurial. That's great. We have access to better technology that started in El Salvador. We have circular economies. We have on-the-ground grassroots movements, and we think that's super important. We also, like, something we talked about last night and has been a common thread over the last couple of years is, like, you know, all of this volatility, all of this chaos, all of these exponentially growing technologies creates opportunity for students who are high agency, who understand technology, who want to jump in and create something new. So what we want to do is come in, serve them with a basic personal financial literacy course, say, hey, look, this is how you start saving money. You know, start putting away 5%, 10%, whatever you can. Build a margin of safety, start to separate yourself from the high time preference needs that you have, sit back as an observer on the world, start to connect these dots of opportunity around you, create value for the world by connecting those dots, right? Serve the world, and as you serve the world, your wealth will grow. And then as your wealth grows, make sure you're saving it in the vehicle that protects it over time. So, you know, right now, you know, we're designing that learning. We're doing it on a national level. You know, the program rolls out this year in collaboration with the government, Ministry of Education, Bitcoin Office, and Bitcoin Beach is going to be our teaching partner on the ground. But that's our primary focus right now. Let's go. So this is a really cool initiative. You know, we talked to the Bitcoin Office. They were talking to a variety of different partners. And they were saying, like, look, we want to do something that, like, is really impactful. And we have some feedback. We have some data to share with you. This is what the teachers like about education currently. This is what the students like. Great. This is what they don't like. This is what's not working. And this is not the vision maybe that we want to see, you know, for the future of our country. And we said, okay, great. Here's our version. Here's what we think. Here's how we operate. These are our principles. These are our understandings. And this is what we want to see in El Salvador. And that's how we started to move forward. So there's a favorite podcast that I have. This is fun, live troubleshooting. Yeah, so there's a favorite podcast that I have. After the presentation, if you like this kind of explanation, it comes from Peter Kaufman. Peter Kaufman was he's a Berkshire CEO. He ran one of their portfolio companies, still does. One of the greatest thinkers, I think. Very, very crystal clear. Has a ton of value. It's like the highest density of value over units of time podcast that I've heard. But after the presentation, come find me and I'll share it with you. But he has this great part in the podcast where he explains, like, you know, this commonly attributed to Einstein level of intellect hierarchy. And he says, you know, a lot of things are smart, right? And they're smart, they sound good, they're very compressed information, you know, 10-point, you know, Scrabble words. And that's good. That's a starting point. You know, you start to work your way up the ladder, and then things are intelligent. You start to apply some sort of, you know, synthesis, and you make it easier. You move up to brilliant, and now you're contributing ideas, and people think, wow, that was a great idea. I didn't see that insight before. You move to genius, you're starting to see things that people didn't even know were on the board. Everyone in the boardroom's looking at the same problem, and like some guy jumps out and says, what if we do this instead? No one saw it coming. That's genius. And at the top, he says it's simple. This is super simple. It's clear, it's direct. You understand what someone's trying to tell you, right? There's a message that's encoded. It goes across space-time, lands to the receiver, and it's decoded perfectly. And that's simple, and that's what we try to do. We try to make our messaging and our education incredibly simple. So our teaching philosophy is start there. Start it simple. Explain it to people. Explain how Bitcoin is the best money we've ever had. It's a tool to build a better life. And make that process visual, right? Make it fun. Make it interactive. So our modern financial education in Bitcoin course is heavily focused on personal finance, managing money, especially in areas of the world where there's not a lot of it to manage, right? And the key thing here is that you, as someone who earns money, who creates value for the world, can start a savings plan. And the more you save, the more your buffer grows, the lower your time preference becomes, the more you get to sit back and observe what opportunities exist in my environment and how am I going to serve my fellow brothers and sisters in the world. So that's kind of a cool example of what the course looks like. These visualizations are all scattered throughout the course. I think we have 100 something?
120 plus and over 1,500 tinier visualizations.
Yeah. So we really try to make it visual and make it fun. Again, how we do it, digitalization, build it so it's easy to access. Gamify it where we can, right? Localize it. And I think this is a big thing that I see missing in the world of education is like this one size fits all kind of fits none. And when you come into our course, we explain to you from the El Salvador context how to on-ramp, how to off-ramp, and how to manage money at the current amount that you may be earning. And the levels of complexity, we kind of, we start off in level 1. We have 10 modules. By the end of the course, you're looking at level 5 difficulty diagrams and visualizations. But you don't start there, right? We explain things simply, and we there's a gradient of difficulty that we work our way up to. And so, yeah, that's it. I'm going to pass it to Nelson. He's going to talk about the science behind visualizations because, fully candidly, I had no idea what the difference between a visualization and a graphic was before I signed on to WeSpark. So he's going to show us that part.
Thank you, Adam. Great intro. So, yeah, doing visualizations, like taking those super abstract, complex concepts and making them relatable, simple, straightforward, is extremely resource intensive. It takes a lot of effort. So we cannot visualize everything. And it doesn't make sense to visualize everything. Else we will be making a comic book about Bitcoin. So what we do is we have a simple framework where we check if something is easy to understand or hard to understand, and if a topic is kind of like a nice to know or critical to know. And basically, when we have that intersection between a topic that is critical to know, that really allows you to be a Bitcoiner that can be on the driver's seat and take the responsibility, and a topic that is at the same time hard to explain and hard to understand, then that means that has the priority, and we visualize that. And there's other icons. These icons tell a little bit about what's going to come in the future, because right now we start with all these hundreds of visualizations, but later, as we're moving and serving other countries and kind of updating the course, we want to include animations, we want to include videos, and eventually get to the point where the most complex topics are explained through little gamified activities, basically Bitcoin video games. Oh, sorry, can I have that? Thank you. Yeah, so what we will show you next are some of the examples throughout the course. So these are drafts with some animations, but these were the drafts that we took at the beginning to start. So you will see here when we're trying to explain someone, okay, a transaction is done without a third party. So you see the money, how it's going a little bit to the intermediary, and then it's going to the receiver. And then on Bitcoin, it's kind of direct. And I know, like here we are, most of us, like a bunch of nerds, and yeah, okay, there's some like minors fees and so on. But imagine how you in school, when you start learning chemistry and biology, they teach you that there's like an atom and it has like protons and neutrons in the middle, and then there's like these circles, and each of them has the electrons. And okay, cool, that's the way how you learn it first, but reality is far away from that. When you go into higher chemistry, you learn that everything that you learned before, it's actually just a super oversimplification of the topic, and that electrons can like disappear and go into other dimensions and come back or jump from one to another, layer. So we do the same. We are moving through those levels of complexity. Here we have a second example. So if we want to explain why money exists, you see, okay, we have on the one side someone who's selling bananas because this guy has a lot of banana trees. This is before money. And then we have a fisherman who, well, sells fish. That's his currency. So the banana guy wants to get some fish. The fisherman wants to have like a couple of bananas. So yeah, they can trade. And then we have an example where we have the same banana guy, but now the fisherman, he wants a knife to fillet the fish. He doesn't want bananas. He already has bananas. So they will not be able to trade, and when the number is really exceeded, then eventually you will have these random situations, and without money, people cannot really trade or barter. So the banana guy wants to have some fish, the other guy is a shepherd, and he wants some boots, so they will not be able to trade. And yeah, and then we explain people how money fixes this. I know that here you want to say like Bitcoin fixes this as well. So. And then we will take other concepts such as the Cantillon effect, and here you have these drafts of animations, but that's the idea. Imagine an animation where you can see over time how the money for some people that are closer to the source of like money printing are getting richer and richer in comparison to the others. These kind of animations are the ones that we want to do in the future. So that's why we're showing you the drafts as well. Or here we have an example from energy, and this is the last draft example. Then we will see the actual like images from the course, visualizations from the course. And here, imagine there's a text that is explaining you that when you produce energy, you need to consume the same amount at the same time. So we create like visuals that is kind of like a mathematical formula where you have 2 + 1 equals, and then the other side is 3, right? So here you have like 2 units of energy that are being produced +2, so you have like fully renewables, and then Bitcoin helps to, like consume that overproduction of energy, and then you can start the city without having to use a very stable and regulative source such as coal, where you can just like burn or more coal or less coal. So we teach these principles by using lots of visualizations like that. Now, there's the activities. This is one of our favorite ones. So imagine you're in the classroom, you already learned about monies and characteristics of monies, you know Bitcoin, and now you are forced to create your own fiat, well, it's basically, sorry for the word, shitcoin. So you have to design your own money, and give it a name, like draw a symbol, like draw like how the bills look like in case of there's bills or coins, whatever, have an emission chart, and so on. So you go through all these characteristics of money that you learn, and then you go in the class, and you need to try to defend or come to a situation where you're forced to use your critical thinking to see why Bitcoin will be a better choice than anything that you invent just now in the class. So like these activities, we have lots of others. Some of them are still, we're trying to solve them. Like we want to show how mining works using dice, but we have to also think about the reality that not all the schools we have like just dice lying around and so on. So we're trying to overcome those challenges. Now, and this was a really cool idea from Richard and Adam from the team. We want to make the course relatable. So for that, I introduce you to 2 characters that every student from El Salvador that graduates from school will get to know. On the left side, we have Carlos, and on the right side, we have Sofia. Any of you has read here Rich Dad, Poor Dad? Yeah? Okay, awesome. So Poor Dad, Rich Dad on the right. So Carlos, he has, very high time preference. He's very impulsive, reactive. He just wants to buy a motorcycle, and to do that, he's selling phone cases on the street. Sophia, on the other hand, she's trying to, focus on her studies. She wants to learn how to become a designer, go to university, and eventually open a boutique clothing store in El Salvador. She knows that, hard work over long periods gets to results. So she's more like a low time preference. And then through the course, you will have again and again, in each of the chapters an example of what will Carlos do and what will Sofia do, and then by showing their ways of acting. So input is how they act, output is the consequences or what changes in their life. We have a very visual, relatable way to show the students how different their lives can be if they, try to be a little bit more like Sofia in this case. And another example is here when we are talking that we have different complexity levels. So we have the same here, the same situation here. We have Victor paying Julio a few sats for an apple. And then you have like the first picture, and then the second one is the next level of complexity. And then, thank you. And then the third picture is like a higher level of complexity. So we don't want to just like tell you, we want to show you. So when we mean that we have different layers of complexity, these are the sort of like visualizations that we're talking about. And we said that we want to make it relatable, practical, visual. So imagine these are from two different parts of the course, but the image on the top is showing you like how to buy Bitcoin and then what you should do afterwards. But you have different ways of getting peer-to-peer, exchange, ATMs, voucher. And in this case, what we're showing you is that we don't want to leave the students without telling them the steps in between. So if we say that these 4 are ways of getting Bitcoin, we put the ATM here and we get every single step of the process, because we think that if we don't do that and there's a step missing, then any malicious person can abuse that ignorance from the student, like steal their cash, their Bitcoin, and so on. So that's why, we are not cutting corners. We are, just putting that hard work again and again and again to make sure that the visuals and the content is really complete. This one is one of our favorites because it's a little bit more on the philosophy side. It's like, okay, how do you teach like high time preference and low time preference? How do you visualize it? So what we do is we take an input-output approach. We have on the high time preference side a today and tomorrow. The input is what you do today. If you have an unhealthy diet and you don't exercise, tomorrow you're more likely to be unhealthy. If you waste your time watching stuff, scrolling infinitely, getting like super cheap, high amounts of the worst quality dopamine, then tomorrow you're more likely to be unconfident, unskilled, and even lost. If you waste your money buying fiat stuff today, then you're more likely to be poor and trouble, opposed to doing the hard thing and living like Sophia with a low time preference. If you eat healthy today and exercise, you're more likely to be healthy tomorrow. If you learn and improve your skills today, you're more likely to be skilled and focused. If you save today and if you live with moderation, then you're likely to be wealthy tomorrow. So you see, these are like 3 different examples. Maybe someone will relate to the food and exercise. Maybe another student will relate to the shopping, and so on. But all in all, and this is the last example, what we're trying to do is to just create that content localization. So here you have some examples. When we talk about El Salvador, we want students to understand what the strategy around Bitcoin from their government is, and then we visualize that. And also show how Bitcoin is having impact in other countries, such as Colombia, such as Nigeria, such as Venezuela, and so on. So with that in mind, I'll give the mic back to Adam. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Nelson. Yeah, I mean, I guess in summary, WeSpark is a team, initiative. We have an incredible team behind us. One of whom was the recently hired Bitcoin accountant. So Rourke's presentation that preceded ours was incredibly useful. We'll be contributing and using that. But also the collaborative partners that we have at the Bitcoin office, right? Like, we're looking at this global initiative of creating personal finance education that we didn't even receive in the US growing up, right? That would have like radically changed outcomes and compressed timelines to success. And the key thing here is choice. It's agency. It's restoring that. It's showing that your choices today affect your future tomorrow. And this is specifically some of the financial tools available in your local context that you can use now to affect a better future. So anything else to add there, Nelson, before we go to the last? Oh yeah, a few books that inspired our mission. It's like, all we see are these end states, all we see are these summaries, but we never see the inputs that like kind of led to the summary or led to the finished product. And I think some of these books really helped shape and inform our thinking. We even stuck, one of our own up on the second, book, something we wrote for students in El Salvador to kind of help them understand like this current reality of incredible volatility and incredible opportunity. Like how incredibly fortunate, we were talking about this last night, like that we got to spawn on planet Earth in this exact moment. I just think that's so cool, So, yeah, last slide. Okay, cool. And then, the path, right? Or like the recipe, if there were a recipe for us, is like the world is just too big to push on, like directly. There's too much surface area. You can't there's no world to push on. So how do we try to engineer more prosperity in the world? Well, it's like education. We change ourselves, right? We activate the students. We get them involved in our programs. We show them roadmaps that actually work. Through that, we generate new businesses, right? A 30% entrepreneurial base in El Salvador, a large entrepreneurial base in Colombia here, and we start to generate a generation of people who believe that they can serve the world and they can save and build a better tomorrow, leads to more prosperity. So first we change ourselves, then we change our friends and families, then we change the world. And so that's our recipe at WeSpark. And that's it. So I think we have a little bit of extra time for questions. I'm going to put this down so I don't take the batteries out again. Does anyone have any questions for either myself or Nelson? Right.
Yes.
How are you receiving this type of education? In school, I was never taught about money, so this is the first time we're being taught about money. So I would like to know how did you take in this information?
Totally, yeah. Gradually, through a brief introduction to psychology, and it's a very heavily Socratic curriculum. So especially the first chapter, we're examining your beliefs about money, what you've observed about prices, and we're just getting to know you, and you're getting to know yourself through the curriculum. And then we start to introduce you to okay, so if those are tools and those are my current beliefs, and I wrote this letter to myself, to my future self of that I could actually impact my outcome, what tools do I need to move forward? And that's when we show you the tools. And we show you budgeting, income statements, how money works in El Salvador so you understand the banking system. And then we start to guide you toward kind of the current monetary system as it exists today. And then we show you the solution and how you can get hands-on with the solution. And so it's a very gradual kind of exposure. And it really pulls a lot from the student and gets them to contribute to the curriculum as much as we're contributing to them. I don't know if that answered your question. Yeah, okay, cool. Anyone else?
Other? Yeah. Yes, please.
How do you work on bridging the gap for financial terms like flexibility and durability? How do you meet kids at that level?
That's a great question. The section of the curriculum that walks people through that has, and that's a slide we should probably include in the future, because we spent a lot of time trying to solve this through visuals and share relatable examples of this is like that. And we're like, man, this is so highly individualized. We're going to do our best attempt with visualizations and explanations, give a couple layered explanations, and then say there's probably other examples of this in your environment. Can you think of one? And then you go, oh yeah, you know what? Actually, where else is something like maybe, very simplistically, is a bagel that I buy at a store like another bagel? Is a cup of water that I get from somewhere like another cup of water? Are those two things similar enough? We try to pull as much as we can out of the student after exposing them to the concept. And then when they start to design their own money, it kind of pulls it out of them more. And now it's interesting because you, me, and Nelson, in the Design Your Own Money section, are all working together to come up with the best definition of that as it relates to El Salvador. And so does that kind of help? It's first here's the concept, here's a couple examples, now you contribute, then we contribute, and that shared understanding is kind of what the students walk away with. And I think no two classrooms will be kind of the same in that kind of regard, because you'll have a different example than classroom B, but hopefully then everyone will understand that concept. Thank you.
Maybe a last question?
Thank you for your time and attention, everyone.
Thank you.
Cheers. Yeah.
I turned it off. I don't know if that's right. Yeah, no worries.
Ok, tú me dices. ¿Aló?
Hey, before we start on this next keynote here, just real quick, we've got about 20 shirts left, so just heads up if anyone's interested. But stick around first for Monica's, and then we'll save them. And then after Monica's talk, we'll start selling the 20 other shirts.
Am I good? Yeah, okay. Hi, everybody. So I'm going to give a little bit of a premise. I used to be a very good speaker when I was talking about my art, and now it is a pleasure and privilege to be here in front of all these incredible speakers. So I have a very loopy mind, so if I actually just leave the slides and I improvise, you will have to leave tomorrow morning because I could go all over the place. So I am training myself to become like the most incredible speaker, so the only way that you can achieve mastery is by trying. So thank you for being the space where I'm going to try being me slowly. So I'm going to read and I'm going to try to be as true to my words. Sometimes I'm going to make mistakes, but the whole spirit of here so we can reconnect to who we are. So this is my Bitcoin as a state of consciousness, embodying your own logos. So, how are you doing? Are you awake? It's a good question. So, let's take a deep breath. I say that more for me because I'm nervous. So, I'm honored to be here in my home country, Colombia. I was born here, and I am very thankful to the people of this conference, John and Rainer and everybody else for inviting me to be here, and so I can be myself and show the love that I have for Bitcoin. Okay, so most of the time we're unaware that we live between two breaths, one at birth and one at death. The parenthesis in between is the span of our lives. Therefore, if we value it for its scarcity, we need to tap into the profound miracle it gives us. Consciousness means the state of being aware of what passes through our mind. Consciousness is the field of awareness itself. It is not a state of mind. The mind is one of its instruments. Bitcoin awakens and reveals the architecture of consciousness, from inner awareness and purposeful action to a thriving civilization. I'm going to walk you through the layers and dimensions embedded in Bitcoin as a tool for metamorphosis. Enjoy. Hold on. The base layer is consciousness. Consciousness is the fundamental and irreducible reality from which space, time, and matter emerge. It also gives us the freedom of choice. We have to find out, each one of us, within ourselves, our own truth. I spent 9 years training with a Chinese Taoist master when I was living in New York City to quiet my mind, and one of the most important things that I learned was to see things as they are, to observe behavior and correlate to it. And this is how I am responding instead of reacting. After a period of practice, I saw the difference in my emotional body that transformed reactions into response. Therefore, if you want to study consciousness, observe your own thinking and become observant of your actions and how you relate to them. Wuji is the void before creation, what Zen calls emptiness, the stillness from which a vibration begins. The second layer is human action. From the stillness of Wuji, polarity arises. Taiji is the first movement, the great ultimate, in which polarity, the yin and yang, begins to unfold here on earth. As humans, we have the privilege to evolve through action. The movement of complementary forces giving birth to form, the moment when consciousness seeks expression through motion. A third way emerges when opposites find harmony, the way of the will, the synthesis that moves beyond duality. It is through this balanced movement that intention appears, and the will becomes our creative force. When I began observing my own reactions and the shift towards response, I realized that action is the place where awareness becomes visible, the moment where practice takes form. We know that from Mises called all human action purposeful behavior, and behavior simply means the way we act, the way we respond, and the way we conduct ourselves as awareness that is integrating the world we live. The logos as the personalized expression of that awareness. In my understanding, the logos is the embodiment of uniqueness, singularity, also known as the authenticity or just plain being based. Through different wisdom systems, this principle reflects the same truth. The Tao is the way. The Qi or prana of our life is shaping every form. In that sense, the logos is the way as a personal individual experience. While studying time through the Taoist cosmology and through Tai Chi Chuan and the I Ching and the acupuncture and everything else, TCM, I began to see patterns and transformations in each cycle and how each person carries a unique frequency expressing the whole. Movement was the key to harmonize the inner field where perception, breath, and intention meet, because perception is our own individual awareness of how we take in the world and give meaning to that experience. How am I doing? Thank you. Thank you. In Carl Jung's process of individuation, did I move this? Hold on, no, it moved. In Carl Jung's process of individuation, the logos is liberation itself. Liberation from trauma as reconnecting our own unmet needs. It freed conditioned structures so that consciousness can evolve. From the Gospel of John, to incarnate is to embody the word, the verb, the action. Literally, the spirit made into flesh. I don't know if you understand, the word incarnation comes from Latin, and it means carne, which is what we eat as carnivores, right? So we are embodying our spirit. To live in the Logos is to embody the virtues of courage, truth, humility, gratitude, kindness, discernment, excellence, and generosity, among many other virtues. When awareness becomes action, it turns into energy and motion, leading a conscious life. Energy is vibration in motion. It is physical, it is psychic, it is emotional and spiritual, mental. The power that directs our own movement, the quality of the intention determines the quality of the energy. If energy is everything, intention becomes the part that gives its value. When that intention becomes effort in decision-making, the energy becomes very potent. Nature follows the same principle. The breath becomes voice through vibration. The sun becomes life through the leaf and the flower, and attunement is this rhythm. This is the key. Bitcoin reflects this same principle, energy that is crystallized into uncorruptible value. Bitcoin is a catalyst for transformation. Movement is change of perspective which leads to evolution. When we move in space, we can see new perspectives and allow new points of view. Think about dogma or indoctrinated and curious people. They sit and stagnate without inquiry. Perspective is something I once held too tightly because I wanted to define myself so eagerly in the fiat rat race that I was afraid of confronting my fear and transforming my views, as my life was showing me signs of stagnation. This was a very big call for me because I used to be unmovable before 2017. I felt grounded, but I was resistant to change. Moment reminds me that awareness must keep evolving like a spiral because freedom is motion in perpetual renewal. Some movements are conscious, some others are not. The nervous system acts on its own, but certain actions require intention and purpose. The unconscious is the field of automatic patterns, the heartbeat, the breath, the reflex, habit, pure motion without deliberation. In Greek, Αυτός means the self, the same, one's own. So the conscious is where volition arises, where awareness enters the current and chooses a direction. The human vertebra is a column of perception. It holds the body of thought upright and connects the visible and the invisible, the conscious and the unconscious. This is how awareness becomes embodied. When harmonics are aligned, thought, feeling, and movement speak the same frequency. Lately, I'm very much into resetting my polyvagus nerve through internal breathing, humming, and fascia movements as part of my daily practice to reset my nervous system. Decision-making is the visible trace of awareness. Individual purpose reveals the logos. Every time we make a decision, there is an action choosing over something else. Through intention, consciousness gains direction. Through choice, it becomes structure. Ideas shape themselves either abstractly or emotionally, like when I create my artwork, or in logical streams. These decisions are the structures through which we embody purposeful behavior. When I create, I notice how each choice reveals the state of my awareness, because the work shows me what I'm choosing to express and what I'm choosing to leave behind. To make a choice means to give up another. Every act takes a place at the margin. In the present, when I decide to invest my time, my attention, and my energy, this is what is called opportunity cost. The margin is the precise moment of transformation, where value is created because one possibility is chosen over another. Each choice is a concentration of energy. I'm always allocating, always directing, always investing my awareness. The cost of any choice lies in the possibilities it excludes, beyond the time or resources it consumes. The margin reveals the law of creation itself. Energy derives its value through clarity, purposeful application, and the awareness of scarcity. Mises define it as behavior directed towards chosen ends, consciousness choosing direction. Individual person is logos embodied, taking form through accountable choices. The unconscious carries patterns that act on their own, and when they remain unseen, they tend to spill into our relationships through reactions, conflicts, and emotional triggers. These moments show the places where awareness is not yet entered. When I observe them, I recognize them as signals pointing to what needs integration, because the energy becomes chaotic when it moves without consciousness. As awareness enters these places, the pattern begins to reorganize, and the action becomes chosen rather than automatic. The irreducible source, consciousness itself, becomes visible as the logos, the singular point where awareness expresses through purposeful action. I need a sip of lemonade, sorry. The third layer arrives at civilization as the collective structure we're building nonviolent together. Every art, every inquiry, every action and choice aims towards a good. Aristotle opens the Nicomachean ethics with this statement, purpose as direction of life. Politics for Aristotle is the master art that unites all others, the space where human beings live together in the pursuit of the good. Happiness, eudaimonia, is civic, the flourishing of citizens within shared order. Modern life has fragmented these syntheses, turning politics into power and happiness into private pursuit, Yet, originally, politics was the structure where intention and purpose became collective. Mises later condensed this vision. Purpose and intention form one continuum. Intention guides the act, purpose, or telos, completes it. The third layer reveals purpose as order, collective intention made visible through conscious action. Therefore, collective purpose aims to do good when individuals are aware of their own actions. Bitcoin awakens inner patterns. It is an amazing tool of inquiry. Isn't it? I'm just asking. Descending inside the rabbit hole, we become researchers, samplers of life, literally and figuratively. This awareness mirrors new perspectives in food, health, education, and daily choices shaped by our low time preference. A new state of consciousness emerges and the quality of our life expands. Bitcoin's state of consciousness gives us the possibility to truly care about our time on Earth, while we can save and thrive in some money. Therefore, scarcity in life is scarcity, and in scarcity in money equals to real value. For me, this was a big shift. After 27 years in New York City, the quality of my life was being refined by my curiosity, and in the journey through my new perspectives and choices, the shape of my life gave me a new moniker in my mid-50s, and a synthesis that created what I call the architecture of my value. A thread of harmony equals movement. Movement is imperative. Without it, there's no perception, only dogma. No change, stagnation, no form, no action, no evolution as individuals within a collective container. So we must interact, inspire each other, have dialectic practices, and reach resolutions non-violently. I learned this through my own journey. When I began to engage with others from a place of presence rather than reaction, and the dialogues themselves became part of my evolution, and entering the Bitcoin space deepened this process because its field of inquiry opened my perception, supported my curiosity, and refined the inner movement that shapes how I navigate the world. Bitcoin humbled me. Language is the first code. It gives form to thought and makes meaning transmutable. Grammar establishes order, and syntax aligns relation, semantics that is carrying value. Every word, like every transaction, depends on coherence and verification. The code extends this lineage. Bitcoin's codes, I think I missed one slide. Well, whatever. So, improvise. So Bitcoin's code is grammar, yeah. So the reason is, no, it's a good one. So Bitcoin's code is grammar without corruption, a syntax of trust written in time. Each line verifies intention through action. So reason is the architecture between the word and the world. It aligns perception with structure and transforms awareness into choice. No, I really missed one. What do? I go to the next one. So, the architecture of human action. So, this is a piece that I did for the Grand Central Station in Madison Station in New York. It's a temporary commissioned by the MTA. That's what I do. I do a lot of public art. I love it. And this animation was created in 2024, and it was based on praxeology. I was very much willing to construct the idea of how cities, civilizations are constructed. So I use a lot of old images of buildings never built, and recreated a city. What would happen if every individual is aware of their own actions? So what we're building in civilization is a based civilization. So I based it on praxeology, and it was temporary. So it was 5 screens going around the corridor when you were taking the train to go to Long Island. So yeah, so I was very happy with this piece. Let's go here. I think they're inverted. This is the one I was reading before. So this is about code, and then I end up with a code with a quote from Federico Fagin. I mean, if you have not read his work, you should. He's really good. It says, syntax only becomes meaning when consciousness its source. And that book is amazing. It's called Irreducible, I think. Okay, here. Let's go. All right. From action to order, the politeia of consciousness. The sequence moves from philosophy to economics to truth to building civilization, mirroring Wu Ji to Tai Chi to logos to human action to politeia. Bitcoin as a state of consciousness becomes a non-violent civilization. Aristotle anchors virtue and polity, which is the origin of politics. Mises grounds praxeology and purpose, the bridge of conscious action. Bitcoin embodies incorruptible scarcity and alignment with truth. Civilization at the end visualizes the manifested logos, a consciousness-building structure from the source. Every human is responsible for their own state of consciousness. Okay, last one. So it says, the architecture of consciousness from vibration to order. Vibration, energy, emotion, intention, action, resonance. These 6 things together form the living chain that bridges consciousness and civilization. Each act of awareness is architecture. Each action, a resonance of value. So here I'm going to plug my books. So I've been writing books as a form of art form. I have a Substack every week, and I just put my mind and my heart into it. So I published something called The Nature of My Reality, and I self-published myself, and it's almost like an art piece because it's non-linear. It talks about how I got away from the matrix through different practices of self-inquiry, and then all of a sudden Bitcoin came into the book and took over the book. And so at the very end, I have Austrian economics and very 101, because I didn't want to overwhelm the other people that had no idea what I was talking about. The second book right now is almost finished, and it's called The Art of Synthesis and the Architecture of Value. It's unfolding through a structure inspired by the human vertebra, a column of perception that connects the visible and the invisible. And so it's going to be divided in 33 vertebrae. And what is really fun about that book is that I'm having imaginary conversations with Dante, which I think he was a Bitcoiner, with Satoshi, with Aristotle, with Plato, with very important people that have really shaped my mind. Both artistically, philosophical, so I'm having that, and then between those conversations, I'm using the vertebra to really show how the vertebra really supports our life on Earth, is the body, right? And then I have a synthesis, so I'm having fun doing that. Also, it's going to be non-linear, like I do. And last, if you're curious about my work, the color here is not perfect. I'm a colorist, so you will see that a lot of what I do is based on color. My work is at airports, subway stations, hospitals, universities, schools, anything that has to do with federal money, state money, is under the 1% per art program, which is a socialist program from the Roosevelt area, whatever. We can make some sats with all kinds of programs. But I'm very committed to it because I don't belong to the art world. I left the art world. And the reason why I think this is good is because this is totally low-time preference. It takes me 2 to 3 years to make these pieces. I hire other people, so the division of labor is really, I don't do anything. I just design and I produce. I manage budgets, and I give orders. I delegate. And then they usually tell me one thing, one word. Every time I receive this, they receive it, everybody says, wow, mesmerizing. That's it. So that's, I don't know if you have questions. How did I do from 1 to 10? 9? 8? Thank you. I promise, next time I'm going to do solo. But it's good to accept what your shortcomings are, no? That's what made me humble. Because in New York, people who lived in New York, it's all about personas and pretense. So you always say, yeah, of course, and then you're like figuring it out. But anyway, so that's it. Thank you. Oops.
I sent you English, so just change it. Bold Bitcoin keynote. Yeah, we have some time though. We have 7 minutes, and then we'll see at the minutes. We're good.
The threads you were tying together was very difficult for me.
We're gonna do this right now, and then I'll.
Yeah, but it's a lot.
Yoji. Yeah. All right. we've got a little special announcement for everyone that's here. We're giving away some free Satoshis. So you can go ahead and announce your giveaway.
Welcome everybody. We had a surprise for you. We are the Team Satoshi team. We will give to you Satoshis, so 3 of you will can have this amazing gift today. So if you wanna have that amazing gift, come to us for can you give us your names, and then at 1:15 we can give to you the amazing gift. But remember that it's only 3 people, so we will have again, and I hope that you had a good look at win this amazing gift. Thank you.
Right there in that table. So we're going to do the Satoshi giveaway. If you want to sign up, they're going to be at this table just right here in the corner. And then once everyone registers after this next talk, we'll
You're stuck explaining the basics, revising inauthentic campaigns, and missing opportunities because of slow execution. In this video, I'll show you exactly why this keeps happening and how to finally fix it, and how you can start getting marketing that's accurate, authentic, and drives real results without the frustration. But first, let me ask you a few questions to see if this makes sense for you. Have you worked with marketing agencies or creative teams that just don't get Bitcoin, forcing you to spend countless hours explaining technical details or correcting mistakes? Do you feel like your current marketing isn't highlighting Bitcoin's ethos or fails to connect authentically with your audience, leaving you frustrated and stuck? Are you pressed for time and bandwidth, needing high-quality marketing delivered quickly, but feel like you're constantly dealing with delays or endless revisions? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you're in the right place. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is explain why most Bitcoin companies struggle to get marketing that works, how you can save time and stress while creating authentic, result-driven campaign, and finally, if it makes sense, how we can help you achieve this without the usual hassle. So let's get real for a moment. Most Bitcoin companies struggle with marketing because the agencies and creatives they work with simply don't understand Bitcoin. They don't grasp the technical nuances of technology like proof of work mechanics, Lightning Network integrations, or multi-signature wallets. Worse, they miss the mark culturally, creating messaging that feels generic or inauthentic, alienating the very audience you're trying to reach. What does this lead to? Endless onboarding calls, hours explaining Bitcoin basics, and deliverables that require so many revisions, it feels like you're doing all the work yourself. And when speed is critical in the fast-moving Bitcoin industry, these delays and missteps can cost you valuable time, opportunity, and resources. This isn't just frustrating. It's holding you back from scaling your business and establishing yourself as a leader in the Bitcoin space. So, what's the answer? The solution is simple. You need a creative partner who already understands Bitcoin inside and out. And that's where we come in. Creative Network specializes exclusively in working with Bitcoin companies. We bring deep technical expertise, cultural fluency, and a streamlined process to deliver fast, accurate, and authentic marketing without the need for constant handholding. Our services include everything from branding and campaign strategy to content creation tailored specifically for Bitcoin businesses. We make your life easier by delivering work that's ready to go on time, every time, so you can focus on building your business instead of babysitting your marketing. Here's what makes us different from 99% of marketing agencies out there. We speak Bitcoin. Our team has a deep understanding of Bitcoin's technology and ethos, so we hit the ground running without wasting any of your time. We're authentic. We align every campaign with Bitcoin's principles of decentralization, financial sovereignty, and trustlessness, ensuring your audience connects with your message. We're fast and efficient. We deliver polished, professional work quickly, helping you stay competitive in a fast-moving industry. And we care about results. We'll focus on outcomes like increased user acquisition, engagement, and brand credibility, not just pretty visuals. We're not just another agency. We're your partner in building a strong, authentic, and impactful presence in the Bitcoin ecosystem. Our clients have seen great results. For instance, Bitcoin Mining World faced a high-stake challenge, preparing for a major conference where they needed to showcase their new product within an aggressive 2-week deadline. Frustrated by previous agencies that couldn't understand Bitcoin culture, they partnered with us. The result? We created a stunning high-impact product video that became the centerpiece of their conference. It captivated the audience, sparked significant user interest, and drove a surge in signups for purchases, all while solidifying their position as a leader in the space. Similarly, the Bitcoin company needed a complete overhaul of their app's branding. Also frustrated by agencies that lacked a genuine understanding of Bitcoin's spirit and audience, they turned to us. The result? We created all the visual assets for their application, including captivating social media content and a polished App Store imagery, which drastically boosted user engagement, enhanced their app's appeal, and strengthened their reputation as a leader in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So now the question I have for you, do you want to eliminate the frustration of working with agencies who don't understand Bitcoin and start creating marketing that works? If so, here's the deal. Click the button below to fill out a short questionnaire about your business and marketing needs. Once you've done all that, you'll be able to book a strategy call with us to discuss how we can help you achieve your goals. If you're ready to save time, get marketing that resonates, and establish yourself as a leader in the Bitcoin space, click the button below.
And stacking sats. Let's do it. This summer, I traveled to Bulgaria. We are here.
Welcome to Bulgaria.
To discover how Bitcoin is being adopted and how it's changing people's lives.
We've been through this with a hyperinflation, 292% inflation, and people forgot it.
For me, all these merchants are heroes. The time felt right. We felt a shift.
Something can be changed.
We have really strong motivation to build on Bitcoin.
The end of the road is global reserve currency. The end of the road is the money for everyone.
Humanity is separated in so many ways, and Bitcoin will unify humanity to be one entity.
We are all
Let's discover everything together in Bulgaria.
Amazing video, Kyle. Looking forward to see the full movie. Okay, guys, I'm here to remind you that we are at war. And we have been fighting this war for more than 300 years, since the Bank of England was created. And we had many, many warnings and prophets, we can call them, warning us of what was coming. So this is a reminder of what are we fighting for and why. So the tools we have to win this war are three important tools: free markets, hard money, and privacy. And all of them are very, very important. Bitcoin is not just a technology, it's not just hard money, but it's a revolution. And it's the same revolution the founding fathers fought more than 200 years ago. So Bitcoin is built on top of three very important pillars: an ideology, monetary system that is based on fundamental and strong economic principles, and the cypherpunk vision. So this has been going on for a lot of time. Even before the US was founded, the colonies were using the colonial script, where they say that to counterfeit is dead, because they were not just fighting for taxes on tea, they were fighting the Bank of England that was counterfeiting currency, creating pounds out of thin air and lending that currency at interest. So they were demanding to pay back something that was created out of thin air. What the Federal Reserve does nowadays, exactly the same. Every international bank does the same. So our founding fathers warn us about this. If the people are scared of the government, we are not free. The government should be scared of the people. And our complacency is their biggest tool. They warn us about central banks and national debt, a debt that is mathematically impossible to repay. And even Thomas Jefferson said that if the American people leave the central banks control the currency, first by inflation and then by deflation, their children will wake up in a land without a roof. So we can see the numbers, and this is not just in the US, it's all around the world. The system is not broken. We have to stop repeating this. The system is designed to rob us. The debt is impossible to repay, and it was designed this way. Inflation is not just a consequence of a broken system, it's by design. Then the Austrian School of Economics been talking about this for centuries also. They told us about the price distortion, the artificial monetary cycles, and how this basically ends up with collapse. There is no other way around. This is basically legalized looting. How they manipulate the currency is how they manipulate the markets. So you cannot have a free market if you can manipulate the currency. Mises, Hayek, they warn us about these bubbles before they happen. And it's very clear when we see the chart of the S&P, for example, measured against gold, how natural the trend looks before the Fed was created. But look at those cycles that are not natural. Those were manipulated by credit bubbles, by interest rates, by monetary intervention. And every crisis is a perfect opportunity for more intervention. Look at 2001, 2008, 2020, the most recent example. It was really, really clear what was really happening for many of us. And last but not least, the cyberbanks. We have to remember what they fought for, because Bitcoin is the result of their work, and they were fighting for privacy over the digitalized world. They knew that the digitalization of money was going to happen. The question was, it's going to be a currency we control, or it's going to be a centralized control currency. They warn us that a cashless world, centrally controlled, is basically modern slavery. So the great deception, because we talk about, this dystopia that it's coming in the future with CBDCs, with total surveillance, but it's already happening right now. Your money in the bank is not money, it's not yours, and it's not in the bank. It's a lie. It's basically controlled, surveilled, and it expires. If you look at any credit or debit card right now, before 2031, it's going to expire. And to renew that access to the financial system, you need permission, because the monetary system is a system of control. And it's all around the world the same system. We use Visa, we use MasterCard, and we use the SWIFT system. That is a system of control. So we have already lost our privacy. It's not that we are going to lose it. What we have to do is to reclaim that privacy. The world we're living today is this. It's financial slavery. Every transaction is recorded. Every product is marked with the UPC, Universal Product Code, since 1971. So this is not new at all. It's centralized, it's totally surveilled, programmable, and expires. Look at what happened in Canada in 2022 when they were protesting against the pandemic measures. They basically cut the funding, they closed the bank accounts, and they took the money from honest people and working people. And then we have stablecoins. They sell this as convenient, maybe, very useful, but at the end of the day, it's just the same system. We are still feeding the same parasite that is stealing our wealth, our time, our energy. Those are the most valuable resources we have. And the war on cash is not new. If you watch what's been happening during the last 50 years, it's been a progressive plan to get rid of cash, with convenience, with hostile infrastructure, with high costs to use an ATM, and many, many other tools. In the pandemic, for example, they said that it was a sanitary thing, We don't have to use cash because you can get a virus or something like that. But we know that cash is freedom because it's private. If you see Europe today, the use of cash is going down like crazy. And in Latin America, it's the same, but maybe this underdeveloped continent, let's say, has a lot of informality. And I don't think that's a bug, that's a future that we have to protect. Because this global consensus to get rid of cash, it's not gonna stop. So the question is, are we gonna use a centralized digital cash, or are we gonna use a decentralized digital cash? And there is a top-down approach coming from international banks and international global think tanks. And then we have the Bitcoiners that are the ones fighting for most honest and free money. So we have to go back to the white paper, because I see many Bitcoiners distracted with all the news, the ETFs, BlackRock, state adoption, all the shit like that. And guys, this is totally retarded. That's not what the cyberpunks dream with. That's basically the opposite. So we have to remember, what are we doing here? The most important thing about Bitcoin is that it's cash. It's bearer money that doesn't need an intermediary. That's where the freedom lies. NGU technology is great, it's important to drive adoption, but the real power lies in the unstoppable money medium of exchange. Digital cash without a parasite in the middle, stealing a part of it. So they don't fear Bitcoin as number go up, as an asset. They fear Bitcoin as a medium of exchange. They fear that we can trade freely without following their rules. So the global agenda, as I said, is total digitalization. But it's our responsibility to make this happen. Because without bearer money, there is no free market. Without self-custody, there is no private property. And we are slaves. If there is a central bank, there cannot be a free market. The central bank is the opposite of a free market. And now we have central banks all around the world, in every nation state. If there is no privacy, there is no freedom. If there is no cash, there is no freedom. That's why it's so important to protect these things. Our mission is to destroy central banks, because we know that central banks are the root cause of all problems. And Satoshi left a message in the Genesis blog telling about the bailout. And this was not new. As I said, the Bank of England, he mentioned, founded in 1694, more than 300 years ago. So choosing Bitcoin and freedom, it's the difficult path. The easy path is to go with convenience, doing what everyone does. You know, that's complacency. That's the easy path. The difficult path is to go against the current, is to fight for what you believe, is to tell the truth you really know and believe. If we stay silent, if we do nothing, they will just keep going forward with their agenda of control. They're already doing it. So, the exit plan. First of all, of course, you have to take your economic energy out of the system. How do we do this? With Bitcoin, obviously. But most importantly, we have to use Bitcoin as a medium of exchange. We have to use Bitcoin as money because Bitcoin is money, and money is a medium of exchange. So we have to create circular economies. We have to fight for this above everything else. There's 3 steps. First, to unlock your money from the system, safeguard it with self-custody. We have to fight for self-custody, fuck the ETFs, fuck custodial exchanges, and take the custody of your Bitcoin, because if you don't own your own keys, you don't have Bitcoin. We've been repeating this for many, many, many years, and it seems that we are forgetting about this. And last but not least, use it. Pay with Bitcoin. Get paid in Bitcoin every time you can. Because this is a race against time, and we are the only ones that can do something about it. We have the key, we have Bitcoin. Let's not let them turn it into just another bank account, into a Wall Street asset, into a collateral, to keep pumping fiat into the system. Our mission is to destroy fiat, not to feed fiat. Because if we don't do that, we are failing us and our future generations also. So at Bull Bitcoin, we have a program where we want to recruit all the hardcore Bitcoiners that agree with what I'm telling you to create community, to keep pushing for Bitcoin-only adoption, self-custody, and privacy tools. That's it, guys. But last but not least, we are announcing that we are launching in Colombia, finally. We are very happy about this. We want to bring Bitcoin to every corner. Where there is Bitcoiners that need us, we'll be there. So I also want to invite you to Treehouse tonight. We're going to have a party there to celebrate. Thank you very much. So guys, I have 10 more minutes if you want to ask any questions. Yep.
So it sounds like you studied the founding fathers, the Bank of England. During those days, during the U.S. Revolution, over a small tax, people were willing to die. When you studied that, what do you think is the difference between people today, or back then versus people today? It feels like during the pandemic, we clearly saw that people, you said you can do the easy thing, right? And that concerns me that today it seems like a lot of people are going to do the easiest thing. What have you learned about the people of the past and history that we can learn?
Well, we talk a lot about how controlling the money is the ultimate power. I believe that controlling the information is even more important than that. So I have to think about the many, many generations that were told lies, basically, like Keynesianism, socialism, all of these things that we are told in school, that if we know a little bit about history, we can realize that it's fake. That's not real. It's been funded by fake money, and the results of that are awful. I can see this happening in Argentina from firsthand, and many, many other countries can see that happening. So, unfortunately, the brainwashing is so, so strong that people are still defending a criminal system. So, as this has been done during many, many generations, we are unable to see how do we ended up here. That's why it's so important to learn about history. Because if we don't learn about our history, we are doomed to repeat the same mistakes from the past. The only way to create the future we want is to learn about history and learn about the things we did right in the past. Because it's not all about mistakes. We did really, really good things. And it's always based on moral principles. So the Bitcoin protocol is basically a moral standard. You will not steal, you will not counterfeit. You have to create value to get value. And so education is the word. And this education is not going to come from the educational system. So that's why projects like My First Bitcoin and Spark are so, so important. So we have to push education from bottom up and not the other way around. Yeah, I wrote a book about this. It's called The Great Parasite. So now I only have copies in Spanish for everyone interested. But if you go to my website, thegreatparasite.com, you can get a PDF in English too. Yep. I believe the quantum computer thing is just thought like everything else is going to be crushed before Bitcoin. Bitcoin has the most strong... What is it? Sorry, his question was the quantum computing threat. I think this is being pushed just to create, uncertainty and fear. But being real, looking at the numbers, like, there's nothing to worry. And if there is a case, like even Satoshi talked about this with our people on the Bitcoin the Bitcoin talk and on the forum, and they say, okay, if there is a real threat, we can just double the encryption difficulty, and we're gonna be okay. We can buy time like that. Of course, there has to be a consensus, but first there has to be a real threat that there's no right now, I believe. Yep.
Thanks for your talk, Michael. So this 2031 number you were saying of credit cards, are there any other indications that something big is happening in 2030?
That's a great question. Well, they say that in the year 2030, we will know nothing and we'll be happy. So they basically have an agenda to take over our wealth because every government is broke. So every time a government is broke, they will go after their citizens' assets. So the easiest assets to confiscate is paper assets like stocks, bonds, bank deposits. How they confiscate hard assets? With higher taxes. So every government is bankrupt. Their source of income is taxes, so they'll just increase and increase taxes, and inflation is just another hidden tax. So the way to protect our assets is to basically diversify outside of that. Any other question?
Just in your education, you said education is important. How you educated yourself? Is there a book that you recommend that stands out to you?
Well, I think you have to be hungry for knowledge. You have to educate yourself. You have to read. You have to listen to people that are smarter than you. You have to ask questions. Like, how do we learn is asking questions. Like when we are childs, we are just questioning everything. I invite you to question everything because most of the things we were told are lies. So that's the most important thing. Of course, reading books, there are many, many good books. I wrote mine because I believe it's like the piece it was missing, because we repeat these things like the fiat standard started in 1971, and that's a lie. Or the money is broken. No, it's not. It's by design. So we have to really understand history, and there are many books. I recommend U.S. Money versus Corporate Currency from Alfred Owen Crozier. This book was written in 1912 1 year before the Federal Reserve was created. He was explaining exactly how they were going to do it, and he prophesied what was coming. So that's a crazy book. And yeah, well, I also co-founded Bitcoin School. It's a Mi Primer Bitcoin node in Argentina. So we do workshops, we do talks, and yeah, we try to get people to experience Bitcoin from firsthand, because we learn when we are invited to participate. We learn by experience more than by theory. So you can talk about the blockchain, you can talk about the blocks and everything, but if you go to someone and you just tell them, hey, download the Bull wallet, I'll send you some sats, and they'll say like, what? That was it? That fast? Yeah. And so they have these barriers, these mental barriers that they're just, easy to break because they are not fundamental. Yep. We're going to talk about this in the next panel, so yeah. Any other question? Two.
Yeah, so also you're saying people feel that something is happening, right? And because you're from Argentina, I mean, should people run to someone like Milei, or is this part of the system?
Personally, I don't like government. It's not that I don't like one side or the other side. Fuck both sides. It's the same shit. Like the bankers, yeah. Even like Napoleon said, the hand that gives, it's above the hands that take. And once you are in debt, you have to respond to your creditor. The Bible says that the debtor is slave to the creditor. So it is true. So when a government is broke and it's in debt, they have to respond to the demands of the international banks. And this is very clear in Argentina, where the IMF basically told our government, well, it's not my government, but they tell the government that not to facilitate the use of Bitcoin. This happened in 2022, if I'm not wrong, similar to what happened in El Salvador, like, hey, stop pushing for this. And that's the biggest proof we can get that we are doing the right thing, because they're fighting us. If they were saying like, oh yeah, come on, let's use Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, we should be worried. But it's clear that they don't want us to use Bitcoin as a medium of exchange. They want us to put our Bitcoin in an ETF, in a lending platform, in MicroStrategy or whatever. That's not a way to go. Yep.
What's one thing that you've learned from working with Francis?
That you have to tell your truth without worrying about what other people think. Two. I'll tell them to fuck off. What? Where is it? I don't think that's gonna happen, because if you think about like the numbers, like they're a really, really tiny percentage. So first of all, there'll have to be a coordinate thing happening that we should already know about it, and they should that scenario. It's very, very unlikely to me, but well, I will not just have Bitcoin. I think sovereignty in many, many aspects, if you can be a little bit off grid, if you can have a piece of land, if you can have some guns, you should protect your sovereignty at all costs. If that scenario comes, well, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, well, I'll go to jail before being a slave. Any other question? Okay, guys, thanks.
Real quick, right before we launch the next panel here, we wanted to give away the Satoshis that we had for the raffle. So I'll hand over the mic.
Hi, welcome everybody.
Para los que no saben, no sé si continuar esto en español, pero ¿sí? Dale. Para los que no saben, Bull Bitcoin es una de las empresas más antiguas a nivel mundial, y lo que hacemos es crear herramientas que te den la oportunidad de ser más soberanos. ¿Y con qué? Con Bitcoin. Y solamente con Bitcoin. No tenemos shitcoins, no tenemos stablecoins. Es Bitcoin, 100% Bitcoin directamente a tu propia billetera. Nunca tenemos acceso a tus Bitcoins. Siempre todo está en tus manos. Y pues gracias a esos valores hemos sido reconocidos por todos los OGs, por todos los cypherpunks. Y ahorita diríamos que somos más bien los líderes del espacio en cuanto a Bitcoin y soberanía. Entonces es un placer poder abrir las puertas a otro país latinoamericano y más que nada en Colombia que hay mucho apetito, siento.
See, so we can switch between Spanish and English according if whoever wants to speak. So before I let Eugenio continue, I just want to say basically we have a non-KYC wallet that you can download for free, and we have the exchange part where you can buy, sell your Bitcoin or pay a bill or send a transfer to somebody else. So I'll let you talk now, Eugenio.
Pesos.
Yeah, Colombian.
In that regard, I hope I'm not asking the wrong question, but is the Colombian government then requiring you to do some sort of reporting, defeating the KYC feature?
Every time you're using a bank account, we have to make sure that you are the user owning that bank account, because in the other way we could be, helping scammers or something like that. So that's very important.
And also important to note is that so usually you can only off-ramp to your own bank account. With us, you can off-ramp to third parties. And not only here in Colombia, but any other country where we're operating. So from Colombia, you can send a bank transfer to Europe, to Canada, to Mexico. Yeah.
Sí, lo voy a decir en español para los amigos. Gracias por venir, gracias por estar acá. Nos emociona demasiado poder darles esta herramienta a los colombianos. Tenemos una unión, aquí está el equipo de América Latina de Bull Bitcoin y tenemos la misión de la cual Micael ya nos habló. Generalmente cuando entran a un exchange, lo que empiezan a ver es un conjunto de shitcoins, un conjunto de trampas, de scams que les dicen pon tu Bitcoin aquí para ganar efectivo, para ganar un interés, y la historia nos ha enseñado muchas lecciones dolorosas respecto a esto. Nosotros queremos hacer un exchange con principios, valores, lo somos y lo venimos a traer aquí. Tenemos un servicio al cliente también constituido solamente por Bitcoiners que te entienden tus necesidades de privacidad y también de conocimiento, porque Bitcoin es un área en donde el conocimiento te aporta seguridad. Dicho esto, entonces nos mantenemos solo Bitcoin y tenemos el orgullo de venir aquí y darles estas herramientas. Si ustedes tienen el Bitcoin en su billetera, pueden realizar transacciones bancarias a Colombia o a cualquier jurisdicción en la que operamos. En este momento operamos en toda la eurozona, operamos en varios países de América Latina, Argentina, Costa Rica, Canadá, etcétera, y México. Y con su Bitcoin pueden realizar pagos fiat, incluso pagar luz, servicios, teléfono, etcétera, con su Bitcoin. Esto les permite estar fuera del sistema. Tienen una herramienta más para no estar ligados, dependientes de los bancos en ese sentido.
Exactamente, la idea es desbancarizarse, pero en un sentido de no de reemplazar un banco por otro banco, como podría ser un exchange tradicional, que lo que quieren es tener tu dinero, porque los bancos y los exchanges que actúan como banco hacen dinero con tu dinero, y eso conlleva un riesgo, porque uno deja de ser el verdadero poseedor de su riqueza, de su energía, de su trabajo, ¿no? Por lo que tanto invertimos tiempo y energía para poder adquirir y proteger. Entonces, con Bull jamás actúa como banco, simplemente como un cambista, o sea, en el sentido de que uno tiene sus bitcoins en su billetera, como tiene que ser, sin tus llaves no tenés bitcoin, y cuando uno necesita hacer un pago en fiat, ya sea en Colombia, en Argentina, en Europa, en Costa Rica y en todos los países en los que estamos operativos, lo que puede decir es, quiero pagarle 10.000 pesos a fulanito, perfecto, me va a hacer una factura, ya sea de Lightning o de Liquid o on-chain, donde yo voy a mandar los sats desde mi billetera y una vez confirmado el pago, automáticamente ese pago en fiat se va a mandar a esa persona. Lo mismo para comprar, simplemente que para comprar uno tiene que enviar desde su cuenta a su nombre para evitar el fraude y ahí recibimos directamente esos satoshis en la billetera que es nuestra, sin ningún costo oculto, porque también otros exchanges lo que hacen es, tienen un spread, o sea, una diferencia entre los precios de compra y venta, por encima de eso tienen una comisión y después encima te cobran por retirar, o sea que no te blanquean realmente el costo final. En Bull uno dice, bueno, quiero comprar esta cantidad y automáticamente te dice, vas a recibir esta cantidad de satoshis en tu billetera y eso es lo que se respeta.
And I'll continue in English. So basically, Bull was started in 2013 by one guy that's named Francis Pouliot, that many of you know. And he's the Willy Wonka of Bitcoin. This guy, he never took the VC loans. He really took the hard path. And by the way, you can read about that in our blog post that's called The Hard Path. So we are Bitcoin zealots. We're not your average company that comes around and that tries to make some money, you know, and after go away on yachts. We're here to conquer the world and to destroy fiat. So we're always going to be creating new technology that will allow the citizens that wish to resist to this tyranny to arm themselves with real money, which is Bitcoin, and that you can use. So while everybody else around you is going to grow poorer because of the inflation that robs them at least 10% every year, well, you're going to grow richer every year by using your Bitcoin on your wallet and owning your own money.
Aparte de esto, quería decirles que no solamente somos un exchange, somos una compañía que construye herramientas de soberanía, un conjunto de herramientas que son de código abierto, que se enfocan en privacidad, que se enfocan en facilidad de uso, que se enfocan en autocustodia y la más importante de ellas es la billetera Bull Wallet que lanzamos hace pocas semanas y que cualquier persona alrededor del mundo puede bajarla, no requiere KYC y tiene herramientas de privacidad. Es suficientemente fácil de usar. Si eres un beginner, no hay problema. Si eres principiante, pero si quieres meterte a las características más avanzadas, un bitcoiner con filosofía cypherpunk que desea tener control absoluto sobre su Bitcoin, puede utilizar la Bull Wallet. Entonces consideramos que es la billetera que diseñamos para nosotros mismos, lo que nosotros mismos queremos. Diseñamos primero el exchange que nosotros queríamos tener, que no existía. Luego diseñamos la billetera para que, por supuesto, tengan la autocustodia con el mejor control posible. Entonces, se los invitamos a todos a descargarla, a promocionarla. Queremos ser, estamos convencidos de que en este momento es la mejor billetera del mundo por todas las tecnologías que utilizan y los invitamos a que sigan explorando. Seguiremos desarrollando tecnologías, como decía Felipe.
Y algo, go ahead. You guys have US Rails or no? Coming soon. Pero algo importante que hay que decir es que las otras exchanges no pueden actuar por sí mismas. Muchas de ellas tienen inversionistas, tienen personas en su board, capaz, que están moviendo cosas y si viene un gobierno una persona a preguntarle información sobre un cliente, aunque no sea 100% necesario, lo van a hacer y van a compartir esa información. Y es más, tal vez ya les dieron acceso a toda la información que tienen. Y eso es como algo que viene de aceptar dinero de afuera. Y nosotros empezamos en 2013 y desde ese entonces no hemos recibido ningún billete sucio que no venga de nosotros. Somos 100% autofinanciados. Entonces no le tenemos que responder a nadie, no le tenemos que rendir cuentas a nadie. Y si viene alguien a preguntarnos por información, sin alguna cosa legal que pide eso, les decimos que se vayan a joder. Y ya. No nos importa caer bien, no nos importa...
Porque justamente, como bien decía Luis, cuando uno, es lo mismo que lo que hablaba yo, ¿no? Cuando uno recibe financiamiento externo, a nadie le dan plata gratis. Siempre viene con condiciones. En este caso, cuando uno recibe dinero de VCs, ¿no? De Venture Capitalists, lo que priorizan es la ganancia monetaria, que no necesariamente es algo malo, pero en algunos casos va a poner la ganancia monetaria por sobre el cliente. nosotros, como no dependemos de eso, ponemos a nuestros clientes porque justamente son herramientas que usamos para nosotros, o sea, nosotros mismos somos clientes y además tenemos como clientes a amigos y familia, de los cuales también nos importa y queremos que tengan el mejor servicio posible. Entonces, esta independencia que tenemos es muy, muy distintiva y es también lo que nos permite hablar como hablamos sin tener que callarnos de nada porque nadie nos va a poder retar y decirnos esto no se puede, simplemente somos independientes, no tenemos hilos ni cadenas.
So we have a team all over the world. So our core team with Francis being a French Canadian, so he has that trailblazing blood in him that built the Canada that exists today. And so we have a team there. We have a great team in Europe as well. That's in many European countries, and we have now a team in Latin America. So. We have a lot of tutorials, we have a YouTube page, we have an X page, we're on Instagram, we're everywhere because we just don't want you to get rich. If you get rich alone, it's boring. Either you'll have to pay for everybody around you when you go out, and that creates you being some kind of a daddy, and you don't want to be a daddy to your friends. So you want everybody to get rich with you. And the only way to get rich is by owning money. And the only money that exists is Bitcoin. The other stuff, the other fiat, this is debt. This is debt that robs you on a spiritual level, but also on a financial level, not allowing you to buy stuff. So we're always going to keep on funding. And our wallet is made in a way that your grandma can use it, su abuela lo puede usar, pero la tecnología dentro es algo de muy sabio. Tenemos unos ingenieros increíbles que trabajan desde la selva, que trabajan desde las ciudades, desde Francia, que construimos el futuro hoy.
Estamos en una cruzada contra el imperio del fiat que está colapsando. O sea, básicamente es como estamos brindando los botes de escape para que nuestros queridos puedan salirse. Si hay otra empresa que lo haga así y lo diga abiertamente, cuéntenme porque la verdad que no la conozco. Por eso no trabajaría en ninguna otra. Exacto.
Repeta su pregunta antes de responder para que la gente entienda en el online.
Sí, pregunta si él puede conectar su billetera de pool a su propio nodo y qué pensamos de los exchanges descentralizados. Pero yo te pregunto a vos, por ejemplo, de qué exchanges descentralizados estamos hablando, porque generalmente los exchanges descentralizados son en el mundo cripto a cripto, nunca de cripto a fiat.
En un mundo ideal, todos utilizaríamos exchanges sin KYC, descentralizados, pero hay un problema de escalabilidad en este momento. Si ustedes van a encontrar que la manera en la que tienen que usar, tienen que darse ciertas condiciones muy especiales en donde lo que tú quieres, hay mucha doble coincidencia de deseos, no tienen el manejo de liquidez requerido. Como es descentralizado, no puede existir el balanceo de cuentas en vivo, pues, y la única manera de escalar es mediante un exchange centralizado hoy en día. Ojalá se puedan desarrollar tecnologías para esto. Y les quiero decir algo, Bull Bitcoin tiene como misión última ser obsoleto, que ustedes no nos tengan que usar, que la gente utilice Bitcoin en su día a día como dinero y que ya el fiat no sea necesario. Eso es lo que queremos. Luego como equipo pasaremos a hacer otras cosas, no importa, pero ahorita en este momento tenemos esta parte que es el mal necesario durante la transición.
Sí, o sea, nuestra meta sí es destruir el fiat y aparte es de cierta manera destruirnos a nosotros, que nos volvamos irrelevantes. Aunque sigamos construyendo cosas de código abierto para empoderarnos, ya el exchange que no sea necesario, que no tengas que cambiar a fiat, que te puedas quedar en Bitcoin y que todo el mundo use un protocolo abierto que está en todo el mundo, que no tengamos que hacer currency exchange, porque eso también es un robo. O sea, Entonces, sí construir para empoderarnos, pero de que nuestra billetera es 100% gratis, 100% código abierto, y el exchange, si nadie nos usa, ya se vuelve algo de placer y de conexión también. Entonces, sí, es volvernos irrelevantes como compañía.
O sea, en conclusión, bancamos BISC. Si más gente lo usa, genial, pero lamentablemente hoy no tiene la liquidez necesaria para que muchos lo puedan usar, pero si más gente lo utiliza, está excelente, está alineado a nuestra filosofía.
Solo antes de la pregunta, quiero decir también que nosotros tenemos Bitcoin, Liquid y Lightning. Entonces, siempre esos nuevos tokens inventan, es más seguro, es más privado, es más eso. Pero ya con Lightning, en realidad, puedes pagar tus cosas de manera instantánea. Hay mucha gente que viven como en Costa Rica y que usan Lightning todos los días y todo le funciona bien. Entonces, todo lo que nos dijeron que el Bitcoin no podía hacer, lo hace. Y en realidad nadie aquí sabe lo que Bitcoin va a hacer. Yo crecí con un computador 233 MHz que estaba jugando los juegos SimCity pensando que estaba la última Coca-Cola, no sabiendo ya que se puede hacer con el compu, que puedo llamar a mi mamá con FaceTime y como está en el otro continente. Entonces nadie sabe que se va a estar Bitcoin en el futuro, pero todo se va a estar encima porque es la primera vez que tenemos una plata justa y eso cambia el mundo.
Nos habían preguntado hoy de CoinJoins, ¿en español o en inglés? PayJoins, ok. Eugenio, ¿ves mandarle?
Quería saber sobre esa característica. Sí, para que un pago PayJoin pueda darse, tiene que darse una transacción on-chain entre dos billeteras que soporten esta tecnología. Básicamente es una tecnología que combina de una manera muy astuta los UTXOs que se van a transaccionar y tiene un beneficio añadido de privacidad, pero además es más barato. Es una herramienta de consolidación y por lo tanto PayJoin se va a establecer por incentivos económicos como una tecnología que va a ser aplicada en casi todos los exchanges y casi todas las billeteras. Entonces nosotros somos pioneros. Actualmente me parece solo existen 3 billeteras en el planeta que soportan la tecnología PayJoin versión 2, que es la que utilizamos, y ya la tenemos disponible por defecto, de manera, no tiene que hacer nada el usuario, tenemos privacidad por defecto. Entonces si tú interaccionas con otra billetera de Bull a Bull, por ejemplo, puedes tener esto. Adicionalmente, tenemos también la red Liquid, lo que te permite, digamos, realizar, por ejemplo, compras periódicas recurrentes, lo que llamamos DCA, en pequeñas cantidades de Bitcoin que vas a guardar en tu billetera mediante transacciones confidenciales de Liquid hasta que tengas un cierto monto. Y tenemos una característica que es muy buena, muy interesante, llamada autotransfer, que es que cuando llegas a un cierto nivel de satoshis, la billetera automáticamente lo envía a tu cold storage. Entonces evitas problemas de UTXOs pequeños y aumentas tu privacidad. Lo tenemos eso también disponible. Como les digo, creamos lo que queríamos nosotros utilizar. Nosotros como bitcoiners enfocados en privacidad y también que nos importa el control. Queremos controlar nuestros UTXOs como si fuéramos developers. Eso es lo que queremos entregarle al usuario.
¿Qué pedo, Ronnie?
Me parece que requiere que la billetera que recibe tenga esa tecnología implementada. Honestamente no sé si se puede, sería muy interesante que se pudiese hacer directamente también para aumentar la privacidad en ese sentido. Pero está diseñada la billetera para integrarse con prácticamente todas las cold wallets, todas las hardware wallets, para que ustedes puedan mantener sus claves fuera de la billetera si así lo desean. Tienen un pequeño monto para el uso del día a día y luego van a tener su ahorro, ¿verdad? Está diseñado para que se maneje también en conjunto con cualquier marca de hardware wallet. Yeah, it's already online.
Guys, I think our time is up, so we'll be speaking again later. I'll be having also a keynote at the end of almost at the end of the conference, before the closure. So don't hesitate to talk to us if you see us. Get your wallet, and if you show us the wallet on your phone, we're gonna give you a free drink at Treehouse tonight, and we'll even give you a hat there in our little booth. So, like, we're friendly people, we're here to mingle. Thank you so much to the organizers for doing this and the good people of Medellin. To me, I mean, it has been a beautiful experience until now, and I'm really glad that we're here to set fire to Medellin, because Colombia needs to adopt Bitcoin, and it needs to start here in this city where the grinders are. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks.
Hat from Arch Lending. Feel free to grab one. They are free. And if you're interested in a conference shirt, Camilo, can you give us a shirt to display?
But you could easily teach it to adults because as we talk about Bitcoin, you kind of understand that you've got to unlearn a lot of what you've learned through a traditional educational system. So as adults, we kind of have to go back to that childlike way of learning. So even, we did a full diploma a few months ago in Paraguay, and the adults were having so much fun with the activities that the kids are used to, but they were learning along the way, teaching them how we went from barter to precious metals to money and then fiat money and walking them through that process. They lived the evolution of money through an activity that kids have so much fun doing, but adults also. So our curriculum is for anybody and everybody, but now younger kids do need a different approach. So this year will be a big focus on that, reaching the younger kids so that when they get into that 14 and 16-year-old age group, they've already come in with the fundamentals of Bitcoin, and it's a natural learning progression.
I imagine when some of the adults, when you're teaching them about fiat and central banking, you probably had quite a few Dios mío moments,
The biggest one is when we talk about the fractional reserve banking.
Oh my goodness.
And they're like,
what?
Like, what is my escape, right? And then I have to say, well, the escape is coming in chapter 5 or 6, and they're so like, it's a scary thought, right? To know that we put so much trust in these institutions. They take advantage of that trust and thinking that you have no way out. But again, this is why Bitcoin educators and educators in general are so important. We have to get that message out.
Right. So going to Kent here. Kent, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're doing, where you're doing it, and what in the heck is a wild sat? How is it different?
I'll get to that in 1 minute, Chris, but I have to say that I'm here because I'm a poor substitute for a fellow named Johnny Delgado and another fellow named Valentino, both from Peru. I live in Peru as well, and when they couldn't make it, Rainier asked me to speak. So shout out to those guys, great guys. And have been working, they're largely behind Motive and Orange Pill Peru, helping to drive adoption for Bitcoin there. Now, as far as what I do, I happen to live in Peru. I work in Latin America with data centers. We've got a data center in Paraguay, but we help people mine and acquire wild sats. What I mean by that is we allow people to purchase mining hardware and pay for their electricity. Both of those are at cost. We don't make anything there. And then that hardware is managed in data centers that we own. We've got 4 of them across 4 continents. And our largest is in Paraguay. And so there's been a lot of learning lessons there about how things operate. Living in Latin America is different. Oddly enough, I actually now feel more comfortable 12 years out of the US living in Latin America than I do the US. It's an odd sort of flip. But at the end of the day, what we are helping people do with Bitcoin mining is acquire their sats in a better fashion. It's lower cost because your energy cost averaging into your Bitcoin position, and there's no banking surveillance state associated with them. You don't have to give up your identifying information. We have an unusual number of customers that are named none of your business, which is pretty ironic and sometimes causes problems. Nunyas, yeah, there's multiple Nunyas in our database, and because those sats are generated a fundamentally different way, it's a different experience for people, right? You're buying a piece of hardware that generates sats versus taking and buying a bunch of Bitcoin and then being subject to that price volatility. So we love it. We've been growing fairly quickly, but it's wonderful to see all the demand coming from Latin America specifically, and we're in the process of translating our website and getting away from just being English only too as a result.
That's fantastic. So a wild sat, it could actually have more value than a sat purchased from an exchange.
I don't want to break the fungibility of Bitcoin by saying yes, but yes.
Interesting.
But there is people that seek those out specifically?
I would say it is probably one of the biggest demand drivers of our platform. Is people have a strong desire to get sats that are generated outside of the system. And truth be told, Bitcoin mining is the only way to generate Bitcoin. That sounds like a very simple statement, so let me say it again, but Bitcoin mining is the only way to generate Bitcoin. So if you want to have sats directly from the protocol, you have to mine. The beauty of mining, though, is really it's cypherpunk in the same way that the ledger itself is cypherpunk, meaning that as long as you have hardware, electricity, and internet connection, you own a decentralized money printer. Anybody can participate. You just have to meet the rules of the protocol and you can generate Bitcoin for yourself. And it's directly from the protocol, so there's no intermediary that you have to worry about.
That's fantastic. So we're really an educational panel here. So tell us who you're educating and how you go about educating people about Bitcoin mining. How the heck do you explain it to someone?
Oh boy, yeah, unfortunately. So let me go through what I think the stages of the journey are for folks. You start out as a no coiner, then you hear something about Bitcoin and you become a pre-coiner, and then you might buy a little bit and start dabbling, so then you become an early coiner, and then you develop your conviction and then you become a Bitcoiner, right? You start to save in Bitcoin. So that's kind of how I see the journey. And what's really interesting is I am part of my life outside of the US, my wife is Portuguese. I lived in Portugal for 6 years, became a Portuguese citizen, and I did Bitcoin concierge services in Portugal. And one of the things I discovered talking to no coiners is that almost without fail, when they started to understand Bitcoin, they asked, can I mine? As soon as they understood what mining was. And so there's this impulse within the community to onboard through mining. And so educating people that it's actually simple and creating a user experience that's simple is a lot of what I try to do. Because if you look at Bitcoin mining, it's been mumbo jumbofied to kingdom come and overcomplicated. You need hardware, electricity, internet connection, you pay a monthly electric bill and you get sats. That's it. And if you just divide the electricity bill by the sats, you can get a cost per Bitcoin. That's what I try to educate people on. And if you look at that price as compared to an exchange, you can save money. That's it.
It's fantastic. The KISS method, right?
Keep it very simple, stupid.
Josephat, so you're an artist.
Yes.
I've noticed that there are a lot of artsy people and creative people in the Bitcoin space. I was a musician in my prior life. That's how I entered this world and was a professional musician in my early 20s, had a record deal in the 90s. And, I meet a lot of people that were like me, or were artists, or were musicians or this thing, that are now Bitcoiners. So tell me how you made that leap and what brought you in.
Well, in my personal trip has been so crazy because a lot of people of performing arts, they are not, it's not common to talk about Bitcoin, the scarcity, the economy. We are all the time in the opposite side, and all the productions depends of the government. So as Bitcoiners, we want the opposite. It's all the time is fighting with an enormous wall, and well, it's okay. We are here to fight.
So I think, does anybody have any questions for Kent or Gabe or Josephat?
Or just education in general, or?
I hope it's not a dumb question. So I'm drawn to privacy as much as you can imagine. Especially, I'm a dual national, but the way things are going here in Colombia, the current government, things that are happening are very concerning. Right? So privacy becomes even more important. Next door, Venezuela used to be very wealthy, and the government took everything from the people, especially the well-off. So I applaud you for your approach, like I try to make your mining private and all of that. However, here comes the dumb question. How can we pay you without revealing our identities?
Can you send Bitcoin?
Yes.
Done.
Okay. Great. That's my answer. Thanks.
I've got a question for you, Kent. Because there's, sorry, I'm taking questions from people, but I've got a question. Do you think it's easier to bring someone into the world of mining with something like a BitAxe, like an at-home miner, or something like a service that you're providing? Are there different challenges for each? And what do you think is the biggest hurdle, like, to get into mining? Is it the capital that's required? Is there low cost?
Yeah, I'd say it's the capital, just straight up. I mean, it's a high ticket entry price to get started. So average simple numbers is about $5,000. That's out of reach for a lot of people. However, most people also think the price of Bitcoin makes it out of reach. The unit bias of $100,000, I actually think the community over time is going to shift gears and start saying, why don't you buy an ASIC instead of having people focus on the $100,000 price tag? It's much more accessible to get a $5,000 mining rig that prints you Bitcoin than try to focus on buying a whole Bitcoin. So, but still that upfront cost, there are efforts that I'm making to try to find the right financial product to reduce that. So I worked for a decade in rooftop solar before coming into Bitcoin mining. There's uncanny parallels between the two. However, one of them is the upfront ticket price. So when I started in that industry, the upfront ticket price was like $50,000. And so I'm used to working in that type of environment, and I lived through the experience of that upfront ticket price coming down to like zero and how the market just exploded. So I know that there's an opportunity here. I just haven't found it yet. So continuing to search and look for it, but I see that as the biggest obstacle. I love the BitAxes. They're wonderful education devices, but they're not a functional way to acquire sats, unfortunately, and build, a stash for yourself.
Someone else? Go ahead.
So with CRS laws, how, if people who are, from countries that have to abide by the CRS laws, if you make an investment into a country like Norway or Paraguay, how does it work with the reporting laws that they would have to, report this investment back to the country of origin or residence?
That's a good question. So we contract out the rack space in the data center. So a lot of what I do is to find the right partners and the right opportunities, and we push the responsibility for the management of local interactions to the data center operator themselves. Now, the ownership of that hardware is tied by serial number to the individual clients, and the Bitcoin that is sent out, what we say to our clients is, because we have clients from all over the world, is it's your tax obligation to figure out your particular situation. So the simple answer is, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Got a lot of questions.
Ken, right? Now that you're saying mining, right? How do you protect yourself? Like, Peru is a country that sometimes the power outrage all the time. So what happens if the power goes out? Like, what do? Like, you will lose your Bitcoin, or because what I understood, the mining is getting the Bitcoin, right? But if the power goes out, what happens? What do you have to do with that protection or anything?
Well, the beauty of a mining rig is if there's no power, there's no Bitcoin being mined. So that's it. There's no downside, but you get to keep all the Bitcoin that you've had since then. I'm not mining in Peru right now. I live in Peru. Mine in Paraguay. And we've contracted for a certain level of performance at the data centers that we've got, with penalties for underperformance. So we've not had the problem that you're talking about. But yeah, fundamentally, you need power to mine Bitcoin. 100%, full stop. You don't have power, you're not mining Bitcoin. And if there's no power, then you do what I am currently working on, which is get a solar system for your home.
First, I have a question for also for let me see, Josafat. So, what if we extend life by 50 years? How would that perceive?
Sorry?
What if we extend our lives with 50 years? How would that change Bitcoin? That's my first question. But also a quick question to Kent. Yeah, you were saying that you were working in data security and of course Bitcoin. So I'm a legal advisor to businesses, and I see sometimes they keep all their paper trail, all their corporation documents on Google Drive. So it's the same principle as Bitcoin, right? You don't hold your keys, private keys to those documents. So what I'm trying to do is, and maybe you can advise me or give me some tips now or later. What I try to do, hey, you can install your own Nextcloud server. And then I try to convince them, hey, there's this awesome project, Start9, and you can also host on Start9 a Nextcloud server. Maybe a quick tip, how can would that be a good way to introduce them to Bitcoin too? That's my question to Kent and of course to Josafat.
Yeah, in these intergenerational projects, I have understand that the perception of the time is different, particularly in 50 years or 60, 70, it changed completely. And as Bitcoiners, we should understand, I suppose, the time that we are living in and could change everything. Yeah.
In your question, I'm not sure I totally understood it. Are you saying that, hey, you're advising people how to get their Start9, their own personal servers set up, and you're wondering how to insert Bitcoin into the conversation while you're doing that?
Yeah, exactly. Kind of slowly move them from the topic of data security to sovereignty, because they are overlapping concepts, right?
You're right, they are overlapping. I am gonna riff off the cuff here because I've never considered this. But how I would approach it at just first glance is I would approach it as, hey, just as you're worried about Google having your corporate documents, are you worried at all about the banks having your money, since it's not actually yours in the bank? That's how to approach it. And if they are, then you could work at orange pilling them from there, because you know that sovereignty is something they care about if they're having you set up a server. So you could kind of analogize to something else that they may not be concerned of, but should be through a question. Yeah, correct. So in the same way, Bitcoin being outside of the banking system is a direct analogy in my mind. So that's how I try to tackle it and bring it in sideways.
Okay, so this question is for Gabe. So what do you think is more challenging to get people educated online or in person?
In terms of challenging, online. It is the reason it's a challenge is because if you are live, so on a Google Meet or a Zoom, and you're doing these classes and you're talking about difficult concepts of Bitcoin, people have to actively participate, and sometimes they are shy. You know, it's interesting. They're more shy to ask questions online in a meeting than they are to ask questions in person. And the reason for that is because in person you kind of get, you know, you have a community of people that you feel, oh, everybody's learning here and we're all in person. I can see you're confused, like I can see your face. So maybe I'll ask a question for both of us, right? Online, there is not that dynamic if people have the cameras turned off. So the best thing to do would be to turn your cameras on. Maybe that helps the dynamic a little bit better. But the next challenge for me is if I'm recording content, then I lose the interaction with the audience completely. So there's a few challenges, but follow along with My First Bitcoin. If you're not familiar with our project yet, go to myfirstbitcoin.org and browse through our courses. The intro course is in English and Spanish and way more languages coming soon. And let us know, give us feedback if you have any ideas, if you need anything from us. Our job is to create those tools and resources that are completely open source so that they're accessible for you and for your communities. So, yeah. I just orange pilled 2 people that came here? Oh, yes, that's true. Yeah, little funny story. So my parents are here in the audience.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Yeah.
Wait, let's have them stand up. This is amazing. Gabe, you're awesome.
But when they came to the conference today, they're going crazy with the Bitcoin stuff. They were at the conference yesterday, and after that, I noticed my dad talking a lot more about Bitcoin to people in restaurants and stuff like that. And then just when outside of the conference venue, they orange pilled the taxi driver. I wasn't even there, and my wife was saying, "Oh, we just orange pilled the taxi driver," and I'm like, "Who was talking? Like, you were talking?" No, my dad was giving him sats, getting him to download wallets. Like, okay, feels pretty good. So if you can do that for you, your family, your friends, and your community, trust me, it's a really good feeling.
Everybody should come to a conference. That's it.
I'm noticing
you get people to these events and things just happen. I've seen that over and over again, and the in-person aspect of education just cannot be underestimated. And the in-person aspect of education from within the community of Bitcoiners is just, it's bar none.
Yeah, and how many times have I seen you, Kent, in the last 2 years?
Probably too many.
Too many, like in so many different countries and places. But hey, one of the things I want to ask you too, Gabe, is, is there any particular area you're focusing on education? Are you teaching about mining? I know you're teaching about money and central banking and fractional reserve banking and everything, but are you teaching about mining and running a node and those types of things?
Listen, there's so many rabbit holes in Bitcoin that people think there's the Bitcoin rabbit hole, but no, the rabbit hole is like the tip of the iceberg, right? And then you have multiple streams. Like, what is a node? Oh, whoa, what does a node do? I can run my own node. I can have it cloud hosted. Like, there's so many little things about Bitcoin. We try to focus on the big idea, but now that we are becoming an international organization, we are focusing on that big picture and these streams that people naturally get more interested into. So yes, we will have more resources that focus deeply on these technical concepts, but our focus right now is empowering those who empower others. So what we mean by that is we were focusing on creating materials that were directly focused on the students. So easy to read materials, videos, to orange pill people. Now we want to enable educators to teach about Bitcoin confidently. So those educators will go into their own communities and they will do the work for 8 billion people without relying on one singular organization. So that's our goal, that's our vision, and 2026, again, I can't say it enough, it's gonna be a big year for us.
That's fantastic. Well, we're gonna wind it down here, but one thing I wanted to ask the audience is, how many people are running a node? Raise your hand if you're running a node somewhere. All right, we got a few. And my next question is, if you're not, why not? I'm running a node sitting right here. It's that easy. Woo! All right, give it up for these guys. Thanks a lot.
Fun conversation.
Well, I used to. I still play some. It's amazing. Yeah. Thanks. Oh, what do? Yeah. But you don't have my materials. We got it from your sister. Oh, okay. Thanks. Good to see you. I didn't get this so much. Yeah. There was a I looked at the schedule and it didn't show me. Oh, thank you. So sorry. Okay, apparently I'm going to talk about global Bitcoin adoption for governments. This can be a hated topic. So I'm not going to introduce myself again since I just did a panel. How many people know who Jan 3 is? They probably do because of Lorena here. Yep. What do people think? What do you guys think about governments getting involved in Bitcoin? Is it counter to what we all believe in, what we should be doing, what we want to do? Anybody have any thoughts that they want to share? Okay. It's inevitable, right? And so when I first started thinking about, I met some of the guys from Jan 3, and Philip talked to me about getting involved in, in nation-state adoption. And I was conflicted with it because I always, in the beginning I thought, well, this is not for governments. It's not, Bitcoin is an individual thing. And then I started thinking about it, and the people in this room and Bitcoiners in general, they're leaders. I mean, you guys are entrepreneurs. You're far forward-thinking people, and but a majority of the people, like to follow their governments, follow their pastors, follow their religious leaders, and everything. So I thought, well, if we ever are going to get to hyper-Bitcoinization, so the governments are going to have to get involved. And then what made me want to get involved more was smaller countries around the world could really benefit from, mining Bitcoin, holding Bitcoin. So my slides here, they're just really factual, informational. I'm not going to read to you, but what you can see is, there's 11 nations that are now sponsoring Bitcoin mining, and Kent probably knows more about this than I do, but Bhutan is doing incredible things right now. And so you can see El Salvador, Asia, Europe, UK, Pacific. Who's doing my advancing here? Yeah. Next. So what counts as Bitcoin adoption for a government? There's five things. It's legal use and exchanges, legal mining, state enterprises, treasury, reserve, and then a legislative review. And that's just what's making, the government's making the rules that we're going to live by. But one of the things that I've noticed in going around and speaking to different governments and everything, everyone's just sort of waiting for the United States government to make their decisions and to to set the framework so they can kind of follow the lead. Even countries like Liechtenstein, they're very very forward-thinking nation, but yet they're still kind of sitting in the wings waiting on the U.S. government to make the rules for the rest of us. But you can see some of the legal status for some of these countries. Yeah, but back to Bhutan, they're doing incredible things with mining and custody as well. Pakistan is getting started. Kazakhstan now has a licensed regime. Ethiopia is mining. Russia, El Salvador. Okay. Lo siento. No, I hadn't been on the stage in a while. So, let's go to the next one. The next slide. So who's holding reserves? The United States, they may have a few more Bitcoin after the Maduro thing, right? I don't know. I've been here reading stories. But Bhutan, the same players. UAE, there's a lot going on in the UAE and a lot more to come. China, it's still illegal. However, there's a lot happening in China. Germany made the biggest mistake in the world. Sold 49,000 Bitcoin. I don't remember what price that was, but a lot of things happening in the U.S. states. A lot of states are putting the framework together to either mine and or hold Bitcoin or have a Bitcoin treasury reserve. Texas is, one of the most forward-thinking states there is out there. So 16 U.S. states introduced Bitcoin legislation as of March 2025. All right. So we got a lot of pending proposals for strategic reserves in different countries. I hear Brazil. I don't know a lot about Brazil, but I do read that this is going to be a huge mover for the Bitcoin community around the world once Brazil gets some legislation in place. Japan, of course, is doing some exploration. So 9 nations with active reserve proposals. That's pretty good. If you look back, 3 or 4 years ago, we were at 2 or 3 nations. In 2021, we had El Salvador and, people discussing but not even coming anywhere near making legislation. I'm going to go through this so fast. We're going to have like a coffee break. Bhutan, like I said, they're the king when it comes to mining revenue. You can see 40% of their GDP is Bitcoin mining. That's incredible. A very small country. I mean, who ever even thought about Bhutan or even heard of Bhutan before Bitcoin mining? I really hadn't considered Bhutan, but this is incredible. In a lot of other small countries, this is what I would like to see the smaller nations get involved in this type of activity. It's going to put them on a world stage that they never would have had an opportunity of otherwise. Like I said, I don't want to read to you. This a lot of information. One thing that Bitcoin's doing too, and I've never heard anybody talk about this, and it's tourism, travel, and even real estate investment. So a lot of the places that I know that I go to conferences all the time, and I'm spending a lot of money in these cities in the tourism industry, and I know that Medellin here for this conference even, there's a lot of money being spent here. So it does enhance the local communities in many, many ways that people aren't talking about. It makes people look at buying real estate and living in other places. I mean, it makes us more global citizens. That's one thing I love about Bitcoin. My background was commercial investment real estate, and I'm still in it, but I'm 58 years old, and I'm hoping to exit. I've been selling some of my businesses and selling properties, but as I do become, exit real estate more, I get into Bitcoin more and more, and I just keep traveling. I keep telling myself, I'm not going to go anywhere for 3 months, and then after 3 weeks, I'm like, I guess I'll go to another conference in 2 weeks. But I love the travel. I love the ability to see other places and consider real estate investment in other countries. Next. Yeah, some more economics here. And this data is very difficult to get, but mostly this is U.S. based. But, we're talking about 31,000 jobs because of Bitcoin in the United States. And that's pretty incredible to think about, 31,000 jobs created just because of Bitcoin. And, $1 billion in infrastructure in Texas alone is incredible. Real estate, demanded lift. This is just, in targeted markets and everything. But, El Salvador real estate market's doing incredibly well now because of Bitcoin. It's really been enhanced. So tourism up 22% year over year in El Salvador. And that's got a lot to do with Bitcoin, right? State leaders, 12,200 jobs in Texas alone. But next slide, please. Some emerging markets, what Jessica and I were talking about this morning is a lot of people in Africa were using Bitcoin just peer-to-peer, person-to-person, and just to pay bills and to transact business. But so now some of these African countries and more Asian countries are starting to look into Bitcoin adoption. And I can share these slides if anybody wants these. Just let me know. I can email them to you later. So Latin America does have a lot of asymmetry. Colombia, Paraguay, El Salvador. So many great things happening all over Latin America. Argentina. So here's some strategic mistakes that countries make. Governments treat Bitcoin as speculation. They measure price, not spillovers. Focus on control, not attraction. You can see as Germany sold 49,000 Bitcoin for 57,000 in July 2024. It's incredible. The mistakes that make. Regulatory clarity, and this is what's still forming in the United States. The U.S. is still getting its act together, and I think a lot of countries are still waiting on the U.S. to lead the way. And once we see some more clarity in the United States government and legislation there, I think other countries are going to follow suit. But what Bhutan is doing, they're mining and they're holding, they're not selling. So they're going to be a very, very rich nation, and because of Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. Small nations can move faster, and I do think the advantage is speed, not scale. The first mover advantage, for these small nation states that can get into Bitcoin. So here's what we tell nations they should do. Legalize, provide clarity, avoid forced mandates, monetize stranded energy, which is huge. And there's so much energy, I won't get into this, but Samson Mow says Bitcoin is energy money, right? And he's exactly right. We waste so much energy, we miss the opportunity of creating energy that's available and abundant, where we could be mining Bitcoin with it. And number 5, build reserves, hold long term. That's HODL, right? So just kind of recap by the number: 50 nations with legal Bitcoin use, 11 governments are sponsoring mining, 4 nations are holding strategic reserves, and 9 reserve proposals are pending. So yeah, and this is back to the original thing, Bitcoin. It's why I got into promoting governments getting involved in Bitcoin is it's inevitable, and the question is, will you adopt developmentally or defensively? And I'm hoping to help small governments adopt developmentally. Anybody have any questions? Well, I mean, it certainly it would attract more Bitcoiners into those countries, right? But that was a big question you had too, by the way, a lot of parts. But I think if they could, government services where you could purchase in Bitcoin, or maybe even like if the Internal Revenue Service could give their tax rebates if you had an option of taking it in Bitcoin. But yeah, most states right now, like the U.S. government, they're not buying, they're confiscating, they're acquiring through confiscation. And that's the same for a lot of governments, the UK. When are we going to see that change? When they actually start doing things more than just confiscating, like purchasing for reserves and that type of thing? I don't know. We got a long way to go. And it's not going to happen as fast as we want it to, but I'm enjoying it so far. I know Samson had some communications with the president. I wasn't involved in that, but I know they're thinking in the right direction. But it always takes longer than we want it to. We go and we have a meeting and we think, oh, this is great. Something's going to happen in weeks or months, and then things take months or years. So I don't have a good answer for you, unfortunately. But listen, if a president or a government is talking to any of us or to even any of you guys about it, curiosity, that kind of thing is very, very positive in general. I think that's lower hanging fruit. I do think it's easier sometimes to get local communities involved and grassroots, right? So you know, just like the city of Miami, you know, they had a very pro-Bitcoin mayor for a long time, and so it's easier to get engagement there. It's harder to get a meeting with a president of a country than a mayor of a city. But good questions. Anyone else? I think I'm going to finish early. Café? Café con leche? Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that in President Trump's term. Even I'm skeptical, you know. And there's still some issues. You know, there's still a lot of issues. I mean, there's some things that need to happen with taxation of Bitcoin, and they're talking about having like a $600 de minimis, that type thing. I don't even think that's going to make that much of an impact. You know, we need to be able to transact with Bitcoin and pay no tax. I mean, that's what needs to happen. Go ahead. Well, I mean, we're already doing it. We're using it already, right? I mean, but it's such a small percentage of the globe, and I think we just have so many. You know, most people are followers. You people are leaders. Yeah, I don't have hope for that. I don't. I mean, there's so many people. I have friends who say, "Oh, you have to listen to your government," you know, especially like during silly things like COVID lockdown or whatever. You know, we have to follow our leaders, and a lot of people just have herd mentality. I would say, you know, half the world probably has herd mentality, right? So to get those people engaged and involved, we're going to need the government, unfortunately. I mean, I don't know if we need them, but it's going to have to be the government that makes it okay for them to use Bitcoin. Go ahead. Yeah, it was kind of a bait and switch, right? I mean, it ended up being everything more stable coins, and you know, it's just another form of fiat, you know. So I don't know. It's going to take a year or two for it to work through to where we're going to have any idea of what's going to happen there. So I don't. Again, you keep asking these questions, I don't have a good answer for. Good questions. Budget neutral, yeah. Yeah, that was really early in. Yeah. Well, fantastic. More questions. All right. Yep. Absolutely, and this is what we're talking about a city versus a country, right? So, I mean, the states are leading the way, you know, and you know we got some really good states happening right now. So, I think you're going to get enough states involved in it in the proper manner that the federal government's going to. They're either going to have to back off and like, who cares what the federal government does? You know, I don't know. But we do have a lot of other countries waiting and watching what the U.S. federal government's doing, unfortunately. So, but.
So Bitcoin by itself is apolitical. It does not have any kind of politics.
Right.
And you said that we are waiting for the next move of the U.S. But the U.S. already have like big reserves. Why the other countries are not following and having big reserves? It's a regulation, it's law, or is more kind of interested, or could be something that's political itself.
It could be political. And like you said, Bitcoin is apolitical. Bitcoin doesn't care who you are. It doesn't care if you're an individual, a government, organization, a church, whatever. But I mean, you are seeing more and more countries get interested, but they are holding because the regulation isn't firm yet, right? And we don't have all the rails in place in the U.S. to make other nations extremely comfortable at this point. But it's happening. I mean, I'm seeing it change even in the last year. So my hope is, by 2030, we're going to have a lot of nations that are purchasing Bitcoin, that are holding Bitcoin treasuries, and maybe mining as well. So. Yeah, a lot of it's going to be just standard statistics, right? I mean, multiple regression analysis. We can do that, How much truth is there in it right now? I don't know, but it's a good question. Yep. Yes, sir.
So, I mean, you were saying, though, other governments are probably looking to follow suit on the U.S. government and what they're going to do. But for me, it feels like game theory would suggest that this is the opportunity of other nation states to. I mean, that's right. I mean, the dollar has been so strong for so long, and everyone's been affected by that. Why wouldn't the government want to get ahead of the curve on this? Simply because they're scared.
Yeah, I wish I could answer that question. Because I guess the U.S. is such a massive market, and it just impacts the rest of the world. No matter whether you're talking about Bitcoin or petrodollars or world reserve currency, world transaction currency. So I don't know. It's just going to take time to get people comfortable with it. I did see where somebody sent all the members of the Polish Parliament the Bitcoin standard. I think somebody, I saw Saifuddin make a post saying somebody just bought every member of Parliament the Bitcoin standard and shipped it to them. So things like that are getting interesting, and I think we are going to see a lot of movement and change this year, next year. Well, I mean, you could lose your keys, or you could have it in cold storage. Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, if you're dealing with a KYC exchange, and it's basically the same rules as the banking rules. I mean, it's the same as a bank. If you've got money, if you've got Bitcoin sitting on an exchange, and they're no. Yeah, Coinbase, River, those kind of companies, and those are some. Listen, there's some great exchanges. I mean, there's some really good exchanges out there that have a lot of trust, but there are also some that are FDIC insured if you are keeping cash in there. So, I mean, then all that information about you and about what you're transacting, what you're doing, is sitting right there. So, it's a give and take. It's good and bad, but it's the way it is. Café? Café con leche. Okay, well, thank you guys so much.
Gracias.
How's everyone doing today? Is everyone still awake? Let me try that again. Is everyone still awake? There we go. That's the type of energy we need right now. So up next, we got the Colombian Bitcoin ecosystem panel. Give it up for all of our speakers coming up to the stage.
¿Dónde se quieren sentar? ¿Dónde sea?
Donde quieran.
¿Sí?
Como si quieren hacer. Así estamos. Bien.
Uf, qué frío.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Es un gusto estar acá. Muchas gracias por la invitación a todo el equipo de la Bitcoin Medellin Conference. El año pasado estuve y realmente hablar de Bitcoin sigue siendo algo todavía muy apasionante, ¿no? Todavía pasamos en nos basamos mucho en la filosofía y todavía tenemos muchos retos en la práctica, pero eso es lo que nos trae acá, precisamente. Es como lo aterrizamos un poco de cómo transformamos la sociedad a partir de la tecnología, que en eso consiste, ¿no? Y en Colombia generalmente hemos tenido varios retos. Yo, para quienes no me conocen, yo soy parte del equipo cofundador y soy country manager de Buda.com para Colombia. Somos uno de los exchanges, creo yo, más longevos en Latinoamérica, y pues realmente uno de los elementos que identificamos desde el año 2015, aparte de tener que destruir mi formación académica y profesional gracias a Bitcoin. Yo vengo de la formación de finanzas y economía, y conocer Bitcoin me hizo recuestionar todo el planteamiento económico y mi formación académica y profesional. Es que pues Bitcoin va a ser el próximo catalizador no solo de la industria financiera, que ya de alguna forma está transformándolo de a poco, sino de la sociedad en general. Hemos visto múltiples temáticas alrededor de cómo Bitcoin, la energía, la información, los datos, es algo mucho más humano de lo que realmente pensamos. Y si bien todavía somos un nicho muy pequeño, pues no quita un poco toda la evolución que ha tenido Internet en más de 50 años. En el año 1983 se desarrolla TCP/IP, la primera versión de Internet, pero Internet existe desde el año 69. Y realmente solo pudimos realmente usar Internet después de principios del 2000, ¿no? Eric Schmidt, el ex CEO de Google, dice que Internet es lo primero que la humanidad creó que la humanidad no entiende. Es el gran experimento en anarquía que hemos tenido, ¿cierto? Y va uno a ver, muy pocos saben cómo funciona un correo electrónico, inclusive, y lo usan a diario, ¿cierto? Y el reto de nosotros es transformar Bitcoin en algo que la gente no tenga también que pensar y que tenga que ser tan complejo como esto. Y en Colombia hemos tenido ese gran reto. Yo desde el año 2015 estoy acá en todo este ecosistema y al ver un poco toda esta novedad de Bitcoin, mi primera presentación de Buda fue en un evento bancario, casualmente. Entonces yo, no, Bitcoin, Buda, la experiencia super friendly, no, muy chévere, y todo el mundo me preguntaba, pero ¿qué es esa vaina de Bitcoin? ¿Cierto? Yo decía, pucha, empecé muy mal, porque lo primero es educar, ¿cierto? Y en este ecosistema, pues ya era un ecosistema mucho menos institucionalizado. Obviamente había muy pocas discusiones en diferentes espacios, y con esto pues ya hoy en día el paralelo que tenemos a discutir sobre Bitcoin como algo que ya es real y no como me lo dijo en algún momento un economista ortodoxo, que son las moneditas de Mario Bros. Yo le dije en algún momento, oiga, no subestime las moneditas de Mario Bros porque el market cap de Nintendo es mucho más grande del que usted se imagina, pero hacia allá, digamos, de alguna forma pasamos estas fases de la verdad de Bitcoin. Una situación en donde Bitcoin tuvo una posición violenta, ¿cierto? Se fue ridiculizado en algún momento, tuvo una oposición violenta, y hoy en día ya sabemos que es cierto, los datos realmente es algo que está trascendiendo la economía y la sociedad. Y bueno, obviamente sin más preámbulos, un poquito para hablar sobre Colombia y todo su ecosistema, pues yo quisiera primero hablar con Mónica, que lleva también mucho tiempo en esto, y ver este contraste entre el arte y Bitcoin, que parecen polos opuestos, ¿no? La versión de Bitcoin se reduce mucho a lo económico o a lo financiero en algunos espacios, pero quienes tratamos de leer y aprender mucho más de Bitcoin hablamos de algo también muy artístico ahí. ¿Tú cómo ves ese comparativo y cómo lo estás viendo en Colombia realmente desde tu experiencia, esta experiencia con que el arte de alguna forma tenga que ver con Bitcoin, si hay muchas personas hoy en día o hay un ecosistema creciente alrededor de Bitcoin el arte?
Ok, gracias. La pregunta que te hago ahorita, ¿qué tipo de arte? O sea, el arte comercial, el mundo del arte que funciona mucho bajo el sistema Fiat, o el artista que es una persona que quiere crear, porque son dos ecosistemas completamente diferentes. El ecosistema del mundo del arte, al cual yo he pertenecido por mucho tiempo en Estados Unidos, es un sistema que está muy corrupto, donde el artista en sí no tiene una noción cómo relacionarse a su valor, y ha generado una cantidad de agencia hacia los demás personajes. Entonces le da su poder al curador, al crítico, al galerista, al museo, ¿cómo se llama? El que le comisiona una de las obras, al coleccionista, y entonces los artistas se quedan reducidos a un área donde son víctimas. Ellos no saben cómo recibir más, porque todo lo que hacen ellos usan the middleman, y todo lo que se crea son un 50%, a veces 60%, porque el artista tiene que producir los gastos de producción. Entonces yo cuando empecé, yo siempre he sido como muy atenta a los valores, y a mí nunca me gustó tener un intermediario, yo soy yo y tal. Entonces los galeristas que me buscaban después de 2 o 3 reuniones me decían, ¿sabes qué? Tú deberías de hacer esto sola, porque claro, o sea, yo les preguntaba, pero bueno, entonces ¿usted por qué va 50%? Podemos hacer un contrato, ¿qué pasa si no se vende? Era de las únicas artistas que tenía contratos, hacía papeles de consignación, ¿qué pasa si después de 6 meses yo quiero mi obra, se me la devolver? Entonces siempre con la cuestión de la propiedad privada, pero yo no sabía nada de Bitcoin ni tampoco de economía austríaca, pero es como una manera de sobrevivir que yo nunca me ha gustado que se aprovechen de mí, y entonces es aprender un lenguaje. Después de un tiempo me di cuenta que cada vez el sistema del arte, y sobre todo en una ciudad como Nueva York, estaba dependiendo muchísimo de unos mecanismos que tienen mucho que ver con el mundo Fiat, donde cada persona que hace parte de ese mundo del arte tiene un papel muy importante de cómo mover el dinero. Entonces el coleccionista realmente no le importa tu trabajo, esa persona está invirtiendo en tu nombre, porque ellos van a usarlo para después ponerlo en orets, ¿cómo se llama? En unas, perdón que no hable español todo el tiempo, ¿perdón? No en la galería, no, sino cuando en subasta, los ponen en subasta y entonces te devalúan el valor. El momento que te ponen una obra en una subasta te están tirando el precio, porque todo el mundo o te lo sube. Entonces tú no tienes ningún poder sobre eso. Entonces yo cuando me di cuenta de qué estamos haciendo, entonces yo empecé a salir, mi deseo fue yo me voy a salir de acá, pero yo quiero seguir haciendo arte. Entonces fue cuando yo me di cuenta que tener encargos de arte público era un lugar donde yo podía manejar cómo yo entrego mi trabajo a una entidad que realmente va a cuidarlo, me va a pagar muy bien, yo a poder contratar otras personas y me va a tomar el tiempo para hacerlo bien. Colombia es muy buen copiador de cosas. Colombia siempre ha copiado lo mejor y lo peor de Estados Unidos. Entonces, aquí llegó el mundo del arte hace 10 años, 15 años con María Paz Gaviria y todas esas cosas, no tengo nada en contra de ella, pero pues eso se puso como wow, entonces todo el mundo estaba tratando de imitar acá, pero al momento que llegó a Colombia yo ya sabía que lo que no funcionaba. Entonces, sí vine unas ferias y unas cosas, pero yo dije, yo no quiero ser parte de este circo, porque Colombia tiene la tendencia a copiar lo malo más que lo bueno. Entonces yo sí me salí completamente y decidido a mí me preguntan a veces, ¿tú haces arte de Bitcoin? Y yo soy súper sincera, yo digo no, porque yo creo que los artistas que están haciendo arte en Bitcoin todavía creen que tienen que usar una B y el color naranja, y soy súper crítica con eso, porque yo sé que hay otros procesos, y les pregunto a veces por qué usan eso, y dicen, es que no me van a comprar la obra, y digo, pero eso es lo más fiat que uno puede decir, o sea, claro, si uno tiene la capacidad de crear, usa esa capacidad para ser tú mismo, y hay gente que cuando vean lo que tú eres capaz de hacer, te van a comprar sin la B y sin el color naranja. Entonces, si yo algún día hago, que no estoy segura, arte de Bitcoin, mi arte en Bitcoin es ser yo misma acá, esto es arte. Esto es arte. Entonces, ahora, Colombia, tanto futuro acá, pero una de las cosas que más me interesa en Colombia es que tengamos una relación con nuestros valores y para eso hay que hacer un trabajo interno. Creer que somos capaces, hacernos las preguntas qué es lo que necesitamos, porque con nuestras necesidades podemos crear valor. Y cuando uno crea valor, crea significado en la vida. Entonces es tener esa relación y no pensar que otros son mejores que uno, sino busca donde tú eres el mejor y sé sincero. Sé sincero y honesto, porque así es que vamos a hacer que Colombia sea increíble y no echarle la culpa al uno al otro, aunque pues provoca matar el que está allá en la casa, ¿cómo se llama? Allá abajo en la Nariño, pero es que no es él, somos nosotros los que tenemos que contribuir. Entonces, para terminar, es como la respuesta está en uno mismo y en la agencia que uno tiene para tomar esa decisión, y es una decisión completamente voluntaria, sin pistola, pero es cómo quieres contribuir en el mundo del arte o con tu vida, que es creativo. Ser humano es lo más creativo que hay.
Y lo más bitcoiner también sería no tener que resaltar o resaltarle la virtud de Bitcoin a través del arte con este símbolo de Bitcoin. Eso sería lo más libertario realmente y lo más anarquista, porque realmente marcaría de alguna forma una etapa.
Lo que pasa es que necesitas, eres artista, poner la vea, o sea, a mí eso es limitado.
Sí.
Pero entonces tú eres libre de expresar lo que quieras, entonces trae lo mejor de ti, y si lo mejor de ti es poner una B y poner una naranja, pues hazlo. Yo no estoy diciendo que no, pero yo personalmente es como, ¿por qué no te retas más? Y al retarse es mírate a ti mismo y mira cómo Bitcoin te hace crecer. Yo acabo de ver una charla sobre Bitcoin en el estado de conciencia, entonces hazte la pregunta, ¿qué es tu estado de conciencia? Y ahí con la respuesta, sé tú mismo.
Sí, algo más o menos como el punk, no tienes que ser punk, hacer punk y catalogarte de ser punk o tener un estereotipo del punk. Ese sí es verdad. Chicos, aquí ustedes que acaban de aterrizar a Colombia, obviamente en la experiencia que ustedes tienen como ecosistema, ¿cómo han visto estas, digamos en el caso argentino, que es un caso bastante apasionante, cómo la adopción de Bitcoin es un punto de referencia ante una problemática económica y social? ¿Cómo ven el aterrizaje, digamos, de esta apuesta que tiene Bull Bitcoin acá en Colombia? ¿Y qué es lo que ustedes ven que se puede resolver en Bitcoin acá en Colombia? ¿Cuál es la perspectiva que ustedes tienen frente al país?
Bueno, Argentina y Colombia comparten ciertas características, ¿no? Lo que es, no en la escala de lo que ha sido el problema de la moneda en Argentina, pero sí tal vez en la volatilidad, ¿no? del tipo de cambio y la necesidad de buscar un refugio en el dólar, ¿no? Creo que eso es algo que compartimos y que, bueno, fue en un principio también gran parte del problema que invitó a tanta gente a descubrir Bitcoin y a encontrar en Bitcoin un dinero realmente más libre. Por eso hay una gran comunidad de Bitcoin en Argentina. Lastimosamente, lo que viene pasando en los últimos 6 años, con todo el ecosistema cripto más abiertamente y todo este ecosistema que un poco bastante diluyó este mensaje original de la libertad, que ha llevado a la adopción de herramientas que replican el sistema actual, ¿no? como lo son las stablecoins, por ejemplo, que ya la misma palabra stablecoin es bastante engañosa porque no es nada estable. O sea, el dólar en el año pasado tuvo el peor año desde su historia en términos de lo que es el poder de compra, ¿no? Claro que
en términos tecnológicos, ¿no? No hay nada más estable que Bitcoin en vez de las stablecoins en términos de tecnología.
Por eso, la palabra stablecoin es muy mentirosa. Tal vez si la medimos contra sí misma decimos $1 es igual a $1, pero ese dólar en términos de poder de compra es cada vez peor. Incluso acá en Colombia entiendo que el peso colombiano se ha reforzado contra el dólar también, ¿no? O sea, que el dólar estuvo bajando contra el peso colombiano. Entonces, la palabra stablecoin ya de por sí es bastante engañosa. Y después sigue siendo un dinero que requiere de permiso, ¿no? Es como una tercera capa sobre el mismo sistema fiat, por el cual, como bien sabemos, Tether puede congelar direcciones, puede imponer diferentes tipos de condiciones para usar esa moneda. Entonces, creo que gran parte del desafío por nuestra parte está en recuperar la visión original de Bitcoin, que nunca murió, simplemente que se ha opacado por otras cosas que han hecho más ruido. Así que por nuestra parte es eso en Latinoamérica en general, más que nada porque la gente busca una salida, ¿no? Una solución a un problema y no están encontrando una solución sino un parche, ¿no? o un problema, un mal menor, digamos, pero que no es una respuesta definitiva. Hay una imagen que lo representa muy bien, que es un preso que está en la cárcel y afuera está el pan y la llave, ¿no? Y el preso está tratando de agarrar el pan. Bueno, USDT es como ese pan y Bitcoin es como la llave para realmente terminar con la inflación, terminar con los controles de capital y poder realmente ser dueños de nuestro tiempo y nuestra energía, que como bien dice Mónica es un tema espiritual, de poder ser soberanos y no depender de nadie, porque somos seres soberanos, pero la soberanía no nos la es dada, tenemos que reclamarla, tenemos que recuperarla.
Luis, ¿cómo hacemos para, en un ecosistema como el colombiano, realmente el ecosistema colombiano tiende a ser muy financiero, ¿no? Tiende a buscar la alternativa de Bitcoin desde el punto de vista de ahorro, de prospección, realmente de rentabilidad. Y lo que estamos viendo hoy en día en el fenómeno de Bitcoin es un fenómeno de institucionalización. Y esa institucionalización de alguna forma desnaturaliza un poco esa esencia de Bitcoin, ¿no? Esa esencia por la cual muchos de nosotros llegamos acá, ¿cierto? Y que también obviamente hacemos parte del sistema y de alguna forma nos convertimos en ello, bien o mal, para subsistir. ¿Cómo hacer para que estas personas transformen un poquito este ADN de lo financiero y se vayan un poco más a desarrollar un ecosistema que realmente promueva el uso de Bitcoin con un enfoque, en efecto, no tan restrictivo de no reducirlo a lo financiero, sino también de cara a lo filosófico? ¿Cómo podemos transformar una sociedad en la cual, por ejemplo, tenemos una economía que tiene restricciones de capitales en dólares, no podemos tener cuentas en dólares acá en Colombia, tenemos una sociedad obviamente que la distribución de riqueza es bastante inequitativa y que de alguna forma Bitcoin permite de alguna forma esa autonomía o esa devolverle esa autonomía? ¿Cómo darle ese mensaje a una Colombia que de alguna forma está fragmentada en aquellos que quieren principios de libertad y otros de seguridad, ¿no? No podemos ir solo a las personas que quieren libertad, sino esas personas también que quieren confiar en alguien sus recursos, y qué mejor que enseñarles. ¿Qué mensaje le podrías dar a esta población?
Esa es muy buena pregunta, la verdad. Pero llego a pensar que, o sea, Bitcoin es dinero, es una herramienta política también, y también es algo que te cambia de cierta forma, ¿no? Y no sabemos si el cambio viene después de Bitcoin o antes de Bitcoin. Es decir, bueno, en lo que estamos orange peeling a personas, en lo que hablo con gente de la calle y así, la gente que está más receptiva al mensaje es gente que ya tiene alguna presencia, de cierta forma, de que está un poco más conectado con el corazón y la esencia creativa, como dices, del ser humano, ¿no? Entonces, hoy en día tenemos mucho ruido, y más si estás, como dices, en el mundo financiero, trabajando día a día, viendo noticias, etcétera, etcétera, en Instagram, en X, estamos inundados de información, y muchas veces es difícil salir de acá, de la mente, y llegar un poco al corazón. Entonces, algo que estoy experimentando es tratar de, antes de hablar de Bitcoin, traer un poco de presencia a lo que es ser humano, a lo que es esa expresión creativa, a lo que es expresarse uno mismo con sus propias verdades, ¿no? Entonces ya cuando te empiezas a expresar con tus verdades, ya que empiezas a salir de ahí, está esta herramienta que potencializa eso más, que te da un poco más de tiempo y que también te da verdad en un mundo con tanto ruido. Entonces, es buena pregunta. No sé cómo traer esa presencia, pero sí siento que hay un despertar bastante universal ahorita que está pasando, y el mensaje ahorita lo siento más receptivo que otros tiempos, aunque haya más incertidumbre.
Yo tengo que decir un poco de eso porque estaba hablando hace un ratico pues, con otras personas que han atendido acá. La recepción que hay hoy en día para entender que hay muchos niveles creativos de conciencia está muy alta la resonancia. Y por ejemplo, en esta versión de Bitcoin Medellín ha sido increíble. O sea, cada uno de los paneles, cada uno de los presentadores, todo el mundo está hablando de este nivel de conciencia. Entonces, se trata de cómo reconectarse uno a sí mismo a la verdad de cada uno, porque cuando tú estás viviendo tu verdad, tú no tienes por qué copiar la del otro. Y cuando tú das esa, digamos, tú estás fluyendo de esa manera, eso ya afecta el environment, la atmósfera. Y esa es la mejor manera, ser uno mismo. Pero necesita uno tener coraje, porque hay veces uno le da miedo que no lo acepten, que no lo inviten. Ay, Dios mío, pues yo hace un ratico estoy asustada de leer. Pero bueno, uno acepta cuáles son las limitaciones, pero sí, súper buena pregunta.
Y Mónica, un poco dentro de tu ecosistema, digamos, dentro de esta industria del arte que parece ser muy ajena a lo financiero, pero que realmente se vincula de forma indirecta, ¿qué experiencias has tenido con colegas o personas de la industria que son curiosas y que de alguna forma te ven como un referente tal vez de pronto de generar algún tipo de concepción frente a lo que está haciendo la tecnología o no? ¿Y tú qué le respondes? ¿Cómo haces?
Entonces, todas las personas que me conocían antes de 2020, que eran parte de mi vida de 27 años en Nueva York, quedaron desprogramadas cuando yo empecé a hablar de Bitcoin. O sea, se les rayó el cerebro. Entonces, empezaron, estás loca. Me fui de Nueva York, me fui a Miami, está loca, ¿qué vas a decir en Miami? Y empecé a hablar de Bitcoin, de economía austriaca, de política. Yo nunca había dicho nada de política. Bueno, me metí y fui yo misma, entonces poco a poco la gente fue o cancelándome o me bloqueaban, entonces yo no podía ver tu perfil, yo, ay, me bloqueó. ¿Qué será? Ok, entonces uno tras otro, hasta hace como 1 año y medio pasó algo que tengo esta amiga chilena que yo la amo, y ella es hija, pues Chile es súper socialista y ella, su papá era el ministro más joven cuando llegó Pinochet y que tuvo que escaparse para la Ciudad del Vaticano. Y ella nace en la Ciudad del Vaticano, es una tremenda artista y es una que le importa todo un carajo, pero es la más socialista. Entonces ella siempre en Nueva York está cortando por donde puede agarrar, o sea, ella su mentalidad, pero yo siempre quise a esta señora, porque es querísima. Entonces ella me escribe un texto, ella me ha dejado de seguir y me dijo, yo no te seguí porque es que yo te quiero tanto que toda tu posición antisocialista me tiene muy nerviosa, porque yo no sé si yo te conocí bien, si tú eres esta o eres la otra. Entonces yo le dije, no, yo era así, lo que pasa es que no me importaba hablar del tema, porque, ay, ¿para qué? Porque además me decían, pero tú cuando llegaste a la fiesta, cuando las elecciones de 2016, 17, tú votaste por Trump. Yo le dije, yo no voté por nadie. Me dijo, pero tú dijiste que has votado por Hillary. Le digo, pues era más fácil decir que has votado porque yo nunca he votado en mi vida. Entonces yo me volví mucho más, y ella estaba con la cabeza así, como se la rascaba, me dijo, almorcemos. Yo fui a Nueva York, almorzamos, y me dijo, estoy impresionada porque ¿qué es lo que te hizo cambiar? Entonces yo le dije, a mí lo que me hizo cambiar fue moverme de Nueva York y darme cuenta que yo estaba al punto de ser completamente programada como tú estás. Porque tú naciste con el programa, o sea, tus papás socialistas volvieron al gobierno, o sea, y todos, y vives en la ciudad más capitalista, pero te comportas como una socialista. Entonces me dijo, pero ¿tú qué tienes contra el socialismo? Le dije, todo. Ustedes están tratando de coger aquí, yo sí creo en el trabajo. Yo crecí con una mamá que me decía, ¿tú quieres ser feliz? Busca tu felicidad a través de hacer lo que a ti te gusta. Y mi mamá era muy emprendedora, entonces yo aprendí, yo siempre estaba vendiendo huecos de aretes cuando era chiquita, y hasta que me confiscaron la máquina, pero me gané 10 veces lo que me ha costado, casi me echan del colegio porque le abrí huecos a todos los hombres. Y entonces me llamó el rector y yo dije, no, pero eso es un business. O sea, yo siempre de chiquita hagamos, entonces, para responder la parte financiera, tú dices la palabra financiera, entonces lo que es importante es entender la diferencia entre el valor y el dinero. Y muchas personas no saben que hay una diferencia, porque el valor es subjetivo. Entonces yo, todas las personas que están acá, siempre van a darle un valor diferente a las cosas, depende de la necesidad que tengan. Porque tú puedes haber nacido con un montón de esto, pero nada de eso, entonces de pronto tú le das valor a lo que no tienes, sino a lo que tienes, o viceversa. Entonces la gente siempre se angustia con la plata, y hay una cosa que yo me he dado cuenta que me gusta cambiar un poco las palabras. Cuando tú hablas de escasez en la economía austriaca o en Bitcoin, tú estás hablando que la cantidad de lo que hay, de ese bien, es limitado, por lo cual es valioso, porque es escaso. Pero cuando tú hablas aquí en culturas como de Latinoamérica, tú dices escaso y todo el mundo dice pobreza, porque la atención que le dan a eso es lo que falta, no lo que hay. Entonces es tratar de enfocar que, por ejemplo, ser financiero, pues se puede hablar más como de cómo te relacionas con tus necesidades. Entonces tú ya empiezas a hablar de un nivel mucho más personal, como de tú a tú, en vez de mirar a números. O sea, no hay nada raro con los números, eso está muy bien. Pero entonces es más como una conciencia de lo que significa el valor, cómo te relacionas con tus necesidades, cómo los vas a asignar y cómo empiezas a tener una relación que es healthy, sana, con la idea del dinero, lo que falta o lo que no falta, porque además siempre hay que ver, yo soy optimista, hay que ver las cosas más como con lo positivo que lo negativo. Si te enfocas en la escasez, el hueco se abre muy grande, pero si te enfocas con la escasez de Bitcoin, te cambia la vida. Yo me levanto todos los días con un estado de gracias, como gracias Dios mío, qué maravilla, gracias por la oportunidad. Yo tengo, de hecho, yo trabajo mucho con AI, entonces tengo todos esos asistentes que armé y uno de ellos es el gratefulness. Entonces yo llevo 1 año y medio, todos los días yo escribo, o sea, yo dicto y al final de cada mes me dice las cosas que he hecho porque él me está guardando eso. Y no hay nada más bonito que tener gratitud, pero Bitcoin me dio mucha humildad y mucha gratitud porque me dio la conciencia de lo que realmente vale.
Ok, buenísimo. Y hablando un poco en estos contextos, ya que hablamos del contexto político, ya saben que en el 2026 se nos viene un año electoral, un año que va a definir gran parte del rumbo de nuestra economía nuevamente. Y, digamos, sin matices políticos, en efecto, ustedes desde esta perspectiva, experiencia argentina, experiencia en Estados Unidos, experiencias globales, digamos, de los que tienen con Bitcoin, ¿qué mensaje le podrían o quisieran enviarle relacionados a este ecosistema y a Bitcoin de decirle al próximo presidente, oiga, piense en esto? ¿Qué le dirían ustedes? Eso es un gran reto, en efecto puede sonar muy político, pero realmente es un aporte, no hay nada... esto no tiene ni un tinte vaya a ser el próximo presidente de izquierda o derecha o de centro o para arriba o para abajo. Esto, la idea es mandarle un mensaje positivo, un mensaje que permita construir alguna base que nos diga, oiga, Bitcoin es importante para su país por esto. ¿Qué les dirías, por ejemplo? Empiezo con Micael, que es el primero. ¿Qué te gustaría, qué pensarías que sería de valor decirle?
No sé si soy el más indicado para responder esta pregunta, porque yo no le hablaría al presidente, yo le hablaría a la gente.
Exacto.
Nosotros somos los que le damos el poder al gobierno, el gobierno es nada sin nosotros y nosotros no necesitamos al gobierno, el gobierno nos necesita a nosotros. Entonces, yo creo que un approach, digamos, tratar de encarar un proyecto como tal, en decir la adopción de Bitcoin, en este caso, de arriba hacia abajo, no funciona, tiene que ser de abajo hacia arriba en todo caso. Entonces, no necesitamos del gobierno para usar Bitcoin, podemos empezar a usarlo hoy. Y me gustaría igual volver un poco al tema para donde estábamos hablando anteriormente, a la cuestión del socialismo y bueno, esta mentalidad que de alguna forma nos instaura el sistema Fiat, ¿no? Que es tratar de castrar el pensamiento, sacarnos nuestra creatividad y unificarnos en unidades de pensamiento uniformes, donde básicamente pensar afuera de la caja es ser un loco y un discriminado, cuando en verdad esos locos son los que verdaderamente cambian las cosas. Si todos mantenemos el mismo nivel de pensamiento y las mismas ideas que se demostraron una vez tras otra no funcionar, o sea, Mises escribió un libro sobre el socialismo hace más de 100 años y vez tras vez nos la chocamos contra la pared, nada va a cambiar. Entonces creo que el cambio empieza por cada uno y por cada uno, cuanto más de nosotros seamos, más poder de cambio tenemos. Pero si seguimos esperando que venga un externo, ya sea un político o que Dios baje del cielo para ayudarnos, lamentablemente nada va a cambiar. Tenemos que asumir la responsabilidad individual y nosotros mismos ser copartícipes del cambio.
Bueno, ahí hay un tema que yo quisiera discutir con ustedes desde el punto de vista pragmático, al ser ciudadanos, más allá del pensamiento filosófico, pues estamos ante una realidad de qué es un Estado y por dónde estamos obviamente conviviendo sobre el Estado. Que lo queramos de alguna forma reducir o inclusive desaparecer, no nos quita que de alguna forma tengamos que coexistir con ellos. Por eso, digamos, mi mensaje es un poco oiga, reduzca un poco esta propensión a perseguir a la comunidad, ¿qué ocurre, digamos, en esta realidad en la que tenemos que convivir con esto, tenemos que convivir con unas obligaciones tributarias más allá de que nos gusten o no, o estemos de acuerdo o no con esto? Es como desde la praxis, ¿cómo ven ustedes este tema frente al escenario político, porque si bien Bitcoin es político para algunos, ¿cierto? A favor y para otros en contra, ¿sí? Mi visión es esta. ¿Ustedes qué les dirían a estas personas que están en contra eventualmente, o qué se podría hacer para promover un poco más esa libertad hacia Bitcoin?
Bueno, primero es pensar, bueno, pensando que ellos tienen nuestros mejores intereses en mente y que sí quieren hacer las cosas bien. Para mí el mensaje es que todo lo que tenemos en esta sociedad se construyen a través de dos cosas. La comunicación, o sea, el lenguaje, lo que estamos haciendo ahorita, ya sea español, inglés, lo que quieras, pero esta comunicación. Y número 2 es el dinero. El dinero en sí es otra manera de comunicarnos, pero todas las cosas que tenemos hoy en día están hechas a través del dinero. ¿Qué valor, digamos, le damos? Un unit of measurement. Y si eso es cierto, si todo se construye a través del dinero y estamos construyendo todo con un dinero roto, o como dice Micael, no necesariamente roto, pero que está diseñado de cierta forma a extraer nuestra energía. Y aparte de eso, que siempre está cambiando, es como tener un ruler, una regla que siempre está cambiando de tamaño y tratando de construir un edificio estable. Si tenemos un dinero que está cambiando constantemente, un dinero que no es honesto, un dinero que está extrayendo de nosotros en lugar de al revés, todo lo que estamos construyendo en este mundo va a estar mal, va a estar inestable, y por eso llega un punto que ya no se soporta más y se cae y se derrumba y cosas nuevas vienen, ¿no? Entonces, ese es el mensaje que le diría. Y es un mensaje que llevamos los bitcoiners diciendo por mucho tiempo: fix the money, arregla el dinero y vas a arreglar el mundo, porque eso es algo que toca a todo.
Yo quiero hablar un poco de lo que se llama el derecho a la propiedad privada, porque cuando uno no entiende que, por ejemplo, el cuerpo es la primera propiedad que tienes que defender, tú te dejas, porque eres tú el que deja que te den mandatos para que no salgas de tu casa, te pongas veneno en el cuerpo y comiences a actuar como un NPC, o sea, como una persona que es como un rebaño, y pierdes tu agencia. Entonces es súper importante, estoy de acuerdo con ustedes, o sea, que esto viene a través de uno. Yo no espero nada de ningún candidato nunca, y creo, pero que es importante votar. Yo voté por primera vez en mi vida por Donald Trump, porque yo sabía que nos iba a dar 4 años para no ahorcarnos en el mundo de Bitcoin. ¿Qué es lo que va a pasar ahora con los stablecoins o el Genius Act? Vamos a ver qué va a pasar, pero nos dio un poco de tiempo para respirar, porque la cosa estaba bastante difícil. Ahora no hay ninguna solución, porque ellos no nos dan las soluciones. Lo que nos podemos es qué tipo de vida queremos co-crear, porque cada uno de nosotros tenemos mucho que dar. Entonces hay que informarse, o sea, hay que no estar como de nuevo, ¿cómo te gastas tu tiempo? O sea, ¿de qué estás consumiendo? Porque si puedes leerte un buen libro, te lees Human Action de Mises y entiendes que cada decisión que tú tomas es económica, y de pronto dices, no había pensado en eso, y empiezas a actuar consecuentemente. O dices, la política, digamos, Aristóteles hablaba de la política como el arte más masterful, que es la reducción del comportamiento del colectivo. Entonces, por eso Mises agarra a Aristóteles y dice, pero ¿cómo llegamos al colectivo? A través del individuo. Entonces, cuando tú entiendes que tus acciones contribuyen a la colaboración, que sea violenta o no violenta, a través de ellas, eso te da como optimismo. Entonces, la conciencia tiene que ver como dónde quieres llegar, qué quieres aportar, cómo quieres ser tú creativo, y edúcate. Gratis, en el internet, Dios mío, YouTube es la mejor universidad, y si puedes pagarle a alguien, pues mejor, pero edúcate, todo está ahí, y la generación de ustedes, porque son más chiquitos, ustedes realmente aportan muchísimo para eso. Entonces es como dele, pero también tengo que decir esto: mucha gente votó por no hacer la tarea por el presidente que hay en Colombia, que es un desastre tributariamente. Les voy a decir, los taxes, los impuestos son robo. Infórmense cómo salirse del sistema, porque se puede salir de los sistemas, pero tienen que entender cómo funciona, porque todo el mundo, no sé cómo se dice comply, todo el mundo acepta, sin preguntar. Uno tiene que cuestionar todas las autoridades, porque lo que la autoridad dice no es la verdad. La única autoridad que uno tiene después de Dios es uno. Entonces mira a ver cómo te relacionas con eso. Entonces sí es cuestionar por qué va a votar por el uno y por el otro, y no votar simplemente porque el amigo le dijo, no, pero ese señor va a hacer todo bien. No, o esa señora, no, nada que ver. Sí hay. Entonces yo no digo de votar o no votar, pero si tiene que haber un cambio, o línchenlo. Lo que pasa es que pues, eso ya es violencia, pero sí es importante entender los derechos de propiedad y saber de que esos derechos dependen de uno, de hasta qué punto uno deja que la autoridad atraviese ese límite.
Bueno, tenemos 5 minutos. Quisiera hacer partícipes a todos nuestros participantes acá. Todos veo son de habla hispana. Si alguien quiere alzarlo, por favor.
Bueno, según el informe de Chainalysis, que es una data que graba mucha información de la adopción de criptomonedas, Colombia es el primer país en Latinoamérica en estafas y robo a las personas que intentan adoptar otro tipo de monedas, incluyendo claramente Bitcoin. Nosotros realizamos un trabajo con comunidades y vemos que muchas de ellas permanecen súper asustadas porque temen a ser estafadas y robadas, así que en comienzo hay una barrera muy importante por desarmar. Quisiera saber desde el trabajo que hace Bull Bitcoin, Bull Exchange, el trabajo que hacen ustedes en México, que también tú haces desde el arte, cómo han enfrentado, si pueden hablar de metodologías, formas, lecciones aprendidas, que han permitido que estas comunidades, especialmente las comunidades que están excluidas del sector financiero, que están en condiciones de vulnerabilidad económica, han podido participar de la adopción de Bitcoin.
Bueno, no sé si ya has escuchado de Bitcoin Jungle. ¿Sí? Bueno, para los que no saben, Bitcoin Jungle es una economía circular en Costa Rica que usa Bull Bitcoin en la parte de atrás, pero ahorita creo que tenemos más de 780 negocios y personas que están aceptando Bitcoin de forma directa. Y mucho tiene que ver con la educación ahí, educación real, estar ahí para que cuando la gente tenga una pregunta que puedas llegar. Ahí tenemos una casa física igual donde puede venir a la gente a hacer preguntas y empaparse un poco más, o cualquier duda o cualquier cosa que tengan de problema con la aplicación o lo que sea, tienen a alguien con quien puede hablar. Y en Bull nuestro soporte no es con IA, o sea, no diciendo que tal vez la IA no haga un buen trabajo, pero todo nuestro soporte es real. O sea, cuando tú escribes ahí, alguno de los bitcoiners del equipo te va a contestar y te va a ayudar. Entonces, soporte real, súper importante. Y lo otro son las herramientas, ¿no? Porque muchas herramientas o exchanges tienen 1000 monedas, están más interesados en seguir en esos juegos de fiat que son lo mismo, de extraer. Entonces, ellos te venden mierdas y les da dinero a ellos, y causa también mucha duda e incertidumbre en las personas que están aprendiendo, porque ahora tienen 1000 monedas, una que se llama Doge, una que se llama quién sabe qué, y entonces nosotros siempre el enfoque fue 100% Bitcoin, ninguna otra moneda, ni siquiera stablecoins, y que tú tengas tus llaves. Bitcoin no es Bitcoin si lo tiene, o sea, tu Bitcoin no es tu Bitcoin si están en manos de otros. Y si tú no tienes tus llaves, no tienes tus Bitcoins. Entonces, nos enfocamos 100% en Bitcoin, ninguna otra cosa, y Bitcoin real. Bitcoin en tus propias manos, con tus propios keys, y ya, nada de otros juegos.
Una cosa que quiero añadir es, por ejemplo, tú preguntas por algo que te interesa a ti puntualmente, que son las comunidades. Entonces, lo que yo respondería de una manera creativa es, tú podrías convertirte en un nodo y educar a las personas que tú quieres, que te parece que son importantes en tu vida. Yo me volví el nodo que convierto a mis amigos, no todos me dijeron que sí, les dicto mi primer Bitcoin, o sea, los paseo. Acá tengo una amiga que vino a la primera conferencia porque cree en el asunto y está curioseando y entendiendo que somos gente que nos importa la realidad, nos importa el bienestar pero cada persona es un nodo, cada persona es responsable. Entonces, si cada persona tiene un interés específico, pues aprende a enseñar o busca herramientas que están. Mi primer bootcamp es gratis, o sea, todo está gratis. Entonces tú lo coges, lo bajas, open source, lo cambias. Yo, por ejemplo, cambié porque soy artista, entonces cambié los colores, todo, pero estoy dando el mismo mensaje, estoy predicando el gospel, el evangelio de Bitcoin. Y es perfecto porque entonces yo me vuelvo en un nodo activo, como los nodos protegen el network, yo estoy protegiendo a Bitcoin enseñando. Y la otra persona que yo le enseñe va a hacer lo mismo. Entonces esto se va extendiendo. Y esa es la responsabilidad que tenemos, porque si estemos esperando que el gobierno haga un curso de Bitcoin, quédate esperando.
Bueno, yo desde el caso de Buda, ya obviamente desde mi camiseta institucional y desde lo que me obliga a mí como compañía a establecer estos mecanismos, nosotros primero desarrollamos una academia que se llama academiabuda.com, donde hay un montón de contenido, inclusive 12 capítulos muy corticos para aprender de Bitcoin, su tecnología y su trascendencia en la economía. Es muy práctico para quienes quieran leerlo, obviamente está completamente habilitado. Y desde la incidencia hemos hecho muchas capacitaciones, tanto en instituciones públicas como privadas, entre esas instituciones educativas como el SENA, donde capacitamos a más de 200 estudiantes para que entiendan un poco la tecnología, no solo desde el enfoque propio de lo económico, sino que también desarrollen habilidades blandas alrededor de la industria, alrededor de tecnologías de segunda capa, como son Lightning Network, entre otras. Y yo creo que la incidencia es muy importante hacerlo, porque en manos de quién queda ante la ausencia del Estado la educación, pues de muchas personas que están en una dicotomía del avivato frente al inteligente. Entonces, en eso sí creo que nosotros y de forma individual también tenemos una responsabilidad con las comunidades para poder educarlas, para poder tener una cultura realmente a conocer desde lo tecnológico qué representa Bitcoin desde el punto de vista, pero que también qué riesgos están asociados a eso. Y pues también obviamente Buda también ha tenido una responsabilidad con aquellas personas que quieren ser contribuyentes de sus criptomonedas, que tienen problemas de alguna forma para declararlos. Tenemos una guía tributaria también en Chile, Colombia y Perú para quienes quieran de alguna forma establecer un mecanismo formal. Y pues yo creo que ese fue el nacimiento de Buda, la mejor fuerza de ventas, y un poco en esa experiencia que yo dije, ¿por qué vendiendo Buda, un sitio crypto friendly, un sitio Bitcoin friendly, para después que me digan qué es Bitcoin? Pues obviamente yo dije, hay que educar, y yo creo que educar es la mejor fuerza de ventas en este ecosistema.
Y para cerrar específicamente, educar en que no hay almuerzo gratis, porque gran parte de esas estafas viene de mandame dinero y vas a ganar más dinero, y así como que la gente, obviamente la crisis acrecenta eso, la necesidad, ¿no? También de poder salir adelante, ganar un peso más, y es esa idea de que se puede ganar algo sin hacer nada, ¿no? Entonces hay que matar la idea de raíz de que se puede ganar algo sin hacer nada. Y bueno, gran parte de esas estafas, como se habló, vienen de lo que son otras criptomonedas, no Bitcoin per se, si bien también se usa Bitcoin. La educación, como dijimos, cada uno ser un nodo, cada uno tomar su responsabilidad de educar es lo más importante.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos y a todas. Espero que les haya gustado y que sigan disfrutando este evento. Muchas gracias a todos nuestros invitados y invitadas.
Gracias, brother. Muchas gracias. Digan no a las shitcoins. Muy importante.
Bitcoin only.
hold one.
Probably makes sense for me to be over here, yeah? Since I'm talking.
Kyle, thank you.
I use this and the mic?
Yeah, it's just back up. Yeah.
Okay, are we good to start? Yeah, awesome. Okay, so my name's Michael Blankenship. If you guys were here yesterday, maybe you saw me talk. I work at Blockstream. This is a panel about Nostr and all things Nostr. I barely know these guys, so this is going to be great. I also barely know anything about Nostr, so this is going to be really, really good. And I think the best way to start is we could do like a brief set of introductions. So if you want to take us away, Kyle.
Cool, yeah. Kyle Huber, filmmaker, making a documentary film in Bulgaria, and also host a podcast, We Are Satoshi.
My name is Mike Rama. I like to say I've been a closet Bitcoin maxi since 2019. Run a company in the creator economy space. We connect brands with content creators. And then recently just launched what I think of basically a copy paste of that same business model, but in the Bitcoin space, called bitcoinsponsorships.com. Right now we're marketing it exclusively on Nostr. Like that.
I just came across these guys the other day, and I didn't even know that was you behind it. So.
There was a reason I didn't tell you. We'll get to that.
I'm Ben Werman. I'm host of the Ben Werman podcast. I talk about Bitcoin, Nostr, health, all sorts of conspiracy theories, and been on Nostr for over 3 years, and it's my main social media now. I pretty much only use the others to shill Nostr, so excited to purple pill our friend Michael here, who hasn't posted in over a year, if I remember correctly.
I have no idea. Yeah, that's probably
fix
the
that
case.
today.
Yeah. Great. So my first question is to you, Ben. So as you said, you have a podcast. You talk about Nostr all the time. So I feel like you probably have a good mental model of like what it is and what it is not. And that's, again, as someone who hasn't spent too much time thinking about it, I'd love to know in your head, like what is the simplest, accurate mental model of how these people here, if they don't know what it is, should think of Nostr. And after that, so the quick follow-up, and you guys feel free to jump in here, but like maybe beginner mistakes or misconceptions that are made.
So this is an easy one to answer because most people here are Bitcoiners. We can really use Bitcoin as the starting place because we know that Bitcoin is changing.
And actually, let me do something real quick.
Sure.
Who here has heard of Nostr? Raise your hand. A lot of people. Okay, great. But this is great. But this is great because some of them don't.
Can we quick follow up on that? So out of everyone who said they've heard of it, how many people actively use it? All right, cool.
So less.
That's also important. Yeah, so people who know about Bitcoin, which most people, every conference know more about Bitcoin than they do Nostr. Bitcoin is decentralizing the money by switching from a centralized banking system to more of a node model where everyone can run their own node and it's peer-to-peer. And Nostr is similarly doing that for social media and communication in general. And there are people that would say it's changing the whole internet. And that's we can talk about that later down the line if we want to, but just using social media as the first big use case, we have a handful of really big centralized platforms like Instagram, Twitter, Pinterest, etc., which have complete control over all of their users, what they're allowed to post, who's allowed to post, and have these algorithms that control people. Just like in the financial system, people can be debanked, and people don't actually have control over their money when they're working in the fiat financial system. So Nostr is doing that by creating a new system that works similarly to email in the sense that email is a protocol where you have all these different apps like Gmail and Outlook, and you can use whichever one you want. They all access the protocol layer, but you have a free market of apps being built, and none of them can censor you. You can just switch to another one if one of them were to find some way to censor you. So you can bounce around. It's decentralized. It's like an unwinnable whack-a-mole game for those who want to stop you from speaking. And so I would say Nostr is one of those things that when it came out, we're like, how do we think of this? Like Bitcoin's been around for a while. This is such a no-brainer. Communication needs to be decentralized just like money does. So that's how I typically explain it to people. Should I move on to the next part?
Well, also feel free to
Yeah,
add on.
just an analogy I like to add on this to try to meet people where they're at. I think of Nostr as if, imagine your Twitter account or your X account and your Instagram account and your YouTube and every social media platform that you used, the followers that you had on those platforms, they stayed with you. So someone follows you, that means they followed you on X, they followed you on Instagram, they followed you on YouTube. Now let's say Instagram wants to ban me. Cool, I get banned on Instagram. There are 15 clones of Instagram that I can go to now. I go to Instagram version number 2. I still have all of my same followers there. I still see all of the same content. So it kind of eliminates this, I think Ben mentioned like, oh man, I've been banned on TikTok before. I've been banned on these other platforms before.
What are you guys doing to get banned?
Oh, that's his world.
Follow my Nostr and you'll find out. She knows. But yeah, so that's called the social graph for people wanting to know the terminology of like the people that choose to follow you and click follow on your profile. When you're on the centralized platforms, you're completely at the behest of the big tech overlord that controls that platform. And if they cut you off, all of that is out the window. Everything you ever worked for in building these audiences is gone. But in Nostr, it works on a protocol level. So you just switch to a different app and then they're all there. And of course, like if you're not planning on posting anything crazy that would get you censored and you're just posting art or whatever, it's still cool to be able to transition between all these different types of apps with different experiences, and you have the same people with you everywhere you go, the same followers who can follow you, and you get to choose which experience you like the most between all these different apps. So it's super cool.
Yeah, but I made my Instagram so my grandma couldn't see what I'm making. So it's, yeah. Okay, so
there are definitely ways you can like make it so only certain people see certain things. It's very user controlled.
Okay. So going back to my quick follow-up, and any of you guys feel free to jump in here. Like, so now we kind of understand maybe how to think about Nostr, and I'm curious, and I download it. Like, where do people mess up or like get stuck or?
I would say the most common mistakes I see are when people on Nostr are bringing their friends.
Also, wait, actually, I just realized, how do I download Nostr?
Yeah, that's a great opening to where one of the first mistakes is people will just go type in like Nostr on the Play Store or the App Store when that's like typing in email on the App Store. Like, where's the email app? That's the protocol. Nostr is the protocol. There are different apps that work on the Nostr protocol. So the place that you can see the entire list of them if you wanted to, you can go to nostrapps.com, but a couple that I know most of us use here, Primal is a great one. Just type in Primal in the App Store, works on iPhone and Android. It's the little pink wave logo, and that, in my opinion, has the best onboarding right now and a really easy built-in Bitcoin wallet for those who want to instantly start zapping, which we can talk about zapping later. That's like the Lightning aspect where you can actually send sats to each other for your posts. If that answers your question.
The other thing is similar to Bitcoin. You need to protect your private keys. So
Yes.
Nostr's the same way. If you want to access your Nostr profile, you have what's called an NSEC. So you have a public key called an NPub that you give to other people, and that's how people find you. And then you have an NSEC, which is your private. That's your ability to sign into all these different applications called clients. And so it's of utmost importance to back those words up. It's just a long string of characters. Let's say that's the number one thing. One of them.
Yeah, I know people like you should be putting that private key at the same level of security as your Bitcoin private key because that's your voice. That's important, just like your money. And those out there like me who started like 3 years ago, we were stupid and just throwing in all these like brand new clients everywhere. Maybe in danger. We'll see. If I ever start posting crazy things, maybe it's not me and I'll switch to a different empire. We'll see.
So this isn't necessarily where like people mess up, but I think it's where the Nostr onboarding experience is different than your legacy social media. First time you log into Instagram, it's just going to show you some crazy stuff, right? And now you're just scrolling and you're watching stuff and it's figuring out what you like and it continues to show you more things that you interact with. Nostr, that's not going to happen. The ownership is on you to build your a web of trust and come into it knowing who do you want to follow. And so that is still it's newer, like this onboarding experience, and I don't think a lot of the clients have it fully nailed down yet. But it puts more ownership on you as a user to figure out who do I actually want to follow, who are these people that I know in real life, and start to curate that. Whereas other social media platforms, they're just going to start putting stuff in your face, and it's a much easier process to get going. And so there's a bit more friction getting started because you log in and you're like, what's here? You know, there's really nothing here, and it's kind of on you to discover a bit deeper and really like figure out what you want to see here and curate that, as opposed to, hey, I'm gonna jam stuff in your face until I figure out what you like, and it's the algorithm that is now driving what you see. Nostr, it's not like that.
We are seeing, though, with that said, that certain clients like Primal, as we mentioned earlier, now has follow packs where you can go into the follow packs and see different categories like artists, musicians, writers, Bitcoiners, self-sovereign, Citadel builders, all these sorts of different topics. You can go find these recommended followers, so you can get started with something. But yeah, there is definitely more of a self-empowerment aspect to it, where you get to choose what you want to see and where you want to see it, rather than having algorithms feed you everything they want you to see.
Cool. I do want to get from one of the staff, if you can let me know what time we're closing this, since we're running. Ryan, what time does this close? But like, can you give me a time, just so I can like look? Okay. So I'll be looking for that in the background as you guys answer this next question. Okay, so Kyle, you have your own podcast. You're right. You're also a creator. So maybe some of these people here are creators as well, and maybe they're not coming on strictly as a consumer. Like if I were to download Nostr, let's say Primal, and get started, I would be just a regular individual. I'm not like a major creator. But for the creators, what should they keep in mind, or like know? How is that? Is that a different role? Is that a different set of things you got to think about, or context coming into this?
100%. If you are actively creating content and that's part of your business or your passion, you're going to use these applications, not just Nostr, but any social media, differently than somebody who's just a passive consumer of it.
Right, but specifically, if I'm coming from other media, other social media, I'm already creating content. What now is?
Yeah, I mean, for me, first of all, I have to say we are all creative, and every single person in this room is an artist and a creator in some way. So if you don't think you're a creator, I don't know where the fiat system went wrong, but I don't think it's necessary. What I would say is that Nostr is a place where there seems to be more genuine dialogue, where Twitter things degrade to name calling and price predictions and stuff. I find, just my anecdotal experience, that there's a genuine interest in people to engage on topics. So you'll see legitimate conversations going. I post the same content across YouTube, Nostr, Instagram. But I love Nostr the most. Why? Because it's the only platform that I'm monetized on. So from day one, you're monetized. You make your first post, come find me, I will zap it, and you will get paid sats right away. So I think that's a huge call for a creator who's just getting started and trying to just build some momentum to see those sats flowing in. It's huge. I don't know about other recommendations. I think just trial and error and find your voice and keep making
Anyone
stuff.
else? Thoughts on creators coming on board?
I could say, as someone who is monetized on places like X, like I have enough followers and engagement on there, I do get some money through that, but the excitement is not there, because I know that at any time I could just get rug pulled and it's gone. So there's a huge risk to be pushing the envelope and speaking your full voice on there. So there's no point in me really investing in that, in my opinion, as long as you're like really trying to. Well, it depends on what type of content you're posting, obviously. I like to push the envelope a little bit, but like the fact that you can immediately get paid on Nostr from day one is so exciting for people, and it should be, because that's the way it should always be. Is that if you're creating value for others, then you earn value back, and it just creates this ecosystem, because that was one of the biggest experiments that Nostr set out to solve, was what's going to happen when there's no algorithm controlling what people see? Like, is it just going to be a total chaos world, and is it going to be like awful, like gruesome porn and violence everywhere? And no, it's like super lovely. Like it's people like really like to help each other out and provide value for each other, and it's a great environment. And it's really shown that when you have none of these guardrails and controllers trying to police everything, people are awesome, and you get a really awesome community. And of course, there are the whole global feed that's just like full of like everything in the world, and no one really goes there. You follow the people you want to follow, but it just creates better incentives.
And Mike?
Yeah, one thing I'll add in terms of giving perspective to creators, there are some people out there, right, the Jeff Booths of the world that have kind of dropped all other social media and only focus on Nostr. And I'm not saying that's right for everyone. For most creators, that's actually a bad business decision. Like what you'll figure out is Nostr, it's quite small, it's quite early. A lot of people are doing it more for the values, right? You're not gonna make a killing over there. Yeah, it's awesome sending sats around and everything, but for a lot of creators, YouTube, Instagram, you're gonna get way more reach, you're gonna get way more views over there. So that's something to just understand going into it, that it's much smaller, it's much newer. There are a lot of people that are dropping other legacy platforms and coming over here. But that's everyone's decision to make for themselves.
I think it really depends on how big of an audience you have on other platforms already. Like if you have a massive audience on other places, I wouldn't obviously leave that completely and go all in on Nostr. If you have a really small audience and haven't really gotten traction anywhere else, I would go all in on Nostr and just say, I'm going to make this my full focus. And if you have a big platform on other places, I would continue that because you have a good traction there, it's working for you. But slip in little Nostr shows, let people know this is where you can go find me and actually like really connect with me on a deeper level, because this is where I'm 100% uncensored and where you can send me value for the content that you enjoy, and you can have extra perks for them over there, similar to how like Patreon and stuff they have like these tier lists where you can get extra perks from your favorite creators if you do certain tiers. Well, you can do similar stuff on Nostr just by having them come over there and pay you there. It's a much better financialization option for people. Even with huge audiences on certain platforms, they still don't get paid. Like I don't think Instagram pays people anything. If they have 100,000 followers, it doesn't matter. So they still get nothing. So those people should definitely be at least slipping Nostr into their content, letting people know that go check this out.
And I'll also just say, you don't have to push the envelope that far to get banned on these other platforms. Ben Sessions, great example, just wants to help people
self-custody. AKA BTC Sessions.
Ben Sessions, BTC Sessions. He spends 9 years building his channel, adding value to people, and one day he's in the middle of a live stream and they just banned his entire channel, just like that. That's his livelihood, and that's
and he's not even being crazy. He's 100% like only education. Like that was crazy.
Yeah. So I'm gonna move it along because we don't have too much time left. So Mike, we were actually having a bit of an interesting conversation, I think, last night, not the night before. I don't know. Time's passing quickly. You are coming from a TikTok shop. It sounds like you know a lot about traditional social media operations. You've mentioned Zapvertising. I have no idea what that word is. Please explain this Zapvertising experiment, and like, do you see that scaling, or like, what should the audience know, or how should they think about that? Does that affect how they think about Nostr or social media?
Yeah, so this is something that I find fascinating, is how to use social media platforms for yourself as a business, right? How to get awareness out there, how to get buyers, how to get new users for your app, whatever it might be. You think of Meta, Instagram, TikTok, how all these platforms work is you pay the platform for exposure, right? And then all of the users, they are the product, right? So you're a content creator, you're making content on TikTok, you're not really getting money from that, right? All of the advertisers, they are paying TikTok directly. So TikTok they're incentivized to basically grow this network, and then they are collecting all of the revenues and they're selling the attention of the users. With Nostr, there is no central place where I go and say, hey, can I pay you to get exposure? That doesn't happen. And so if I want to somehow find a way to pay to get exposure, it's actually directly to the content creators. So for example, I ran an experiment with the company we launched, BitcoinSponsorships.com. What I want on that platform are more content creators, specifically podcasters. And so what I did, go to Nostr, I can search, and I can search for just the word podcast or the word episode. And then I can go and I can send a zap to every single person that's ever said the word podcast. And so I did that, literally did that 3 days ago. I didn't tell Kyle this. And so Kyle is one of these guys on Nostr that's got a podcast. So I zap all these people 1,000 sats with just a message that says, do you need Bitcoin sponsors? And I got a ton of DMs back, Kyle being one of them. Hey man, thanks for the 1,000 sats. This is awesome. Like, I'm interested. What do I need to do? And so I think that is the way that we're going to see advertising happening more and more on this platform. And it's where...
So spam.
I mean, well...
Spam that pays you. And this is a big deal.
Okay,
because
okay, I mean, that's why I'm
no one gets
that's
mad
why
in
I'm
this
being
situation.
bold with the statement. I'm
Yeah.
like you know,
It's like a totally new idea because no one's angry when you're getting paid for spam to be coming into your posts. Like, it's a true win-win situation. Like,
we're Oprah spam advertising. You get $1. You get $1. You get $1.
So give it to me.
I think it also depends how you do it too, right? For example, if someone sends you an email and it's like a super relevant email, you're interested, you respond, and you end up like, you know, working out something with that person, and you guys end up working together. Now they're a co-founder. Did that person spam you? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. And so if you can do it in a way, for example, when I sent this to Kyle, he didn't go, dude, why did you just spam me? He responded, thanks for giving me 1,000 sats. I'm really interested in this thing. How, like, can I learn more? How can I do it? So I think there's
I have one small
there's kind of a line.
edge case question here.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Which is, Noster's early, right?
Totally.
Probably the number of notifications you get for zaps is like pretty slim, is my guess. But now imagine we scale to email. It's a protocol. We scale to email. Now everyone and their mother wants your attention, and there's 10 sats, 10 sats, 10 sats, 10 sats coming from all of these different places. I'm still not annoyed. I'm getting sats, right? But how does that affect this Zapvertising thing?
Dude, I already know what clients are going to do with this. They're going to have an option where you can choose what level of sats actually sends you a notification. So you can, again, control your own flow of notifications. Easy.
And I think they're already starting to do that, where I can turn off, hey, if someone sends me one sat, I don't even want to see the message, and you can kind of set that limit. So I think there's always going to be this, it's still happening with email, right? There's always like spammers that try to figure out a way, and then Gmail makes an update, and okay, now you're in the spam filter. I think that always happens.
But at least you're getting paid for it now.
Exactly. Now, okay, cool. Turn the notification
this
off.
Auction within your post of like these companies to bid more and more and more money to get your attention. You're stacking sats that whole time. How cool is that?
That's the one thing I was going to add is if you zap, whoever has zapped the post the highest amount of sats gets to display a message on that post. So for example, Jack Dorsey tweets
I actually don't think we've covered this real quick.
Yeah.
We've talked about Noster. We've not talked about a zap.
A zap is just sending someone Bitcoin across Lightning
You
natively.
You can think about it almost like a super like. So you can like someone's note, or you can send them a zap, which is I can assign any amount of Satoshis that I want to send someone. I could send them 1, I could send them 20. Some people will send 100,000. And where Kyle was going with this is the highest zap on any post, their message gets displayed. So not only that 1,000 sats that I sent to Kyle, not only did he see that in his notifications, now on his post, every single person that sees that saw my zap at the top as well. So there's kind of 2 layers to it.
So, Kyle, I just want to let you finish your thought because I interrupted you, or he got you?
Yeah, you explained it. Yeah.
Okay.
So Jack Dorsey, right? Tons of followers. If you have the top zap, you can put any message. And Ben, I think this is how I found out about your podcast, because Ben will go zap posts that are trending.
I use this
with a link to his podcast. So you literally just, oh wow, this guy has a podcast. Let me check it out.
So in a way, Ben is Zapvertising.
Exactly.
Okay.
And you can set it in Primal as your default zap message. So I just like bing, 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 bing,
Right.
zap everything, and they all get the link to my podcast.
We're almost out of time here, but I think I want the audience to have at least a concrete takeaway from all of this. Like, this has been really good, and I'll see if we have more time. I doubt we do, though. Each of you guys feel free to hammer something off here, but like, in your opinion, what's the single best Noster client experience? The people here, what do they download?
I think Primal is a good place to start. Damus is another one. Satlantis is one that I'm really excited about. And
So I did say single best, Kyle.
sorry, I just want to say one thing, because we've spent this whole time focused on the social media element of Noster. But it's much more than that. It's actually a new layer of the internet. And Alex Svetsky, the CEO of Satlantis, has been building this. It started off as a kind of TripAdvisor mixed with like an Instagram TripAdvisor thing. And it's evolved into an events app. So they're not a Nostr client. They're an events company. They're competing with Luma and some of these Partiful and some of these other ones. But they're leveraging the layer that is Nostr to bring a better user experience. So I think we're so early to this thing that we're still thinking about it from the lens of, oh, it's just a new social media. And it's potentially much more than that, but also potentially could fail. We're so early to this thing. It's the most important thing is that there's a desire, there's a need for this layer of the internet that is permissionless, and Nostr's proving that that's.
So if you want to talk about the cutting edge of Nostr, talk to Kyle. Mike, single best.
I will say Primal, but also kind of separate topic. If we're doing a little closing remarks here, something that we haven't mentioned is Nostr is what I see as the largest circular economy. Like how many people here spent Bitcoin today? Yeah, just like a handful. I think on Nostr I probably sent, 15 people Bitcoin today. I probably also received it from maybe 10 people. And that's just not something that we see in the physical world right now. And so I think there's this circular economy. It's growing so fast. And sometimes I even forget.
Yeah, but Mike, you spent 15 sats and you received 10. I don't want to do that. That's a losing game.
But now I got Kyle on my platform.
I put my email and password. I'm signed up.
I'll take that all day.
Ben?
Yeah, since they both said Primal, I'm going to do something a little bit different and just give an exciting, future upcoming client that's coming, which some people may have heard that Vine is getting rebooted, and it's going to be called Divine, D-I-V-I-N-E. It went super viral a few weeks ago because one of the OGs on Nostr named Rabble, he was actually one of the co-founders of Twitter with Jack Dorsey. He is creating a Vine reboot, and it's going to be a Nostr client. And of the millions and millions of people who saw this news, it was on every single news channel. They don't even know it's a Nostr client. So they're all going to become new Nostr users once that comes out. It's still in beta right now, but that's something to keep an eye out on, and I'm very excited for it.
Cool. If we had more time, I had a really cool technical question, but we're out. Just to verify, we're out of time? Yeah. Okay. So thank you guys for coming.
Monica wants to know the question. We'll talk later.
Okay. Yeah. The question basically is, so with Bitcoin and Lightning, there's kind of like obvious monetary incentives for people to propagate and run the network. But with Nostr, storage is actually very expensive and is not decreasing nearly as fast as compute. So the whole Moore's law thing of like things get cheaper, so they'll just naturally do it doesn't work. So why would people run Nostr nodes with terabytes, if not petabytes of information in the future, as storage does not get increasingly cheap?
That's a doozy of a final question.
That's a big one.
Okay.
I'm not technical enough for that.
So on that note, thank you guys.
Hey, hit up Derek Ross.
Thank you.
Message Derek Ross. He will know.
We talked a bit about this.
I have a slight answer after you teed it up for me last night.
Hello, everyone. All right, Gals. How are y'all doing? Good? Excited? Energy? Good, good. So this panel, this conversation is about the Wall Street wave and the importance of self-custody, which I guess those two things together are kind of ironic compared to each other. So it's a bit nuanced, I suppose, and I think that's what we're here to talk about. So how about all three of us introduce ourselves really quick in case people need a refresher or a reminder. So my name's Luke Broyles. I'm an American, so I don't live here in Medellin. Thank you all for welcoming me back here for the second year of the conference. And my focus is very much on self-custody, multi-sig, and estate planning and all that kind of aspect. But at the same time, I am glad that Wall Street's here buying Bitcoin, even though I think that the trade-off of losing self-custody is a big downside. So anyway, that's what we'll be talking about. So Dallas, how about you introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name's Dallas Rushing, originally from California, but I'm based in Medellin, Colombia. I'm the CEO of Satoshi, the Bitcoin app. Our website is satoshi.money. Really, I think it's a fantastic onboarding point for people where they can get a self-custodial wallet and hold Bitcoin themselves. They can interact with Bitcoin and all the different versions of it. And I'm super passionate about just creating great products for people. I've done stuff both in this space and then non-Bitcoin stuff. It's a lot funner building stuff in this space. So yeah, lots to build. Thanks for having us.
Hi everyone, I'm Khushbu Kular. I'm based out of Singapore and I work with Amity Age as the head of financial services. So they have 3 verticals: Bitcoin education, mining, and financial services, where I handle Bitcoin-backed loans, OTC desk, Virgin coins. And last year we launched a mining pool as well. And at the moment we are talking, they have like 888 petahash. And in fact, Luke, I shared the stage with you last year at the same conference. Now I remember, along with Jesse and Madison. So good to be here back. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think? You're in the mining space. You know, I think most people, when they hear Wall Street versus self-custody, they're thinking only about Bitcoin, the asset, but there's also the whole mining industry, right? You know, that's a concern about mining pools and everything of that sort. So I'm sure a lot of people have that question about centralization with mining pools, et cetera. What's your opinion on that, of that balance between corporate actors entering and then also wanting to keep Bitcoin decentralized and secure?
I think, like, if someone asks me, I feel to each his own, honestly speaking. So it depends on what your goal is and how much is your understanding about Bitcoin. So if you understand, if your purpose is self-sovereignty, if you believe in privacy, transparency, then, you know, holding Bitcoin is the thing for you. But if you don't even understand the space, like I can talk from my personal experience, people, like I know not my colleagues, but the people I studied with, they don't even understand the difference between Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. So for them, I mean, something like ETF makes sense to them, because then they understand, okay, they might not understand Bitcoin in the first go, but more they, do such stuff, they understand like what is Bitcoin actually, and it might be a road to them to hodl Bitcoin in future. Because at the end of the day, like, you have to understand there's a difference between holding Bitcoin and investing in Bitcoin ETFs. ETFs is something where it's a fund managed by a financial institution where they hold Bitcoin, but it's not like, then there is a risk where it can just fail, or there's a scam, or it could be seized. So you have to have if you are still early, you can have a balanced approach where you can hold ETF and also learn how to hodl Bitcoin on your own. Because and if you are in a jurisdiction which is like shaky, then for having a cross-border movement, then holding Bitcoin is better. But I can also give an example. A Bitcoiner who lost his Bitcoin, I won't get into the reason, there were some personal issues as well, but you have to be very pro in managing Bitcoin also. It's not that you just save it and it's there, now you don't have to worry about it. No, you have to be really pro. So I don't give any financial advice. I just feel like, to each his own. That's my mantra.
What do you think, Dallas?
I mean, I know that the first part of the question was about mining. Admittedly, it's not something I have deep knowledge on, but I do think at the core, mining is about incentives. And there's going to be more public actors who come into the space, and there's probably going to be much more hash rate that comes on board from companies and public actors who have oversight and whatnot. And I think like that's been battle tested in a lot of ways thus far, and it will continue to be. And as long as miners are earning revenue, it is in their incentives to act accordingly and continue the chain as the way it works. And self-sabotage is not really a profitable endeavor, which is why you don't see it. But yeah, nonetheless, I think some of the like decentralized mining pools are cool, right? Because you can participate in a way without exposing yourself as you typically sort of have to with some of the more public ones. So a lot of cool stuff happening. Privacy is really important. So kudos to the people working on that.
So each of us here comes from and has most of our experience in a different region of the world, right? So obviously most of my experience is with North America, right? United States, Canada, Australia, UK as well, right? So very much of the West and, very wealthy countries per capita. Dallas, you have your home base down here in Latin and South America, and then, you have your experience over in Asia. And so I'm curious, maybe if we could just talk a little bit about, because Wall Street is only, in America, obviously, but the institutional adoption is different in each location. So in my experience from a North American perspective, the average American really doesn't care about medium of exchange at all. Like, they only care about number go up. They only care about owning it as an asset. They don't care about it as a currency. And as a result of that, a lot of them have been very favorable to keeping it on exchanges and ETFs and things of that sort. And so they've been very favorable to that. But I'm curious for each of you, given your different regions of the world, like Dallas, do you see people here in Colombia that are locals? Like, are they pivoting more towards self-custody? Are they doing more of the securities and the paper forms of Bitcoin? Like, what do you think people here that maybe aren't from Colombia should know about how locals are doing that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a very tiny minority of people that I'm aware of here that participate in like U.S. markets and are buying ETFs. A lot of people here deal with Bitcoin in self-custody or Tether in self-custody right now. I mean, obviously outside of the U.S., to your point, medium of exchange is a lot more important. And so it's why, some people just have sort of worse currencies than, they're all bad at the end of the day, the fiat currencies, but the dollar is sort of the least worst one. And so other countries have a bigger need to transact in dollars. And I see a lot of that happening here. And they don't trade back. They don't come back to pesos. They keep it there, or they stay in Bitcoin. And I think people are less trusting of entities holding on to all their funds, right? And so they seem to just per 100 people I sort of talked to, I think people are self-custodying a lot more outside of the U.S., I would say.
Would you say that for every Bitcoin user, there are 2 Tether users or vice versa? Like, what do you think the ratio is between locals here using stable coins versus Bitcoin, or is it about the same?
It's probably, I don't know, 3 to 5x probably transacting in Tether more than Bitcoin. A lot of people who do transact in Tether, they have Bitcoin, but they're not spending it, right? And it's sort of Gresham's law, right? It's like they want to spend that before they spend the thing that they're saving, if they have the ability to save. And so, I think that's part of the course, but that number will hopefully shrink over time if everybody keeps working.
And what do you think regarding Asia, Singapore, India? What do you think?
Singapore doesn't have Bitcoin ETF as of now because they have a very balanced approach. They are trying to protect retail investors, and they have a stringent policy. I mean, they just updated their cryptocurrency policy around June 2025 last year, and I completely understand where they come from, but when you compare with self-custody or other similar products, they're more focused on people are more focused on trading on exchanges, and India is a highly regulated market. There's still no clarity on certain industries like Bitcoin-backed loans or treasuries. So exchanges are working there, but apart from that, mining, these sectors still has no clarity on that. So, but we have a mature market like Hong Kong, and in fact, closer if I go, then we have Middle East, where Dubai is the fabulous market for even Bitcoin founders. So I think it's a mix when it comes to Asia.
What about the next 5 years do you think is the largest pool of capital from institutional investors in your region? So here in Colombia, do you think there are institutional funds that are going to come into Bitcoin? People here, do they have most of their wealth in retirement accounts? Is it all housing? Where do you think it's going to come from? Where's the pain point?
Yeah, I think in a lot of markets, most of the wealth people have is in real estate at the moment, right? A lot of people here own multiple houses. People who are really doing well, right? They have their place in the city, they have their finca out of town, right? Kind of their farmhouse with some land on it. I think one of the things that's been hard for people is probably just awareness of products that you can use to actually both onboard pesos into Bitcoin and then offboard out. There's a couple companies that are doing a decent job of that now, and then you see people here using debit cards to actually spend at places, probably, which is a lot more common, I would say, commonly used here than it is inside the U.S. But I would say in the next 5 years, you'll probably see, Colombia, it's no secret, the U.S. kind of has a banking cartel where there's a few that kind of get all the business, right? And I think they're going to get a lot more comfortable with it. I think that they see the writing on the wall. They're going to offer clients, and they already are starting to, like Bancolombia. There's going to be products that they either offer direct through the app or that they sponsor and sort of give the keys to, where people can hold dollars that are in yield, pesos that are in yield, so that they can sort of do like the tether model and get some of the interest from those deposits sitting there. And then I think Bitcoin will be a natural part of that, and they'll want to try to capture fees on that, right? And ideally offer services to hold people's Bitcoin, which is what all the existing banks will need to do to survive.
Do you think that, okay, so if people have equity in their homes here, do you think that people will be selling their homes to buy Bitcoin, or do you think it'll mostly be people refinancing their homes to buy Bitcoin? Because in America, most people I'm working with, because America, there's excellent lending markets and it's a huge competition, right? In America, I'm seeing most real estate investors, people that have second or third homes, simply refinance their homes to buy more Bitcoin instead of selling it. So what is the mortgage market you think it'll look like here if people want to do that?
At least right now it's very different. It's not, I would say, as easy, definitely not, to tap into equity in your home to what Americans or certain European countries are used to. Most real estate transactions here are all cash. You're buying it outright. And so if people do have mortgages, they're structured totally different. They're 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, much higher rates. And so you're I got to pay this off. There's, it doesn't make as much sense. And so short of there being some big changes in the capital markets, which I hope that there might be, and there probably will be with all the tourism coming to Colombia, I don't know if it'll come from people pulling value out. Maybe people will sell their third, fourth, fifth property, or they'll start allocating into it, because gold is really big in this country for sure. And I think that is, Bitcoin is a naturally easy thing to understand if you're already comfortable with gold. And so I could see funds that have gone into that starting to go into Bitcoin probably.
And so what about Asia, Singapore, Hong Kong? Where do you think people there have most of their, let's say, trapped capital or their traditional finance capital? Would you say real estate? Would you say retirement accounts? What are the escape valves into Bitcoin?
Yes, for sure. Real estate is number one because that is what they understand. And then you have, a lot of money, capital coming in from different parts of the region. In Singapore, you have multiple family offices, single family offices. So something, and also gold is also something they completely understand. And but what you gave an example of a U.S. mortgage, that's happening in U.S. only. It's not part of Asia anymore. And I can say statistically from a perspective that there are no startups even building something around it. Like in U.S., you have a company called Horizon, which is building something around it. In Asia, I haven't heard of anyone building such thing. In fact, they are more focused on RWA tokenization. That's what the buzzword is there. And maybe next 5 years, if you have a mature ecosystem or economy making, products around it which resonates with them, because at the end of the day, everyone has a FOMO, and also there's people who don't understand it feel like it's sort of a gambling. So, and Chinese and Singaporeans love gambling. So I think from that perspective, they can understand, okay, it's a way of making quick money. Anything that attracts attention is something, good for this to move forward. And even because you have to understand where they're coming from, It's not like they were, developed nations from years. They have seen a lot, and they're surrounded by developing nations also. They're highly regulated, and there is, disproportionality in the income stream as well. So there are a lot of challenges, but I think as we move forward, I'm hopeful that they'll have a understanding.
Yeah, I think a lot of that understanding comes as a result of attention, and that attention comes mainly as a result of number go up. So, as much as I think all three of us would be in very much alignment that self-custody is critical for everyone to understand, The reality is that Wall Street's here. I think ultimately it's a good thing because it's going to lead the number go up and hopefully therefore more attention, and some share of that attention goes into self-custody as well. So I believe we have about 10 minutes left. I think we should open up to questions and see if anyone has questions about anything self-custody, anything Wall Street, number go up, trade-offs, all of that. You know, does anyone have any questions for us up here? Yes. Yes. There's no dumb question. Yeah. Yeah, great question. So the question was, since I'm a Bitcoin advisor, am I only in the U.S. or is it international? You specifically asked about Colombia. So the answer is yes, that it's international. So the company I work for is called the Bitcoin Advisor. I was the first American there of the team, but we have clients in well over 20 different countries. So that's part of the beauty with Bitcoin, is that because it's not a security and we can act as a consultant, we're tech agnostic, jurisdiction agnostic, and so I personally have clients here in Colombia. So yes, I'm based in America, and obviously 80% of the people I work with personally are from the States. But yes, I work with people internationally as well. And I. Yeah, we have people on our team that, you know, that's a big part of, in my opinion, the benefit of self-custody is that with self-custody Bitcoin, you can be multi-jurisdictional or interjurisdictional if you so desire, right? And that adds a lot of creativity for tax planning, trust planning, and everything else, right? I think that's. Yes, it's a very important word. Sure. Okay. Yeah. So my business, it's the company I work for. It's not my business. I'm not the founder. But what we do is we help people set up multi-sig, multi-jurisdictionally. So, for example, if somebody living in Colombia wants to have a series of vaults, they can have keys here in Colombia, keys in other countries as well, like the U.S., Australia, Canada, UK, etc. And I think that all three of us in our three different niches, right? Me with the self-custody vaults, Dallas with the vaults and the mining. I think that is a huge benefit of self-custody, is that simultaneously you can have your Bitcoin in 3, 4, 5 jurisdictions if you want, right? And that's something you're never going to get with custodied Bitcoin or with Bitcoin that's tied up in a particular jurisdiction. And so that's really important from a risk mitigation standpoint, because you're protecting yourself from lawsuits and theft, et cetera, and volatility in governments, let's say. But also it's a really big benefit because since you're a low risk entity, in the eyes of creditors or lenders, you get a lot of opportunities that other people to, let's say, have the ETFs don't get, right? So that's something I'm seeing a lot. I don't know about you guys, but I'm seeing a lot of, in America, people post their Bitcoin as collateral in a centralized entity. And while people can do what they want with their money, I think that they're giving up most of their leverage. Your leverage is that you're holding your own keys. And if you're giving that up, and now the lender's putting the risk on the borrower of Bitcoin price volatility margin calls, I think that you're giving a lot of that asymmetric upside. So anyway, do you have anything to add?
Yeah,
to
I mean,
that?
well, maybe not to add to that, but if you don't mind, like an additional topic while we have a couple minutes, like the Wall Street wave. I mean, there's a lot of components to that. There's the ETF side, and then there's like, you know, different pools of capital that are coming in different ways. Obviously, we have, you know, everyone here is probably aware of Michael Saylor and what Strategy's doing and the different ways that they're going after different pools of capital. I was curious if either one of you have opinions on, I think their newest product, that STRC.
Stretch.
Yeah. And for people who don't know, right, it's this, essentially it's, you know, for in layman's terms, it's a stock you can buy. The ticker's STRC. People find it on like a Robinhood or wherever you might typically buy stocks. And it issued at a lower price, but it's sort of designed to be near and right at about $100 per share. If it goes above $100, they will issue more shares and buy Bitcoin. And the reason people are buying it, or some of Wall Street's buying it, I think they're really targeting fixed income markets, right, who are earning much lower percentages than what that vehicle is intending to pay people. roughly, I think right now it's paying 11% per year.
Yeah, 11%.
Yeah,
Anyway,
and so
yeah.
I'm curious, like, what do you guys? I mean, and again, it's not like a recommendation that everyone here should go buy that. Bitcoin is obviously the better, much better thing to go buy yourself, which is why they're doing it to acquire more Bitcoin. But what impact do you guys think that STRC will have going forward on those markets?
I think it applies to what us three were all talking about earlier about real estate, right? I think many of the real estate investors are going to want that, right? Because like, if you're a real estate investor, okay, sure, you could take out all this debt. You can go 400% leverage long real estate, take on the tenants, the toilets, the taxes, all that stuff. Or I could just get 11% as something I buy once, and then I have one line on my tax document next year, right? I think it's a big deal. Obviously, it's a centralizing force on Michael Saylor's Bitcoin, and people can complain about that if they want, and I think it's valid. But at the end of the day, I think it's a big driver. I mean, he's like the last few trading days, he's been buying whatever 500 to 800 Bitcoin a day, basically, with quote unquote only $100 million of volume. I mean, I think that product alone is going to give him a few 100,000 more Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So that's my
Yeah,
thought
I
on
mean,
it.
and one of the more interesting parts about it is the way it's structured, right? It feels if you're buying it like a dividend, because every month you sort of get this, USD payment that shows up, but it's structured as what's called like a return of capital, ROC is the acronym. And so you could think of it like tax deferred. And so like the way it works, like let's say you have $1 million and you buy it. At 11%, you should be getting, 110,000 a year. And so essentially, if your $1 million is sitting there and you get your 110,000 this year, you don't owe any tax on that until you either get essentially $1 million back in interest to match your starting principal amount. But while that's happening, your cost basis at, let's say you bought it at $100, is lowering. And so you either get taxed if you sell that, right, on that cost basis difference, or you just are collecting income, right? And so getting 11% that isn't taxed this year is really like getting 14 or 15% taxed.
And
so
worse
it's interesting for Wall Street, I would say. For
and
sure.
the worse your tax jurisdiction, the higher that effectively is.
Totally.
I think we have time for one or two more questions. Does anybody have something they'd like to shout out? Yes, I love the sweater, the Bitcoin sweater. Could you speak a little louder? I don't think she can hear you.
Your mission is to onboard more people to Bitcoin. What you are going to do?
My mission is
To onboard people to Bitcoin, how do you plan to do it?
Yes, Amity's target is to educate 100 million people. So that's the part of the education part. And I mean, so what's your question? How? Okay, so we, from an education perspective, we run Bitcoin Educators Academy, and we are also trying to, develop some courses around the globe. Like, for example, for Singapore, we want people to understand the Bitcoin accounting or how treasury company works. So, because Singapore is a financial hub, so we are now trying to build courses as per the jurisdiction, as per the demand, and as per if even non-Bitcoiners can get into Bitcoin jobs as well. So we are trying to do a change. I mean, this is like one of the thing. Apart from that, we do workshops also. We did a mining workshop where we tell people and bust the myths around mining. Like people don't even we haven't even seen miners. Like we when we did the first workshop last year in India, because it was a challenge for us as well to bring the miners to India. We did a workshop and tried to make them understand like how it's done and what could be the how good is it? Like our neighboring country, Bhutan, is doing so well in mining. Why don't even Pakistan did it announced it in 2025 during Vegas conference, and they're going with Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, but there's no policy in India. So we are trying our best and collaborating with other communities who are running such programs in different parts of the globe. So that what our effort is, and also we are doing thought leadership, going to conferences and trying to orange pill people. So this is, and we are also on social media channels. We have a newsletter. So yeah, and our founder Dushan is a well-known guy. He's very passionate about this space, and I mean, he does a lot of stuff around it.
I think we have time for one more. All right, one more question. Anybody have one? All right, if not, I guess maybe some closing thoughts, if we'd like. Some closing thoughts from me, I suppose, are just that I think at the end of the day, I think everything's a trade-off, and I think it's important. Everyone here is the nerd of your family, probably, right? Even if you feel like you're new to Bitcoin, right? And so I think going back home, going back to our businesses, and going back to the loved ones in our life, I think it's important to be very open and gracious with however they're getting off zero and starting in Bitcoin. Like most people in my life are not getting off zero in Bitcoin the way I would like them to, but I think that's important when we go and help others, that we meet people where they are, whether they're getting involved in a Wall Street product or doing full self-custody. I think we just need to be very gracious to them. So do each of you have a little closing thought as you wrap up the day here?
Yeah, maybe a couple of thoughts. I mean, yeah, to your point, you know, a lot of times it feels frustrating in life. Let's say you're that person in your family, but that's your responsibility to be that person. Don't get frustrated by it. You have those gifts, those skills, that patience, and so use it and let people, you know, go at their own pace. Be disconnected from the outcome, and that it might frustrate you if somebody doesn't, you know, get on board with it, even though you've given them all the tools. People will figure it out eventually, or they won't, and that is okay. Couple quick comments just on Bitcoin. You know, I think the beautiful thing for most of us, or most people in the world, right? Most people know the price of everything and kind of the value of nothing. And I think the longer for me that I've been in Bitcoin, I'm assessing and seeing the value in things and making better choices. That's like an infectious thing, I think, that I see amongst the whole community. And really, at the end of the day, it's about working on cool things that you like with people you love, and yeah, make a bigger family. Share it with more people.
I would say like Bitcoin is permissionless. So anyone who wants to build any product or financial product around it, most welcome. And I feel number go up strives on Wall Street. It brings volume, and they are not reinventing the wheel. It's just that they understood what will click with people. You know, they are bringing in what they understand. Like for example, sovereign gold bond. So they are just doing it with Bitcoin. That's simple. So and if it's bringing volume, and if you know, the demand is going up, prices going up, I'm nobody to complain. So but if you feel like you know, if you totally believe in not your keys, not your coins, then self-sovereignty is the key. That's all.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Nice. Good job.
Thanks.
Good job. Good job, man. Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Where do I keep this?
Somebody. Yeah.
Who's next?
I am.
Thank you, guys. No.
So, good afternoon, everybody. The slides are in Spanish. I'll be talking in English. But before we start, I'd like to share how I became a Bitcoiner. And in my point of view, and I believe you will agree, it's really easy to understand Bitcoin when you understand the problem, right? In my opinion, you cannot understand Bitcoin if you don't understand the problem Bitcoin solves. So I was studying Bitcoin for years, but when I got to realize what the problem was, it was automatic, right? I just something clicked on my head, and I'll tell you what happened. I moved to Germany 2.5 years ago with my family, and right after 12 months we were there, my wife and my kid went to Brazil, and I'm Brazilian, and they were there, and like my wife was like credit card all the time, and I'm like, what's going on? Like, you're spending too much. You have no bills to pay at all, and how can you spend so much money? And she's like, you don't understand. Things here are 50% at least, 50% higher. Some things are 100% higher in 12 months. When the official inflation was 4%, right? So I'm like, so I look at my investment account, my fiat investment account, and I go like, okay, I have this number here, and this number should be at least 50% higher 1 year after, right? But it doesn't happen this way. It was like 10 or maximum 15% more on the fiat world. And I'm like, okay, so I am getting poorer very fast, right? And with that story, I was listening to Oliver Vélez like almost every day. He was just here, and maybe everybody met him. And with his content plus this story, I clicked, and I'm like, okay, I'm all in Bitcoin, and that's when I realized, and I became a Bitcoiner, and I immediately started to talk about Bitcoins to my friends. And so I felt, and how did I come here? I think it's important to share. So I felt I had to go to BTC Prague. It was an intuition, like, go to BTC Prague. So I went to BTC Prague, and I met Renier and John there. And like, out of nothing, I received an invitation to be here. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'll be there, of course. And I say out of nothing because it was not probable, rationally speaking, right? And I was just beginning my work. And so why am I saying this? Because when we are able to follow our intuition, life flows in a very different way. And I think we are all in Bitcoin because we can feel something different, right? We can feel it's not just about the Bitcoin itself, just about the numbers goes up and everything. And we heard very powerful speech here, right? Philosophical speech, we just had one inside the other room, and spiritual speech, spiritual and philosophical content, right, about Bitcoin. And like, in my point of view, maybe Bitcoin is just what attracts people, but it's something so much deeper. So, anyways, let's understand. And by the way, this is for beginners, right? I'm bringing new people to the Bitcoin world. So why Bitcoin is essential. And let's start, let's invite Einstein to the conversation. And Einstein said, if you had 1 hour to solve a problem, I would spend 55 minutes thinking in the problem and 5 minutes in the solution. So let's talk about the problem. Let's focus on the problem. What's the problem? So straight to the point, Henry Ford said, it is good that the people of the nation do not understand our bank and monetary system, because if they do, or when they do, I believe there would be a revolution before tomorrow morning. So that's straight to the point. The problem is our financial system. And what is the Fed and why and how it was created? So basically, the Fed is a private bank cartel. And like Brazilian and Colombian people, I guess they're very familiar with cartels, right? And so this is what happens. This is a bank cartel. And why it was created? Long story short, there was one crash that we know the central banks or the banks, they create the crashes. So there was a crash in 1907, and what happened was JP Morgan had to rescue, let's say, his friends, other bankers, right? They got insolvent. So he had to help them because otherwise the crash would be a lot worse. So after that, they got together and said, okay, every time there's a crash, we have a problem. So how do we solve this? And so they got together and they had the idea of creating a way of making the US government to bail them out, leaving the taxpayers with the problem. And as you see, the taxpayers are like, are maintaining, are helping to carry the system that it does not work for us, for me and you. So, okay, they had this demand, so that's why they created. And how they created, they made a secret encounter in Jekyll Island in 1910. And that's when they planned, when they had the ideas of the Fed before creating it. And then in this December 1913, on 23 of December, 23rd, when, as you can see, there was not much people because everywhere, I believe everywhere in the world, at this date, politicians will be in vacations for Christmas, right? So there was almost anybody there. There was anybody that would vote against the creation of the Fed. So they got together, only them, and they passed the legislation, sorry. So 1 year before, this guy, Alfred Owen Crozier, I called it the prophecy. He made this drawing, like the Coming Money Trust, and he drew this octopus showing exactly what would be the Fed if it was created. And we will come back to this picture in a moment. So, long story short, KSL Fed, what's the Fed? It's a bank cartel. Why it was created? Because they had the demand, they had the problem they wanted to solve. So, and then it was planned in secret, it was created in secret. So how can you trust something like that? It doesn't make sense. So here we have Bitcoin in 2009, which we will talk about Bitcoin later, but why was Bitcoin created and what for? So basically it was created to protect you and me from this story, right? Very simple. And just to mention, since the Fed was created, 97% of its purchasing power is lost. And very important, 97 is the official data. It's not the real data, because the real data goes more than 99%. So when the Fed was created, you needed around $3,000 something to buy a house. Now to buy an average house, now you need $420,000, meaning the dollar was lost 99+% of its purchasing power. So let's talk about a little bit about more in details of what happened to the dollar story. So it was created back then, as we said, and right after 6 years, just 6 years after the Fed was created, the dollar had lost 54% of its purchasing power. It looks like a third world country, right? It's crazy. And we know about this, but regular people don't. And then we had the crash of 29. And if we look, the only moment that the dollar won purchasing power was after the crash. Why? Because there was no liquidity, right? The dollar disappeared. Everybody's bank account just zero sum. So it was the only moment. And very interesting that right here, in the very peak, what happened here? The US government seized their populations, the gold, right? The gold was seized from the population. And the crazy part of this is that this was taught by Lenin. This was taught by Lenin. And I mean, this blew my mind when I realized. And another very interesting point is, as soon as the gold was seized, look what happened. The dollar went down forever. And now then here we had Bretton Woods, as we had the dollar as the reserve currency. Okay, we all know. And then the next important thing was in 71, the gold standard was abandoned. But the truth is, and before I say this, another very interesting thing is this, and the moments that we can see the dollar got most evaluated was here and here, right? And what did we have here and here in common? First and Second World Wars. So now for me it's very clear that wars are ways to devalue money, because you need a lot of money, ton of money to make war. And that's why war never ends. And here, before 71, the announcement of President Nixon, on this period, what was happening? Vietnam War, exactly. So Vietnam War, United States was in war, and like France was the first to raise its hand, and France goes like, okay, you're in war for so much time. What's going on? How are you doing? How is it possible? Where are you getting so much gold from so you can back the dollar? And so France raised its hands and say, okay, I want my dollars back. So they sent a warship to New York, I want my gold, get the gold, back to France. Other countries followed, and then, from what I know, there was 20,000 tons of gold in the US, because everybody here in 44 trusted the US to keep the gold, right? And so countries were taking the gold back from 20 to 8,000 tons, and then right here, when it was in 8, that we never know if it was really in 8, probably there was not. If everyone went to the US and say, okay, I also want my gold back, probably there won't be enough gold, right? So right here, the United States said, okay, your gold now is mine. It's as simple as that. And then what we had next, we had the crash of 2008, quantitative easing, crazy amounts of money being printed, and right there, Bitcoin was born, right? So again, why was Bitcoin born? To protect us from this failure, from this scam, right? And then the last thing here, in 2020, as we know, the United States added 40% of its total supply. So, and we're about to see it again. And now coming back to the image, and I see, like, let's say I see a mistake on this image. Because when I look at it, it looks like, if I don't understand the problem, if it looks like that the banks are also getting trapped by the octopus, right? But in truth, in reality, the banks are part of the octopus, or part of the system, right? So here it represents like it's sucking energy from the state, from the private sector, and and put it in Wall Street, which they own, right? But so I had an idea, and I said, okay, let's make the image, because this image was created 100+ years ago, so let's have a new image of it. So this is the 2026 version where we can see when the banks need, the Fed will inject money on it. And here we see the money printer, and I mean, it's just a new version of it, and people in despair down here. But the thing is, why am I showing a new version of it? Because I want to share, as I said, this was a prophecy, right? Let's say. And now that we have this one, I wanna make, or we want to make a new prophecy. And the new prophecy looks like this. The Fed is dead, the system is dead, the bank goes broke, and there's nobody to bail them out. So that's the new system. Here we have centralization, here we have decentralization. So yeah, that's what we're all building together, right? And so yeah, let's have this as our target. I mean, we have it already, right? And okay, so I'll talk about the problem now. Let's talk about the solution. Let's imagine that money is ice. So you get paid in ice cubes. Your salary, your profits are ice cubes. And so, as you want to preserve your ice cube, you put it in a fridge, right? So you preserve it, otherwise it melts really fast. How many minutes? So I was talking about my experience in Brazil, and that was the experience. But this is from Colombia data, and as you can see, here's the official inflation, here's the real inflation, but I'm running out of time. And so for whoever is not in Bitcoin, if we say since 2020, the official inflation says 46%, the real inflation, let's say, is almost double, and that's what Bitcoin did. So again, Bitcoin was created to protect us, and yes, from the state. And going back to the metaphor, here we have the fiat system, where you put your ice cube there, and it's going to melt anyways, right? I had the fake impression that I was getting richer until my family went to Brazil, and I realized, okay, I'm getting poor. So when I trust my money to the system, that's what's going to happen. And now we have a new system, and they coexist right now. And the difference is, this is a freezer and this is a fridge. So in the freezer, when I put my ice on it, it's going to grow. It's going to get liquidity inside, and the ice is going to grow. And so here's an image of how I felt. And yeah, this is like me right now. When I came back to Brazil 1 month ago, I'm like in despair. And this is my, let's say, my crazy cousin that I hear talk about Bitcoin a few years ago, and I thought he was crazy. And he's teaching me what to do. It's very simple. Just get your cube from the one system and put it in another system. Very simple. So within you, the decision has been made. I believe this. I believe the decision has been made. What we have to do is follow the decision that is inside of us. So let's trust this system, our life, our energy, our money. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, we've got our last
2 keynotes before the end of the conference. It's been such an amazing conference. Thank you all for coming and sticking around. Give us the last of your energy for these last 2 keynotes. They're going to be amazing.
Hey guys, what's up? Thanks for sticking around. Look at the last crowd. So we had a good time here. Thanks to everybody that organized this event. You guys are great. Thank you. Yeah, very generous, very well organized. Thank you very much. You guys are Bitcoiners. How many have actually seen a Bitcoin mining machine, or heard one, or mined some Bitcoin? Raise your hands. Quite a bit. Okay. What type of machines did you guys use or see? Do you know? S9. Okay. How about you guys? Which one?
BitAxes.
BitAxes, okay, cool. I'm just curious to see how many Bitcoiners actually know the process of mining. In 2019, we started mining Ethereum. Then the protocol changed, and that was worth nothing. But we said, I was mining at home, and then the heat was just pouring into my garage. And I called my brother, I said, and we're musicians, we created 10 albums, and we always create and bounce off each other, and we're twins also. And we create as we talk, and we're in our sandbox and creating. I'm like, all this heat is coming into the home. I'm like, what if the future would be like, comes a Bitcoin mining machine comes with every home and make a revenue for the home, and we keep the heat because we need the heat 6 months a year. And then I looked at my brother, and my brother was in contact with Tim Draper.
I said, you're crazy.
And then
basically we set out to make a business out of the heat of Bitcoin. Since we live in Montreal, Quebec, it's minus 15, I think yesterday in Montreal, Quebec, it's fucking freezing. And we're like, that's a good idea. Let's just make a business out of the heat of Bitcoin. So we contacted Tim. Anybody know Tim Draper around here?
Yeah.
He funded our company. He funded Liberty City, and we were in touch with him for like 6-7 years. And we were 4 Bitcoin songs with him. He's cool. He's a cool guy. If you guys want to fund your projects, he gives his email to everybody. Just write to him. He won't shut you out that fast. Anyways, he hasn't blocked us yet, so it's been like 8 years. So he hasn't like shut us down. Anyways, so we set out to make a business out of the heat of Bitcoin, and we started with a space heater, like you could see here.
Yeah.
And we did these tests, and we did a pool heater, and then we did a fireplace heater, and then we did terrace heater. And so we invented all these heaters to finally create the Bitcoin home. We're the first inventors, the worldwide inventors of the Bitcoin home.
Yeah. And it's in Liberty City in Montreal. It's Saint-Julien. It's the outskirts of Montreal, so 40 minutes away, 45 minutes away from the airport. And we said, let's build homes and sell homes pre-made with a Bitcoin mining machine in the mechanical room, and distributes the heat, and the home has a wallet. And the wallet belongs to the home. It could be changed, but so it's a revenue home without tenants, where we're reusing the heat. So an average home, for example, costs $500 per month to heat, an average size home, and you don't need to spend that anymore because your mining machine is generating that heat, and you're making Bitcoin. So it's got a double benefit, and the heat is free. It's basically free, so you're saving on your electricity bill because mining is profitable depending on the region, depending on their electricity cost. So the future of mining is really going to reorganize energy, that's for sure. But in our specific business case, and this business case with just the reuse of the heat and the energy, you can have hundreds of business cases, and you don't have to sell homes. You could do it so differently. But we wanted to do a lifestyle community thing where we say, let's build homes and sell them. So we sold the first home. That was good. But the client didn't have a monitor. We didn't have a monitor yet. So he's paying the electricity. We're doing a 15-85 split. So we're making 15, which is not much, and 85. And we set up the whole system and the pool. And it was a big feat, actually.
Since we hadn't constructed any homes before in our life,
yeah.
So we had to learn 2 business. I see one guy laughing.
Yeah.
It's not
But he always laughs. It's not fair. So the first client, just to make a short story, he wasn't that happy actually because he saw his bill after a few months and he said, "Fuck, my electricity bill is so high." And he wasn't that satisfied, but it was the first iteration of our home. So now we have a monitor. He sees his heating savings, his Bitcoin mining. He can stop the machines. He can start the machines. He can do all sorts. We're at 3 homes in Liberty City. Our first land can have 4 homes, and we're hoping to buy a much bigger land that can host 40 homes. It's basically the story. Go ahead.
In the trend of making Bitcoin anti-fragile, wouldn't you guys prefer having 4 homes that mine Bitcoin all over the world, as opposed to having one big mining facility that you can bomb? But that's what they did, I think, in Iran. Following the strikes in Iran, you saw the hash rate plummet. So it really, having a heater in every home makes Bitcoin anti-fragile. A little side story. When we created this project, this miner project here, we made 300 of these in the first pilot project, and we gave them to people. It was really cool. We gave 300 of these miners to people, and we would only collect the hash rate, the money from the hash rate. And it was pretty cool.
They get the heat, right? It was a good exchange. They get the heat, we get the Bitcoin. So it was a big
So we put an ad on Marketplace and we said, hey, we're this small company that does circular economy reuse, and we're using old computers.
S9s were in here, by the way, recycled S9s, yeah.
It was a real cool project, and we had in 300 homes. Some of them are still rolling, but focused a lot on the Bitcoin homes. So that's basically our project. Any questions? Unless you want to continue saying stuff. No? Any questions? No?
I have more Bitcoin than he does. That's why I'm wearing the white suit. So just so you guys know.
No questions? No? Anybody curious about how all that works? No?
Who wants a Bitcoin home? And the price, it's around $650,000 for the home. So we don't sell it at a premium because we're just testing the market. It's still in development phase, even though the homes are functional and working. A nice anecdote as well is the first home, they called me December 20th. They're like, my floor is cold. Like my house is not warming because we were cooling the machines with glycol, water cooled the first machines that was heating the floor of the house and the floor outside, so it was melting the snow. So he calls me, he says, my floors are cold. I'm like, oh fuck, these floors are cold. I'm like, okay, what do we do? Okay, it's Christmas time. I'm like, what am I gonna do? So I said, well, you're gonna have to wait a few days because I have to make my way there. So if power goes down or the miners don't work, the heat doesn't work anymore. So we learned from all these experiences. Now we put a electrical heating as a backup, put it at 16 degrees Celsius. If there's electricity, if the miners don't work, something happens, you still have a backup electricity heater. So those are some of the things that occurred. Yeah.
So hopefully nobody's going to copy us, but probably he has a question. Tom has a question. Go ahead with the question.
Okay, well, the premise is, if I mine $1 of Bitcoin and it costs you $1 of electricity, but you're heating your house on top of it, it's worth it, right? We all agree. So even if you're depending of electricity costs anywhere across the world, our electricity cost is medium high. It's a bit expensive, but not that expensive. But if I mine 1 Bitcoin and it costs me $1 of Bitcoin, and I make costs $1 of electricity, and I make $1 of Bitcoin, but I heat my house, it's a good business case.
Yeah. Yeah, even heats the house more. Yeah, there's too much heat. It basically, it's way too much heat. It makes mining Bitcoin cheaper, approximately 15% cheaper. So it's hard for people to grasp this, but if you're mining in a warehouse and you're evacuating all the heat, you're losing 15%. That's why we set out to make a business out of this, and it's 2 abstractions away from just like mining. Like we put the heaters in the thing, and we said it's a revenue home, but that heats itself.
So every S19 is about 300 watts.
3,000.
3,000. Sorry, how many BTUs? It's 11,000 BTUs. Sorry, if we're talking in BTU terms, BTU is a British thermal unit. So BTU used to have that in air conditioning as well and in heating, but 11,000 BTU. So it's not that much like a heater, like a big pool heater could be 100,000 BTUs if you're heating a big pool. And we did heat the pool with it, but our second and third home, we're not heating the pool. We find it very complicated. But you need to redistribute the heat in the houses. So any commercial, industrial, or residential that needs heat, you just put it in the duct system. The ducts are the aluminum passages that transfer the here right there. The ducts are right there. So if you have a mechanical room, you can heat, you can mine and transfer the heat anywhere in the buildings, anywhere in industrial purposes. So anyone heating and paying for its heat should be mining Bitcoin instead. Yeah. No, guys, no. So basically, if we can keep on doing this this strategy, and we're probably going to keep on going for a few years, we're the Bitcoin house guys. There's going to be Bitcoin houses all over the place. We actually almost got a house in El Salvador, in San Salvador, and we sent the money out there. And we were going to make 4 reuses of the heat out there. It was the water, heat the water, clothes dryer, a dish dryer, because you can dry the dishes, and a sauna or a hot tub. Even if it's a hot country, you can still have Bitcoin homes, and we're going to put them on Airbnb. So if ever you hear about the Bitcoin house, it's probably us, because nobody's crazy enough to start doing Bitcoin homes, but we are. Thanks. Take care, guys.
All right, last but not least, we got Philip from Bull Bitcoin to close out the show and the conference. Let's give it up. One last round of applause.
Wow, what an honor. So I'm going to start by giving all glory to God and thanking the good people of Medellin. Estaba hablando con 3 Uber y 2 barberos aquí y le convencí de empezar a comprar Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Porque la gente aquí sabe que hay un problema. La gente aquí entiende la inflación, entiende que están perdiendo plata cada año en ese sistema, pero no saben cómo comprar Bitcoin. No saben qué es verdad y qué es mentira. Tenía tanto estafas aquí, tanto robos. Últimamente unos chavos regalaron unas cartas diciendo que estaba Bitcoin. La gente retiran plata pensando que su Bitcoin se estaba subiendo y en el fin no estaba Bitcoin, estaba solo unos números en una pantalla y la gente no sabe lo que es el verdad Bitcoin. Entonces aquí tenemos que hacer mucha educación. Es por eso que ya empezamos hoy en Colombia. Es por hacer una cohorte de embajadores como ustedes para nos ayudar a ayudar a todo el mundo. Porque el Bitcoin es para su peor enemigo. Si tu peor enemigo está en Bitcoin, él gana y tú ganas también. Entonces, eso ya no es un sistema donde tienes que un ganador y un perdedor. ¿Qué es Bull Bitcoin? Pues hablamos mucho de quién somos, pero we come from a long line of strong men, founded by Francis Pouliot in 2013. While I was still in the fiat business, he was selling Bitcoin in Montreal, on the street, directly to the people, educating people. And since then, well, we've created the wallet, which is non-KYC. So I want to give a shout out to my people in the Yugoslavia using the Bull wallet today. And there's people in France, there's people here, there's people all across the world. So this is the first time that we have a money that somebody in Congo can download a free wallet and start using Lightning to sell his bananas, okay? And these economies have never been absorbed into the global economy before. This is a new phenomenon. So the growth that Bitcoin will witness, and I mean, anybody here knows that we are early. Like, just look at the room here. Like, and I find this beautiful because our children and their children will not be able to buy one entire Bitcoin. This will be reserved for big corporations, countries, or whatever, but it doesn't matter because the Bitcoin is a system. In the world currently, there's just two systems. There's Bitcoin based on mathematical truth, and there's the central bank system, which has the central banks of central banks in Switzerland, and everything stems from that. So if you play in the other rooms, you're losing your time because Bitcoin is also something that gives you back your time. In my life, I'm the jack of all trades. I've did it all. I've grown up in a civil war Yugoslavia, seeing my family fortune go from being relatively rich to absolute zero. I've been in a situation where there was no food, electricity, clean water, just bare survival in the street where you would, I remember as a kid going in front of the bank and seeing just the money thrown on the street like you see in Venezuela today. Because money is not money, that's paper, that's debt, that's bullshit. That's a promise that they cannot hold, that they give you. It's an illusion. And like the Soviet Union, this illusion will collapse. And it can become tomorrow, or it can be in 10 years, or it can be in 100 years. It doesn't matter when it happens. It's gonna happen, and it's happening. And the only asset that's going to be left, the only fiat money that's going to be left at the end is the American dollar until the world decides that, no, we don't want to be bullied around anymore. We don't want to give our free production, our time to the gringos in exchange of nothing. Because in this system, even if you succeed, they will just seize your money at one point if you don't respond to some criteria that they will invent at the moment. And if you don't go along with the current thing, they're just gonna take your money away. And it's happening to prominent Americans. Just think about that. The wife of Donald Trump was debanked. I mean, if you like the guy or not, it doesn't matter. He was the president of the United States, and at one point his wife was in a nice New York restaurant having dinner with her friends, and when the time came to pay the bill, her credit card was rejected, So if they can do it to the wife of an ex-president because he wasn't the president at the time, well, they can certainly do it to you. So this money that you have there is not really yours. It's just a bunch of numbers that they are putting inside, the same way that what I just talked happened in Colombia, where you had people with fake cards. It's all fake. The only way to own your own money is if you have Bitcoin on a self-custodial wallet. And that's what we do at Bull Bitcoin. So our non-KYC wallet, you have Liquid if you want a little bit more privacy. You have Lightning if you want to do the day-to-day payments. And you have the on-chain Bitcoin that you can buy and then connect it to a cold wallet for additional security like a ledger or a cold card. So you become totally Teflon, because anything you own, some judge somewhere can sign a piece of paper for whatever reason, and they're going to take it away from you. It may be your house, it may be anything, your freedom. But Bitcoin, they cannot. If you do not give them those words, they cannot take it. And what else that exists in this plane of life that the United States tried to cancel and that China tried to cancel and that's still operating? Like, just think about that for a second, how powerful Bitcoin is. So Bitcoin basically broke the fiber of space-time and connected this reality with a digital reality where mathematics run. So it's gonna absorb absolutely everything inside. And it's just a matter of time. So this is the first layers. Everybody here is enlightened. Okay, because to be here today and to take your valuable time to go talk about Bitcoin, something that's quite abstract, and if you go, like I just went to Dubai and to Las Vegas and to all these big money places, like Bitcoin is nothing there. This is Ugazi. It doesn't exist for them, for these people, because they don't need it. The rich people, they don't care about a 10% inflation or 20% inflation. They make 2,000% returns because in this system, they print their fucking money, okay? They need $1 million, they're gonna go get it sometimes at 0% loans. While you suckers work all day long, put the money under your mattress, and what happens with that $100 that you worked hard and you pay taxes on and that you got under your mattress? Next year, you can buy only for $90 for it. The year after, 80. And sometimes, like in Iran, what happened a few days ago, your value goes to 0. So the only people that have money now in Iran is the people holding Bitcoin. And the Bitcoin price went up 2,000% during that same time. So this is just an extreme example what can happen very quickly in a country that has been destroyed by debt. Because in this geopolitical world, if they cannot destroy you by force, they will destroy you by debt, okay? That's how it works. So now, what we need to understand is that we don't need anybody. Bitcoin doesn't need anybody. We just need to become our best versions of ourselves and to put with us the most people that we can, that we have around us, that are sensible to these ideas and that are willing to make mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes. I was into the shit coinage before, you know, because when it all started, you don't know what's going on. And what I understood afterwards is that when they can destroy it, well, they imitate it. So they invented these 30,000 stupid coins with privacy and this and that and for faster payment and this. But at the end, it was nothing. It all disappeared like a mirage because it was small central banks. It was people controlling those coins that at one point decided to rob everybody and run with the bag, okay? So that's what Bitcoin doesn't allow you to do. And when you look at the stable coins, well, in my opinion, stable coins are CBDCs. We saw it recently. There was one guy that they just froze 10 million of his dollars because he wasn't agreeing to the current thing. And this guy wasn't some evil villain. It was just probably some guy that said fuck to the system, you know. So this is very important. You are very important. What we are doing here is extremely important. And everything we do echoes in eternity, especially when we talk about Bitcoin. Rainier for organizing and his people here. I mean, this is a bold step. I love this conference. We had very meaningful discussions. There was people from all walks of life, you know. Bitcoin is not left. Bitcoin is not right. Bitcoin is not pro-America or anti-America or pro-Russia or anti-Russia. Bitcoin is just money, okay? It's the first usury-free money. The other system that exists, it has been disguised through the years, and it has been at one point in Portugal, it has been one point in England, now it's in America, but it's the same system that started God knows when, you know, maybe in Babylon back in the days, and since then they've been scamming it, you know, and running their scam. So now more and more people are waking up to the power of Bitcoin. Bitcoin, you know, in life how I see it, you want to get closer to God, pray. You want to be a better human, listen to Joe Dispenza or the other people that, you know, have been giving some health tricks and that. But if you want to be rich, well, you need to own some money. And the only money in town is Bitcoin. It's the only show in town. The other stuff is just for the suckers. They're holding some monopoly money thinking it's going to be worth something and making projections. And I heard here some very smart people discussing about these stuff and, you know, talking about the numbers, the percentages. Yeah, but if we tax that much or take... Listen, guys, I've been 10 years in politics in Canada, okay? I've seen the system from the inside. I've told you the part where I grew up in the hell of war, but I've also organized the G7. I've ate caviar with the presidents, and I've been to the most beautiful places with the most important people, but my honest opinion, and by the way, everything is an opinion what you hear. These are just some of my opinions. My opinion is that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's a bunch of geriatric tyranny that's going on, and they have Ponzi'd our future, and now nobody's going to say, okay, the music is going to stop. It's enough. We're going to stop. No, they can't, because if they do that, people are going to lynch them, you know. There's still people believing the government, trusting them, following the rules, playing by the rules, and these are the people to who we need to talk. These are your aunts, these are your brothers, these are your cousins, these are your friends. These people need to understand that it's just a bunch of gangsters that took some of the wheels of power. Because how I see the state, I see a state as a Leviathan giant machine with a lot of small levers of powers that some egomaniacs occupy for their own benefits. Some do it for the public good. There's a lot of good in politics too. There's good politicians that don't understand that they're part of this huge fucked up system that's destroying their family's future, you know? So how I see it is now, with the Bitcoiners getting more and more power and more money on our side, we need to occupy all of these levers of powers. And once we do, we need to break that fucking machine to pieces and to set the people free and to set all layers of society free. You know, the corporation are stuck in some stupid rules. The states are stuck in some stupid rules. But when you are a student of history, as I am, you're gonna see that, you know, everything is temporary in this life. You come in butt naked and you go out butt naked. So the only question is what you're gonna do in that sweet spot where you're still breathing here. So now we have a powerful tool, which is Bitcoin, and you have a company which is Bull Bitcoin, who you can refer to your family, to your grandma, and be sure that we will take the most time we can to explain to her how to buy it. That's our vision. We talk to somebody that's buying 10 millions and somebody that's buying $10 the same way, because we are creating sovereign individuals. We are here for the next 15 years, and I'm so honored to be able to close this conference and to come here to Medellin and to say, here is where the conquest of Colombia comes in terms of Bitcoin. Here is where it's going to happen. And I'm telling you, if I could orange pill 5 people in one day, you surely can do that monthly. And if those are the people that you love, well, you will take the time. And they might call you crazy 10 times, but the 11th time, they're going to call you again and say, hey, wait a minute, that Bitcoin you were talking to me about. So that's what happened to me. And I'm trying to onboard the most people I can, and I hope you will too. Thank you so much for having us, and God bless Colombia.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, Philip. No, I mean, Philip is amazing. I'm super glad we could have him up here to close things out. Listen, for the people that are still here, thank you so much for coming to this conference. Like, I don't want to get emotional up here, but it really means a lot to me that other people actually want to come to something that I believe in, that I wanted to create. Really, I really just created this for me. Like as Frank talked about, I guess he walked out just now, but Frank talked about in his talk, like when I talked to him on the plane, I said something profound to him, which was, I just created the Bitcoin conference that I wanted to come to. So I'm glad you guys wanted to come to it too. So thank you for coming. Really appreciate you guys believing in this. And hopefully you guys will come back next year. So that's the biggest thing. Come back next year. Let's keep this going. All right, I think it's really great for the community here, and I love this place, even though I don't personally live here. Hopefully I will in the future, but this is an amazing city. So please come back and support us next year. Thank you so much.